side of the table. Yeah, I know. Well, good, yeah, you
Watermelon.
yes, please. Yeah.
Put it on the other side.
Yeah, no worries.
Josh remembers the dealer's union.
If you go over to one of the other tables, they'll be doing the draw live. You can sweat it real time. There's a lot of money on where the ball's going to be drawn to today.
When they do the GK play free market, they throw some fun ones out there. Just made it 7 to 1 or something.
Yeah.
They still get like loads of tables.
Drawn to be drawn C6.
That's good. Small line.
Yeah, compromise.
No, mate, that's good. You're the last person to play a big line, aren't you? Come on. Small line's good. It's the second best.
Welcome to day 2 of the main event. We are going to take through to a conclusion on a 40-minute clock with a break every 3 levels. There are 46 players bidding and you have all the names and money. Today you do have Climax cards, you should have 6 each. They will give you 30 seconds of time, both pre-flop and post-flop. Well, every action you do have 30 seconds to make a decision.
Morning. Morning. Welcome to the final day here in Leeds of the UKPL 888, and we are on 888 Poker TV on Twitch only today, not the GUK, not the Grosvenor one, because Lime Nick is in the building.
Is she really?
Hey! And we're giving away 5 109 tickets for the UKPL online closer, which is tomorrow on September the 2nd.
So we have got tickets to give away this weekend.
Well,
saved them all for the Sunday.
we had no idea, and then all of a sudden the surprise was there.
So there's
Lime
the
Ricky, 5 tickets, and there the chip counts. Mo, big chip leader, 809,000, and rolling back to 8 minutes at 2-4.
Yep.
So he's got 200 bigs.
Not bad. Not bad for Mo. 200 BBs. What a life. Off we
200
go.
BBs. So good morning, Lime Ricky. And we have 5 109 tickets to give away. Fantastic. Thank you very much indeed. We'll do some keywords and we'll do a couple of questions during the day. And we've only got one Twitch channel open today, which is 888 Poker TV.
That's fair.
Absolutely. Because we would have no idea who's on which Twitch. Morning YouTubers and morning Facebookers.
I was watching last night from my hotel. I flicked the stream on, see if you're still on.
Yeah.
He's a funny old lad, ain't he? Some of the stuff he comes out with, I was chuckling to myself. He is, I don't know, he has got a way. It does just make you laugh.
He was even funnier at the bar when we finished.
Was he?
Because his tower, he says, come on, let me buy you a drink. I says, all right, cheers, thank you very much. So we both stood at the bar.
Yeah.
I've got my phone on, checking me football and
Yeah.
looking at for tomorrow's thing. So he orders the drinks. So Bob says, buy card, Nick. He says, yeah, buy card. So I'm texting away. He swipes the machine underneath my phone and I end up paying for him. Honestly.
How did you do that? Do you not need like your Face ID or something?
No, because my phone's open.
Oh, okay, yeah.
My payment's just live.
Oh, nice.
So Bob went, literally, no word of a lie, I've got the 2 drinks, you want a drink? He said, thank you very much. I'm there away, texting away and looking at the chat board and also. All of a sudden, I've got my phone there, he went,
That's quite funny, though.
yeah, but Bob and Easty were like that. Well, they're one of them. Yeah. Oh, hiya Johnny Kelly. How are we doing?
How you doing, JK?
We hope things are good. Next events for us are in Luton and Reading.
How's the FPL going, JK?
Oh, is it easy in it as well, is
He
it?
was 25 of 25 when the weekend started.
What does that mean?
25 of
Oh,
25.
bottom.
Bottom, yeah, bottom.
It was bottom. What happened there?
I don't know. I don't think
Who was
he-
his captain?
I'm not sure. I don't think JK's going to be too fussed about changing his team every week and watching strategy videos and all that malarkey. Different JK.
Ah,
Different Johnny Kelly.
that's John Kelly, not
John
Johnny.
Kelly.
Nice one, John. Good to have you on board. Watching on Facebook.
Ace King for Lee. In the hijack. Nice suit for Glenn, one of the bigger stacks. Clear defend. King 8-6 rainbow. So it's a potential bother for Glenn. Going to have to stick around for at least one street hit. At least with this continue from Lee. Does continue for around 8k. Third pot. We're 5 on the turn. Better card for Glenn here. We'll have 9-7 in there. We'll have 7-4 suited. Some 2-pair stuff as well. So Glenn not insta checking. Maybe thinking about having some leads here. But with our actual hand, seemed like a nice one to just check. Over to Lee, who is going to go for the second street of value here for half pot. Just north off. Okay, it's a bit dicey for Glenn. We do pick up this gut shot with our pair. So even if we are up against a King Queen, King Jack, Ace King Aces, the price we're actually getting 3-1, assuming all 9 outs are in the deck, means we can come along. As he does, 5 on the river. And his lead, I'm going to go for the value. Glenn's got to check. Lee not going to go for value with the ace-king, and that is going to be good. Know that fella in seat 5? He looks a lot like Michael Howard, doesn't he, Tower?
He is the Michael Howard, the one and only. There is no other Michael Howard.
That was one of the worst shouts I've ever seen the other day.
It wasn't good. It wasn't my finest moment.
For one, he hasn't got a beard. He hasn't got his hair swept
Yeah.
over.
It was
The
only
other
a quick
bloke had
glancing
a lot
moment.
more pounds on him.
He did. It was a quick glancing moment, that's all it was.
Predictions for today, says Phil Cadell. I honestly can't see us boys losing. What I've seen from Newcastle in the first 2 games and what I've seen from us, I can't. Even though we're away, I reckon it's going to be fairly cagey, but I reckon we'll just creep it. 2-1 or 3-2 goals, I reckon. Over 3.5 goals is the bet. I don't know what price it is.
So setting for a good day. We'll get you the payments and everything scrolling across the bottom with the payouts and give you people being eliminated in order. We started with 46.
It might be a draw. You never know. I just can't see Newcastle winning. I cannot see them winning today.
Okay.
But I do think there'll be a few goals. We always concede. Newcastle always concede. Yes, Kev, we are on YouTube, but we are on the AA Twitch and Grosvenor Facebook. We'll be on Grosvenor Poker live on YouTube. Wait and take the Glen on the button.
Afternoon call. I'm busy today, otherwise I'll be the Black in 25.50 Blackpool. I actually think it's going to make the guarantee. I know there's a bit of value light, but probably should go very close to it in the 50k. It looked like it was going to do its conkers, but we smashed it on the stream and loads of social media posts, and a lot of people have thought, yep, we'll get to Blackpool. So it's one of those that I think might just scrape it. Hope it does.
Oh, then Ravi.
Oi, oi.
Currently mentally prepping for the Barca, mate. Good luck out there.
Very nice.
Steve Jerry, all in.
All in on a call.
Craig with ace queen suited, not going anywhere. See you in Luton, Ravi. I'll save the big bounty for you. The envelope whisperer. So looking bleak for Stephen. Gonna need some running 3-4 or just the 5. Case 5.
Is it there? Do we find it on the river? No, we do not. Stephen eliminated. Steve Cherry. Out he goes. Is he the first one out, Jay? No, he's not.
No, he's not. Fourth out today, Callum Gordon. First out was one of the shorter stacks. Greg Thompson, Mahai Zaglafocci, and then Stephen Cherry. Just exiting now in 43rd. 42 remain.
How are we doing, Ravi? And I'm sure we'll see you in a couple of weeks' time in Luton. Have you seen the Luton schedule?
Yeah,
There's guarantees everywhere.
I know.
Huh. The opener's got an 100k guarantee on it. I might play myself.
King 6-3. Lee flops best. The middle pair. It's Jack high for Luke. Going to continue. I'm going to have a look now on YouTube, guys. It's the third person that said no YouTube stream, so I'm going to
Ravi's on it.
go have a look myself. But
Ravi's on it.
yeah, Ravi is on YouTube. That's a good point.
There's a Kev. James Hill says no YouTube. We'll definitely check it. It says 3 of 3 on ours. Carl Lakeland's on YouTube. But we will check it for you. Make sure it's on. Rye says it's on YouTube. Rye. Oh, yes. Me and you. Oh, yes. Beautiful. And Adventures with the Johnsons, or the Joinsons, apologies, says it on YouTube. Definitely working. So we're up and running.
Is that redhead guy in the black t-shirt a dealer usually sat next to Rob?
Luke,
Luke.
yes.
Yes.
He's not on the circuit at the minute. He's wanted to play a few more comps, so he's took to playing the game and has made the money in Leeds.
Just double barreling here, Tower. No equity against the king. We are up against the 6. And we do get this 5 river. Some removal to some, well, 7-8 not going to be there anyway. 7-8 of spades, that's it. We don't have the 8 of spades as Luke, but is he going to triple this off? That is the question. Over to Lee with the 6-7.
So Luke just with 10 bigs behind. Lee checks.
Is he going to send it into the middle?
If he does, it might work.
Lee's got kind of a nice catch. If like Luke's going to open button him up 7-8, no, he's going to give up 7-4. First to show, and just a muck from Luke. 6-7 good from Lee. Nice call on the turn there. Good instinct. Felt like he had the best of it and did.
Mr. Richards, Lee Richards. The old Richie burner. Seat number 8, making money again. Doing well in these, let me tell you. Doing well. Walker making day 2. Don't forget, everybody's in the money. £880 min cash.
Gary McGaffney, YouTube coming through at Player Blanca.
Beautiful. Can't believe he's still there. Has he moved over there?
I don't know.
He's been there a month.
Where is that? Spain, I take.
Lanzarote.
Take it. Player Blanca.
Lanzarote. It is beautiful, Player Blanca in Lanzarote. Very nice indeed. Very quiet. A bit secluded more than Puerto del Carmen and Costa Teguise.
Richie Burnett with the aces. Nice size. Size kind of nice. Just over 3.5x out of position. The bigger the better. Oh, I didn't realise it was Old Firm derby today.
The Old Firm. You've got Tottenham against Newcastle. You've got Chelsea, who's going to thump Crystal Palace.
Eze hat-trick.
Eze hat-trick.
Eze hat-trick.
How much do you want on it?
I'll have a quid at 500 to 1.
Minimum bets. Minimum bets £1,000.
What, if it comes in and I'm getting paid in yearly instalments?
You can have even money because he either does it or doesn't.
Okay, I'll have even money. Ace-5 suited for Glenn from +1.
Eze hat-trick.
Eze hat-trick,
Are you
honestly.
mad?
I'm not mad. He's due.
Is he in your team?
Yes.
Ah, that's why.
Yeah.
I didn't realise that bit. He's in your team.
This should work for Luke. Oh, maybe not, Tower. The blinds are up. I've just realised. I forgot we're
only
coming
8
back
minutes.
with 10 minutes on the level. So this probably won't work for Luke.
We're going to chop quite a few times.
That is correct. 8 bigs owed, 2 invested for Glenn. Not going to be able to call fold here with suit and wheel ace once he gets a count. Only 8.5 BBs. There is the call.
Yeah, quite a lot of the times we're going to chop this up. Now the ace, 5 of hearts. We thought the free rolling to the chop.
Yeah, rare, we're going to have a chop now.
No.
Sorry. Still likely to chop unless we see a heart. That's what I was meant to say.
5 or a heart. We need to fade as Luke and does, so we chop it up. A lot of the time there we were chopping. But nice to see the free roll for Glenn. Where's Cheshunt?
Cheshunt?
Cheshunt.
It's Cheshunt. It's next to where I used to live, Broxbourne, the town over.
Yeah, so your 2 favourite places?
Cheshunt.
Cheshunt. And where do you go on holiday? All the time? That
Vegas.
you love?
Vegas?
No, that you love. You go on family holidays.
Oh, Great Yarmouth.
Yeah, they're playing each other in FA Cup today.
What, Cheshunt are playing Great Yarmouth? No way.
Yes.
Oh, my word. Cheshunt beat Great Yarmouth.
I didn't even know either of them teams had a football team. Either of them towns had a football team. I didn't know Great Yarmouth Town was a thing.
I used to play against Cheshunt back in the day.
Did you really?
Yeah, I used to play against Cheshunt.
Well, there you go. They're playing each other in the qualifying rounds of the FA Cup.
No Van der Ven for Spurs. Oh no, that's not good. That is not good at all. Thanks for
He's
that
not
news.
that
Kev.
good.
He's one of the best, Tower.
Is he?
He'll be playing, I reckon. He won't be at Spurs next season. Maybe there next season, won't be there the season after.
Oh, okay.
You got to remember, he's only young. He's only early 20s by the time he's...
there we go. No Vanden Ven for, I don't even know, Vanden
Van der
Ven. Van der Ven for Spurs.
You know the track, Mickey Van der Ven, Mickey Van der Ven. We
Oh,
come up with that by ourselves, we did.
That's
Us
because
Spurs fans.
that's because every Dutch name fits into that
Yeah,
song.
exactly. You can do it with Van der Vaart, Van der Ven, even the darts player Van der Voort.
What about, what's his name? Oh dear. Fancy that. Glenn Gaines, chip leader, 78 bigs. 42 players left. 43rd was Stephen Cherry, as we saw. 42.
No thanks, no.
Yeah, it's 11k.
So the blinds up. Just played 8 minutes of the 2,000, 4,000 level, which is when we stopped on one of the levels, and then Michael Howard with the aces.
Yeah, against Gunn here as Lee. Gonna trade cautiously. Probably gonna play a lot of flats, low frequency free bets. It's gonna go for the free bet. Don't mind this at all as Lee. Can take this once in a while as a free bet. The ace jack facing Gun will be in there. Unfortunately for us, we are running into the top end of Michael Howard here. Back over to Michael at 40 effective, out of position. Don't think we got any reason to trap. Probably just happy to make this around 70k. As I always say, make it that size that Lee still thinks he's going to have some fold equity if he wants to go for a 5-bet rip. So 70 seems nice here. And Lee already knowing what he's up to as soon as he gets 4-bet. Nice size from Michael, 71. Just enough to have a little bit of fold equity if we get jammed on. But we wouldn't have been folding, obviously, the pre-flop nuts, but important to balance. Oh, Renee's just turned up, running through the card room.
Running! I mean, sprinting down.
She was quick.
You know, shoo. How many getting paid, everybody? All 46, 888 festivals play down to 15% of the field, apart from the big one in Manchester and the big one in Coventry.
Should we do a giveaway at 1?
A giveaway at 1. Yes, we will.
Does that sound good? 15 minutes?
Yeah.
Do we need some paper?
Oh, no, we're doing a question or a keyword.
It's up to you.
We got 100 and we got. I think the keyword to start, because that's, I reckon we've got a better chance. Because well, the viewers obviously get bigger and bigger during the day.
Yeah.
So you've got.
But whether it's a keyword or a Tower of J thinks, it's going to be the same amount of people watching at this time. So how do they have a better chance? It's just
because if they won't get close to my guess.
Well, if no one gets close, they're all in the same boat, right? Someone's got to get closest. Tariq with the kings.
I was thinking keyword question, keyword question, keyword.
Keyword question, yeah, okay, yeah, that's fine. All right, we'll do a keyword at 1, guys.
Because we've got 5 to give away.
We got 5 109 tickets to give away today on stream.
Lime Ricky, 1 p.m. Keyword, please. For everybody that's watching, a chance to play the $109 tomorrow.
Yep.
On 888 Poker. Thanks to 888 for giving us 5
Lovely
tickets. And don't forget, everybody who's watching, you have to guess on 888 Poker TV on Twitch, because Lime Ricky is moderator.
How are we doing, Lime, anyway? How was your week off? I say your week off, you're probably up to a lot of things the last 7 days.
Absolutely.
Good to have you back in the chat. As we play down to a winner today. Ace Queen for Lee. Raises to 11. Michael here with the 9s in the small blind. Could jam here, Tower. Maybe slightly too many. 35 effective of Lee. It's really close for Michael. If this was like 30 effective of Lee, maybe some jamming going on. 35 seems slightly too much though. So it's just going to land on call.
Like that.
Obviously Luke in the big only with 8 bigs, so that's why Michael could have taken it as an avenue perhaps, but like I say, 35 may just be too much. Like if we creep up below that 30 BB from the small out position, maybe we just play jam pure with the 9s, but I can understand why we just play flat at 35 here. That's Michael. Not going to be going anywhere on the 5-5-3 rainbow. Lee continues, nice and small. Actually really like small as well here versus the small blind. Not really much 5x that call in the small ace-5 suited maybe, which we actually block, so only one combo left of that.
King of hearts on the turn.
And now Lee, have we got the barrel in the locker? Looks like he has, Tower. Going to be repping this king. We will have ace king, king queen, king jack, all these hands that would open, c-bet and snag top pair. 25 into 46, so about 55% a hit. And now Michael Howard in a difficult spot with the 9s. But he's going to call once more. And as I mentioned this spot yesterday, Tower, and in a live setting, people don't tend to run the triple. They'll run the double and then just give up on the river. And you just see it so often. So maybe in these situations when we are on the turn faced with a double barrel, one of the merits is population don't really run it. So when our opponent does go for the triple...
What about all of it?
Wow.
What about all of it?
Well, I say they don't really run it, but Lee is going to go for 40k on the river, try and make this look like he's got a king, but he may regret going this small tower because now Michael Howard getting 3.5 to 1 on a call. How are we ever good with 9s here? Why would Lee choose this size as a bluff? It's a real tricky one for Michael. But what on earth is this sizing? What are we going to see if we call? Is there ever a bluff for this sizing? We can see there is with the ace-queen. But it does look a lot like Lee's told a good story here. You see bet ace-king, king-queen, king-jack, king-10, and now he's just going for value with his top pair on the river. Nicely done, Lee Richards.
Well played indeed. Not been on the circuit too long. Well played. Stu Sefton's in Portugal.
Everyone's away in the sun. Must be nice.
Are you in Albufeira? Stu?
What?
Albufeira.
Oh, okay.
In Portugal. Enjoy the sunshine, because I'm sure it is. Bit of sunshine.
How we doing? Zoom up. That's good for Lee. Does well for the confidence. That does it a world of good. Just getting some momentum, the chip building in the right direction.
Good. Yeah, really good.
Stu's mum lives close to the Spanish border.
Cool.
There you go. And pocket 7s for Luke. Only with 7 big blinds. This may have to go. We have a pair. He's going to be getting called whatever happens. No fold equity. Once Craig opens to 11, he'll be aware of that. But too good a hand for this amount of BBs. And Craig, once he gets a count, should be calling off over 2 to 1 price here with Jack 10 suited.
Is it the best hand to crack aces with free flop?
No. 8-9 suited, 7-8
8-9.
7-8 suited, 6-7 suited, all the same. But close, not far off. You're only 1 pip out, Tower. It's the best hand to crack deuces that isn't a pair.
Is it? Like that. I think you told me that before, so I think you tried betting against me. I'm taking that hand.
Jack 4-3. Well, it's cracking sevens at the moment. And Luke, gonna need a 7. Running 5-6 will work. 3 of hearts on the turn, so down to a walking stick.
Down to a 7. And it's not, it's a 5. So Luke, who's been on the circuit as a dealer, is now playing, make some money. Yes, £880 for his efforts. Well done, Luke. Good to see him on that side of the table. Sure, he'll be back as a dealer at some point. I just fancy playing this festival. Luke Hartley now in 40th, because 41st was Dan Johnson. Tavira is probably the closest place you will know. Yes, heard of that. Well, enjoy your time out there, Stu, and enjoy the time. And in 8 minutes' time, it'll be keyword time, and everybody who wants to get in with the keywords needs to be on 888 Poker TV on Twitch if you want to stick in the keywords, because all giveaways today will be on the 888 Twitch, because we have Lime Ricky in the building all day, moderating for us, which is great news. So leave with a 10-9. 18 to call on a jack. Queen 6 flop as Michael Howard raises to 11 pre. Lee Richards. 10-9 open ender. Says call. So these two doing battle in the early stages of today.
10 on the turn.
And the 10 could be good for Lee. Unbeknown to what Michael has, unfortunately.
Yeah, a turn where Michael can really leverage the ace-king advantage in range and the queen through 10's advantage in range tower. So I don't know what he's got, but expect the big bet if he does come in. And he is reaching. It doesn't go as large as I thought he would. Still fairly chunky, around 2/3, but I thought this might be a board that we saw a bomb on. If he was reaching for chips, 2-tone, we have the advantage of all the sets and ace-king. And now Lee with the 10-9, real awkward one here. And it's just going to let it go. And I can agree with that, Tower. Like I say, we can be drawing dead against ace-king. Our opponent has all the sets, all the 2 pairs. Although we're up and down with 3rd pair, maybe some reverse implied odds. The times it rolls off an 8, the times it rolls off a king, and we make our straight. And we still don't have the best of it. Get behind that from Lee. Don't know what Michael Howard had, but he takes the pot. And we have 39 remaining.
Indeed.
Come on, the Spurs. Ace queen for Michael. Going to open in the kit-off. Raises to 11. Lee with 6s here. Off of 40. Just going to play flat. Not going to do any 3-betting here. I think one that just always lands on call. And then over to Craig in the big blind. King 3 of hearts. Definitely going to see 3 at the minimum. At 45 effective, don't really think we want to squeeze here with this hand as Craig, but he might be taking it. Like, better to use the offsuit here. Just King 3 suited. Got some better playability, going to flop more flush draws, etc. But maybe he is thinking about the squeeze. He is going to go after it, Tower, so does go with the squeeze as Craig.
Like it.
Only thing is with these suited ones, they do play very well as just a call, because the fact we're suited, and in general we prefer to use like the offsuit King 3 for that reason. Because the times that Michael does go for the 4-bet, we just have to let a hand with decent playability and equity go. Ace Queen off for Michael. I doubt he's ever folding here, Tower. Cut off versus big blind. I'd be really surprised. And he may even just send for 50. He might even, depends what he thinks of Craig in seat 9. If he thinks Craig is competent and he's going to have some bluffs, and well, he's going to go for the 4-bet, not all in. Okay. And a snap fold from Craig.
That. Well done, Michael Howard.
Yeah, nice from Michael. 4-bet seemed nice. And then once again there is Craig. Maybe a hand we do just want to call. And then throw in some offsuit King, high-low King X at a small frequency. And just defend the suited. Maybe at 45, 50 it does get in there a tiny bit. Suited King 3, but just using that lock up and knowing that Michael Howard will open the correct cut-off range. Unfortunately not working on this occasion. Right, if anyone wants to mid-bet builder treble, it come in last week. I'd just like to point that out. It come in last week. I've got a doggy card.
A what?
A doggy card. Destiny a doggy.
What?
I'll right back. I'll left back. Poro's right
That's
back.
a name?
Yeah, Destiny Udogi is.
I thought it was a board game or something.
Destiny Udogi is our
That sounds
left
like a
back.
board game.
So, Udogi card, Joe Linton card,
Yeah.
and over 3.5 goals,
Even money.
26 to 1.
Whoa. There you go.
26 to 1. Gamble responsibly. Udogi, Joe Linton card, over 3.5 goals, 26 to 1. Enjoy.
There we go. And in about 1 minute's time, it's keyword time. You need to be on 888 Poker TV Twitch to get yourselves in. We'll do it straight after this all in and a call. All answers, all keywords written down have to be on Twitch, because Lime Ricky will be doing the draw.
Well, that's not
Rob
good.
Moon needs a bit of help.
5 of spades, 6 of spades, any spade, and give us some equity and not be dead on the turn. It's a 3 of diamonds, so we are going to be losing.
Unlucky
Rob Boone. Rob out in 39th for £880. Everyone ladders 30 squid.
Unlucky Booney. Another cash, £880. Well done, sir. And it's 1 o'clock. It is 1 p.m. So get your fingers ready.
Oh, Lime's whispered me.
The way the keyword works is Jay is going to literally tell you all a word, and in Twitch, everybody's just going to have to write the name down. You've got about 2 minutes.
I'm waiting for Lime to let me know what the keyword is. Lime, we had the treble yesterday. It didn't come in. We only do the treble on the Saturday.
That was last week's.
I was just throwing out. No, she's messaged me a minute ago.
Oh,
she's
right.
With me saying, "Do you
Yeah.
want the treble in commands today?"
No.
So the 3 I've just mentioned is my bet. Don't follow it. It never wins. So forget that. All I need is a key word.
So let's have a keyword, and then we'll start the keyword, and everybody on Twitch has to write it down within about 90 seconds. That's all you get. And then we'll choose one at random, and then we'll be giving somebody an 109 ticket.
And we're at the ready, Tower.
Are you?
Yep, we're at the ready. We got the keyword.
Okay.
And the keyword is the same keyword that was the keyword last giveaway in Manchester last week.
Mad for it. No?
Trophy.
Trophy. Go, go, go. Keyword, trophy. Get writing in Twitch. You have a chance of winning a 109 ticket. It'll take about 90 seconds, this. Look at these. Get yourself in. Well done, everybody. Get yourselves in.
It doesn't look like a real word when people write it so quickly all together. Trophy, trophy. Good luck, guys. 109 ticket going to one lucky viewer.
Good luck, good luck, good luck.
Good luck.
There we go. Everybody's on it.
Here comes Chris Johnson, and he's not got one rack, but two.
No way. The Macca pack.
Yeah, keyword trophy, guys. If you want to win a 109 ticket, get that in the chat box. We'll give you about a minute, and then going to be giving that away. Lee with the King Jack opens to 11.
A 10-eye flop. 10, 6, 7.
Any check raises about? Okay, it's gone check. So no check raises about for Glenn. Lee didn't elect to continue, but maybe one he might have taken if Lee went for the C bet. Now gets to see a turn. Last chance for trophy, guys. We're closing the giveaway. 30 seconds.
Thank you, Lime Ricky, for the countdown. 30 seconds to get yourself writing down on Twitch on 888 Puck TV for the chance of winning a 109.
Yeah, nice turn for Glenn to lead. Once flop goes check, fold out some king highs, fold out some better queen highs, and fold out some ace highs. This is just the board we get to leverage from the big blind. We're going to have 8-9, 5-8, 5-3 suited. All the value. Okay.
We are ready. The winner is the Crazy Scotsman 17.
The Crazy Scotsman. Rinderby.
Been watching all week.
He has.
The Crazy Scotsman. Make sure your whispers are not set to. Look at that. You'd think a seasoned professional will sit in the right seat.
He sat in the wrong seat.
Unbelievable.
How does 6 sound like 3?
Crazy.
GUKPT champion, 25-25 champion.
What's he like, man?
Just plonks himself where he wants, Tower.
That's it.
He thought, hold on a
As
minute.
far away from the blinds as possible.
He thought Glenn Gaines has got chips. I don't know why we'd want to sit there anyway. Out of the seats to choose, Chris has probably chose the worst seat at the table. Seat 6 is much better on the left of Michael and Glenn.
Yeah.
Well done to the Crazy Scotsman.
Yeah, make sure your whispers are not set to private or whatever it is. Lime Ricky will tell you what to do.
Tariq going to get his opportunity to send the last of it into the middle. 3.5 BBs. 18.5k. Jack 9 of diamonds here for Glenn. I'm not sure, Tower. I've never really looked at the spot when it's like 3 big B jam. Obviously, any ace, any king. Jack 9 suited is going to call for Glenn, though. I guess Tariq going to shove any suited 9, like 9-6 suited plus, Jack 6 suited plus, and nothing there that we dominate as Glenn. Like, definitely call it from the big blind. And I'm guessing correct to call from the small as well. Well, of course we call Jack 10 suited, so Jack 9 suited has to be in there. Good start for Tariq. Still fading jacks and nines. 5 of clubs on turn. Tariq looking to double. And does.
Very nice indeed. Well done, Tariq.
Tariq with a double up.
Nice double. Up to 47,000 and nearly 10 bigs. Come on, Tariq. Phil Walker, 22 bigs. Richie Burnett, Lee Richards, 34 bigs. Hey Candice, hey Candy. Twitch is on 888 Poker TV. We've only got one Twitch running today because we're running 5 109 tokens on 888 Poker TV to give away, and Lime Ricky is our moderator, so she needs to moderate the 888 Poker TV Twitch and not our normal Grosvenor Twitch. So you can watch it, but it's on Twitch on 888 Poker TV. And then you can join in and try and win yourself a 109 ticket. We've got 4 more to give away during the day.
King 9 hearts for Glenn Gage. Going to be getting right back amongst it.
Mrs. live at the shed.
Oh.
I love it. Oh, we're both well, and thanks for the commentary. Thank you very much, Mrs. live at the shed.
So, Glenn opening to 11. Nice juicy free bet here from Michael. Love the size. Nice big 4x out of position at this stack depth. And over to Glenn here. Really interesting one here, Tower, because Michael's free bet, I think this is his 4th time at the feature table so far today. And eventually you start asking yourself, you think, this guy can't have it all the time. Has he just come in and sort of come in with the strat today that he's going to get after it, free bet wide, any ace blocker, any king blocker? Because this is his full free bet in an hour. It's hard to legitimately pick up 4 hands in an hour that you can free bet for value. So eventually you start sort of second guessing yourself and think, hold on a minute. This guy has got to be free betting too much. And I was going to say as Glenn, maybe this one, it probably not in there, but maybe a suited king 9. We just dip a bit lower and could have gone for the 4 bet, just like a little click back, but it wouldn't have worked, we can see. But just food for thought, taking the whole cards out of the question. But now we get to this board, ace, king, queen, all clubs. Top 2 for Michael. One thing I will say, Tower, I think we may do a lot of checking here as Michael. Is he cool? Simply because what flushes do we have? Name me a flush we have. We don't have a single one, right?
3 bet, yeah.
Jack 10 suited just flats, Jack 9 suited just flats. They don't free bet at 60 effective, I don't think. So, therefore, Glenn's still got all this 7-8 of clubs, 5-6 of clubs, stuff that would call the free bet on the button. So maybe it's a board theoretically that might do a bit of checking for that reason. Michael Howard just gets stripped of all his flushes once it comes ace, king, queen, mono, whereas Glenn Gage would be peeling hands like 7-8 suited, 8-9 suited, 10-9 suited. So maybe one that likes to do some checking. Not sure though. Just thinking about it logically. Either way, pot goes Michael Howard's way.
You're a heart, right? Oh, you're a heart. Can't remember. Go back.
On the turn.
Yeah. You look value in his spots.
Watching and listening to you both on Twitch, near on 7 years, oh Jerry Fall. How we doing, Jerry? Good to have you on board, Jerry. The crazy Scotsman is still trying to get his whispers unwhispered. I love it. You'll get there eventually, the crazy Scotsman. We'll get there eventually. We really will. Michael Howard, 104 bigs at this stage is great. 37 players left. 38th was David G, 39 was Booney. And we saw Luke on our table as well, so 2 out of the last 3 eliminations were on our table. But David G last out, meaning we're down to 37. Crazy Scotsman. You'll get there eventually. We've got just another hour till we have another giveaway. I'm sure you'll sort it by then. Dear Twitch, why do you make this so tricky? You'll get it done, I am sure. Blind on blind here. Nice shot for Phil. I think we have to call this one as Tariq Tao. I'd like to see call. Whether he does or not is a different question. But we've only got 8.5 bigs. Our opponent should be sending in most kings that we dominate. 10 jack, queen 10, 10 9 suited, 10 8 suited that we dominate. The stuff like ace 9 for ace deuce, we've got 40% against. Like king 10 here, I really would like to see Tariq call. I know we can see he hasn't got the best hand tower, but against the range that Phil should shove here, king 10 just wants to get in. We're going to dominate enough king X, we're going to dominate enough 10x. We've got 40% against the ace 9 through ace deuce. He's just unlucky he's run into an ace on the small blind.
He is going to take the tight approach.
Okay.
Tariq lets it go, and Phil gets that one through. Phil Walker. How you doing, Cap? Welcome to the stream.
Welcome, welcome, welcome.
35 minutes until the first break. Craig in the cut-off tower probably would have opened ace-8 off, but he must have known. Ace-queen for Phil behind on the button. And Phil going to get to open now. And it's going to be raise and take. Glenn can't defend 8-4 off. That hits the mark.
So 37 players left. Last man out, David G.
Queen Nine of Diamonds for Craig in the hijack. Didn't open ace-8 off, but this one seems too good not to. Does get involved.
How are we doing, Pianica? How's the weather in Edinburgh?
Probably all right today.
How's the webs? Apparently somebody said there was another storm brewing on the off the west coast again. Flipping heck.
Any good flops for Craig? Just the stones with Queen Nine of Diamonds. Any check raises here for Michael Tower? Like, I think this is probably going to be a prime candidate. The under pair, the deuces or threes with the diamond, because once again, Ace King mono, the opener gets stripped of so many flushes. They're only going to have like a few combinations of flushes when the Ace and King of that suit specifically are on the board. So like maybe we can just leverage the fact from the big blind we've got all these combos of flushes. Our opponent can have a lot of ace-x, and by the river that would have to fold if we went for the check raise barrel. But now that we get to the turn, 7 of diamonds, check, action killer potential for Craig, and gonna go for some value as Michael Howard here. No reason not to, Tower.
Yeah.
Like I say, with this ace and king on the board,
With the raise fold.
we'll be letting
With
it
the
go.
nuts.
12k raise from Craig. Not necessarily a snap fold for Michael Tower. He'll have to think about this one, because once we go this size, 12 into 51, around just over 20%, maybe it's a size that Craig might attack here, thinking that Michael would choose this size with like any diamond in his hand. But Michael Howard just knew that he was bet folding. Credit to him. I thought he might be in the old blender there for a bit, Tower.
Yeah.
But does just snap fold the freeze. Well played, Michael. Yeah, Ian Simpson is still in, right? Is he in still?
Ian?
Did Ian bag?
No, Ian didn't bag.
No, he didn't bag. Who bagged? I'm sure someone bagged.
Lots of people
Lots
bagged.
of people bagged. I'm sure someone from
All
8
them
bagged.
All them people bagged.
Did Eastley bag?
No. Any rubs around? No, they were the players that all bagged. Obviously, that's for the start of the day. We're down to 37. So we've lost 9 players at the moment. Arian Kashani's still in. Booney's out. Cherry's out. Tariq on our table, still going on as a short stack. Callum Gordon's still in.
No, he was first out today.
Oh, was he first out?
First
I
today.
didn't hear his name.
Yeah.
So there we go. There were the. Ace King all in, just to hijack. Well,
Pretty standard tower. 21
Raise,
bigs for
jam,
Phil,
call, yeah.
just shoving over the open. 21 with 10s, and Craig
raise, jam, call.
calling Ace King when back on him. So flipping here. 10s for Phil, holding at the moment. We've got some runners to fade, and an ace and a king. That queen is clean.
Yep, 10s are good. Are they still good? Yes, they are. 10s against the Ace King.
There's 30 minutes left of the session. 8 minutes. A doggy card. Joe Linton card. Over 3.5 goals. 26 to 1.
It still sounds like you're saying a doggy card, as in like woof woof.
A doggy card. Oh yeah, it does, don't it?
Oh dear. Oh, Fido's gonna get a card. A doggy card. Love it. Love it, love it, love it.
John Perkins, chip leader in Blackpool, waiting for day 2.
Good luck, John. 427,000. It looks like it's going to hit the guarantee just. Does Blackpool. So well done for everybody for turning out.
There we are. Razor Kev's on it. I owe you a tip, Kev, to be fair. There it is. After your Madsen goal for QPR Friday night, 6 to 1. Thank you very much. Ace 10 for Tariq. Surely this one, Tower, didn't take the King 10, but does take the Ace 10. Just shy of 8 bigs.
Oh, and Chris, the Macca. Look at this, 2 all-ins, and Chris has got them both covered with queens.
Oh, it must be nice to be Chris Johnson. 2 all-ins in front of us. And we just see the ladies. Calls it off, and both blocking each other's outs. It don't get any better than this. Can Chris find the hold, though? Just got to fade one out here, freeway, with an ace in the muck. But that has increased a bit of a sweat on this flop.
Indeed, they're both hit. How amazing they're both hit.
So now Jackson tends to fade, as well as the case ace. No diamonds in play.
Same scenario. And it's an 8, so he pairs. So Chris Maccaback Johnson
Just takes out
just
2,
takes out 2.
as he does. Oh God,
There we
maths
go.
today. I'll take it now. I'll take a tenner back now. I've seen how you run.
Speaking to people about Blackpool, and this morning they were jumping in the cars once they heard the over there has been paid in cash. I don't see the difference. If a club sticks on a guarantee and it gets paid out in vouchers, you're going to use the vouchers anyway. They can go onto your account, go onto your Poker Live app, and then you can use them anywhere. So it's exactly the same.
So nice free bet here from Michael. This stack depth as well, suited broadways, starting the hand with like 70. King 10 of hearts, hijack versus cut off, gets it through.
Yes. Have you substitution?
I've got
Oh, my leg! My leg!
my voice. I've got a bit of laryngitis coming on, so
East is coming in for 45.
I'm gonna go and watch the old Spurs, see how we get on, and Easty is gonna jump in the booth for
If
me.
he's back in 10 minutes to 4-0 down.
But if we do go 2-0 down, I'll just come back. I'll be honest. If we go 2-0 down, I will come back. So he may be here for 10 minutes. He may be here for longer, but we'll see. We're going to get Easty in.
Indeed he is.
Thank you very much.
Before he jumps in the event tonight. Here's Easty.
Tea or anything?
Grab us MJ.
Coffee.
He's going to jump into. You're going to jump into the sides. Is Easty later?
I've got
What are we playing later, Easty?
What are we playing?
Yeah.
We're going to play the closer.
Yeah, excellent.
Would play the big shot, but obviously Liverpool are playing, and I'm much rather watch that game
Yes.
than play poker. I've already taken a fair beating this week, so
Yeah,
you know how it is
absolutely.
for
Yeah.
me at least.
Well, he's going to be jumping in the closer later. We'll show you what you can jump into the final day here in Leeds.
How are we doing? What have we missed? What have I missed?
No, it's just been a nice steady start. Chris Johnson's just taken 2 out.
Oh, I
in
see.
one fair swoop. Queens against Ace Jack against Ace 10. And they both flop a Jack and a 10. But Chris Johnson just comes to the table and just got absolute chunks.
Yeah, my experience with him was I had Queen 8 against his 6s on Queen 8 6 deuce rainbow. I folded the river because I'm a god, but that's the only way. I just lose less chips. I can't win chips. Do you know what I mean?
And Aldous, who's been on our feature quite a lot this week, he's got Kings against the Xin Ying's Ace 10.
King's available, 10's available. Sorry, Ace is available and King's available.
Now just an ace.
Now, only an ace.
Yep, or else Xin Ying is out. That is on Aldous, who's entertained us all week. He's been great on the feature. And just says unlucky. Xin Ying out in 34th. In 35th was Tariq, as we saw, and 36th was Rene. Xin Cheng Mao was out in 37th, which means we're down to 33. So it's not the feature table you want to be on today. We've lost 6 out of the last 9 on the feature.
Oh wow!
So
The lights are getting to people.
So welcome one and all. Show you the rest of the festival. Here we go. We're right down there. Right down there. There we go. Sunday. Day 2, obviously we're doing it. We've got the big shot starting at 2 o'clock. We've got the seniors starting at 2 o'clock. And we've got the closer at 5.
That's when I'm gonna win.
So you're going to have to lay it. Reg's the closer.
Yeah, after an hour, 3 levels in, that's completely fine.
Perfect.
Yeah, I'll watch the game 4 till 6.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll be either in a very good mood or a very bad one, and that will probably dictate where Jay's money ends up. In the gutter, or
So yeah.
Chris has got Ace King. Heat for Chris. 3 bets to the Ace King to 38k. Michael with a defendable 10-9 suited.
Yeah. Let's just see a flop.
Don't blame him. We are out of position though. It's going to be some dicey ones here, and these two are very deep.
They are indeed. Mike Loward was chip leader before Chris came to the table.
Look at this.
And
Very,
obviously flops best.
the Chrisest of flops.
The Macapac show at the minute.
Will just be a small bet and a fold. There is nothing else to be said for this one. Can be tempting to try and hang on with those clovers, but nothing really going on. Too much backdoor hope, not enough direct hope. And Chris is chipping up again. 100 big blinds.
Yep, 102 bigs. Very nice indeed. Michael Howard, second in chips.
Payouts down the bottom.
$39 to 46, they 80. We've passed that, so now we're on 910, 34. We've even passed that one. 30th to 33rd game, 930. That's what we're on now. As there are 33 out of 289.
Chris is going to keep pedal to metal. Queen 9 off.
The pedal to the metal.
King 5 for Phil. Had a lot of time for Phil yesterday.
Yes.
Phil.
Nice little Phil.
Phil made one of the more ambitious shoves I've ever seen.
Okay.
On the absolute stone bubble with Jack 9 off versus Carter
He
Foden.
did indeed. Yep.
Big fan.
the only way to get it.
Did we sort out the Scotsman with his ticket? Did he eventually work out how to undo his whispers? The crazy Scotsman. Did he get his ticket sorted out, Lime Ricky?
That guy loves the ticket.
We've got five tickets to give away today, so we did a keyword to start with.
Cool.
And the crazy Scotsman won it, and then didn't know how to untick his whispers.
Chris is again opening up with a bit of more of a legitimate hand than last time. And we've got one of those situations in the big line that pretty much all these regs seem to be attacking with impunity. And this time, Glenn's just going to call. I was more thinking that he may do some squeezing, especially against Chris, who's been incredibly aggressive. We get check from Glenn on an unknown board. And it checks through. Glenn's got trip fours here and a flush.
Nut flush for Phil. Nut flush for Phil. The turn is out.
I mean, we could see some definitive fireworks here.
So turn the nut flush.
Yeah, the board, as you can see there, we got the board a little bit backwards, but the board is the board nonetheless. Yeah. And functionally the same, no action on flop. Glenn bets the turn, and now Phil will have option to raise after Chris folds. Chris does have two fold. Now, are we raising here? Almost certainly. About a half pot bet from Glenn. We want to build the pot here. Does just decide to call though, and we'll be looking for something safe on the river. That's pretty safe, and there's no reason for Glenn not to think that his hand is best now. I'm expecting bet, and then I'm expecting a very large raise, if not all in, from Phil.
Huge hand for Phil Walker.
Well, certainly will be all in, because Glenn's going to bet about 2/3 pot here. It's only going to be about... Yeah, he's going to have a very natural shoving size here. Once Glenn does value bet this river, which obviously he has to do against this line. Not really expecting Phil to have many nut flushes in this line. Maybe some smaller flushes, since obviously it's gone check back on flop, which is optional with flush draws, and then certainly option to raise turn with the flush.
Does the completion of the flush on the turn just put alarm bells, or is it that old school?
Well, the alarm bells will be when this happens.
Yeah.
Because now you do not beat any value. When you bet 2/3 pot as Glenn here, you're saying you have a 4, and then when Phil shoves, he's pretty much saying that he's got that beat. So you're now asking, how likely is it that Phil's bluffing this spot? I would think that Glenn would think it incredibly unlikely. It seems an incredibly unappetizing spot to be bluffing in.
Yeah, there's no kings or queens in play, as Phil just called the 12k pre-flop. Queens had raised, Kings had raised.
Glenn probably wondering if there's any maybe 5-4 that shoves the river, but at the speed of the shove, you'd think that they'd at least need to think about it for a bit longer in Phil's shoes, whether you want to be shoving something 5-4 because it's very thin. What isn't thin is a flush, which makes a lot of sense in this line. I'd be very surprised to see Glenn call it. Maybe he's thinking he could chop, potentially, but I still think that needs to at least consider the idea, because it's not like Glenn can't have flushes. Glenn checked the flop, Glenn bet the turn, and Glenn bet the river. Glenn can have flushes, so you know, a 4 is, even ace 4 is not by any stretch a clear shove. I think Glenn will get away from this. I would be surprised to see Glenn call. And he does make the good fold.
Nice fold, Mr. Glenn Gaines.
Yeah.
Phil Walker, 370k.
It's annoying in Glenn's spot there. Obviously, a very good flop for him, but that spot in particular, in a multi-way situation, extremely underbluffed on river, especially versus Glenn's sizing. So I don't think he had any choice, but it's definitely worth thinking about. Make sure you make the right decision, and he does do exactly that. So obviously we are a football channel as well. We will update you with any scores. You'll probably hear something from Jay.
I think Razor Kev today has got about 14 bets on.
Has he really?
Yeah.
I've got one. I got my own little treble. If Glenn has a 10 high flush, can he get away?
That'd be harder.
That'd be a very, very tough one.
I think that would be tougher. I think the speed of the shove is very, very sus. It's not like Phil has any full houses. It's very tough for Phil to have a full house. And it would also be tough for him to value shove a worse flush than a 10 high flush. I would be interested to see what Glenn did. I think Glenn pinned Phil there pretty much on what he had. We go check extremely fast here. I wonder if Michael wants to start bluffing here. He's got absolute nothing buggy with the 10-6 off. And this guy, if you hear any loud noises, it might be football going on. I can confirm that no goal went in. Harvey Barnes went through. Did not quite find the finish. Harvey Barnes. Who's he?
Plays for Newcastle, left wing. Yeah. I like him a lot. Always liked him. We get a call on turn. We do have to call here as Phil versus this small bet. Oh, we did fold the turn, did we? Interesting. I mean, with the gut shot, I think we do have to defend there, especially against a completely unfiltered big blind range, especially if we're defending that wide. But we take it down. As I mentioned yesterday, Glenn Gaines the only person to lose an all-in to me in the last 2 trips. So I don't fancy his chances by any means.
Oh, I love it.
Getting open from Ace King. Me. Doesn't look like. Oh. Wait, what happened here? Did we get a 3-bet and a shove? I think.
Is that Arnoldus with the 8? No.
I think Arnaldo's 3-bet with the 8-7 suited, and which is a bit of a step out there under the gun, and we got a snap jam and a fold. I think that's what happened anyway. Well, I don't think we need any score updates today. I think we'll hear about it
Well, there'll be cheers and all sorts going on, won't there?
We've got quite a few Newcastle fans in the
Yep.
in the staffing arena of the Grosvenor events, haven't we? 15k, 45k jam. A bit of a probable misstep there with the 8-7 of spades, but aggression is always generally good. Maybe not against that stack size in those positions, but here we are. Craig with pocket fives. Not a thrilling spot. Less than 20. He's going to open it up though. Maybe bottom. And ace queen suited for Chris. We might just see, depending on how much is in the big blind stack, we may just see ultimate pressure here. It looks like big blind has about 200k-ish, maybe a bit less. We're going to at least see 3-bet, and it's going to be non-all in.
There's Chris with a bet 3-bet of 40,000.
And I honestly don't think Craig can do anything about this. This is an incredibly unappetizing spot for pocket fives. Some of the reason why maybe this is a bit thin to open, a bit light. Don't think we'll be seeing anything other than fold here. It is tempting because we are going to see a time bank. It's tempting because we know that the chip leader wants to get at it a lot. But at the same time, it's not like Chris can't have a hand, and these are tight spots. And he'll know that Craig should be pretty tight from where he's opening from. Craig now just wondering whether he's getting messed with. If he does find a shove, we are off to the races.
Yeah, because Chris is definitely calling.
Absolutely. He's going to use another time bank, so this is not posturing. 2 time banks is a big deal.
Pocket fives.
He's wondering whether he wants to take a stand here. Thinking about his position in the tournament, has opened this up to 12k. He'll be left with 99 should he fold. He's going to go for it, and he's going to get called, and he'll be happy to see a flip.
Absolutely. That's the best he could have hoped for. He says, I'm a flipping, I'm a flipping, I'm a flipping. That's going through his head. And he's come up with the scenario that he is, and he's correct.
Yeah, and there's also the small, very non-zero chance that Chris has got absolutely nothing and folds.
Yeah.
Still ahead. Needs to fade an ace or a queen on the river to double up.
Don't 7 it.
Or
Don't
a 7
jack it.
indeed.
Oh, it's an ace instead.
Barry Greenstein.
The ace on the river, the Barry, Craig Rimmer. Out. In 33rd. Well played, Mr. Rimmer. For £930.
And now Chris, huge, $750,000.
Yep. So the crazy Scotsman has worked out what to do with everything sorted out. Thanks so much for the ticket, by the way. Made my day. The crazy Scotsman, fantastic. Well done. 109 ticket. You'll be playing the closer tomorrow.
Glenn opening things up. Glenn was pretty chipped up yesterday. Seems to have taken a few hits, as you can understand when you flop trips against nut flushes.
You start taking hits.
Not that helpful. But he's just made a Glen gain there.
Ha!
Couple of big
it.
blinds. Nil-nil in both 130s at the moment.
So 32 down to a winner today. 29,000 to the winner, 21,200 second, and 15,000 for third.
Arnaldus will open this one up. He's been opening a lot lighter than this. He's gonna call. Arnaldus is fruity, interesting. He likes to do some different things. And we are going to see small blind calling. Oh my goodness me.
Jack 3, Phil Walker against Arnaldus with the King Jack of diamonds. Whoa, this is going to get fruity.
I mean, Phil's going to be all. I mean, if he wants to shove Jack 9 offsuit versus cut off opens, he's certainly going to get it in on Jack 3. And I expect to see check raise, but not from this guy.
Richie Burnett or Lee Richards.
Well, Lee's called. I'm not sure what Lee's doing, but we are going to see another slow play from Phil. This is his trademark. Oh my God!
What a turn! Phil Walker turns the full house.
He turns the nuts, and there's absolutely zero chance that Arnaldus gets away from this. Remember, Phil's in the big blind, so he could have a multitude of Jack X that obviously Arnaldus is ahead of. This is never going anywhere but the middle.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
Checks through.
And the ace on the river. Lee's not putting another dime in.
Everyone's trying to trap each other.
Yeah.
Is there a chance that Arnaldus doesn't get stacked here? I don't think that there is,
No,
but
Lee's not putting a dime in. We know Phil's going to go probably quite chunky.
if he goes chunky, it's a chance Arnaldus doesn't
he
raise.
hasn't. He's made 30. Well, 13 to 42.
And now this will be raised.
Absolutely raised.
But if he does go non-all in and Phil shoves, Arnaldus should fold. That's the only way he doesn't get stacked here. And he should fold if that happens.
Well, he's 186. So
we know a raise is coming. If he shoves, he's doomed. Obviously, we know that. But if he finds a non-all-in, something around 100k, I think that would be very, very reasonable. Then he'll get shoved on, and he should still be in the mix. But we know Arnaldus has got, some unorthodox play under his belt.
yeah.
So who knows which direction this takes. He is going to raise, and it is non-all-in. So
He's left him quite a... Yeah, it's just a standard raise, I think. What's he made?
he's made it quite small.
Yeah.
This is about as good as it could have gone for Arnaldus. This is the only way that this hand could have gone for Arnaldus not to get stacked. The only way. Because Phil is going to shove. And he's going to shove very quickly, and now this is a pretty easy fold. There's absolutely no... Oh, well, he has gone for the call, and that spot deserved a lot more thought than what Arnaldus gave it. There isn't a single value hand that you beat there. Phil is not 3-bet shoving the river with Queen Jack. It just isn't happening. So, and obviously Phil represents a lot of boats, checks the big blind, remember, after Arnaldus limped, so can have every single combination of Jack 9, probably Ace Jack offsuit, pocket 3s for sure, pocket 9s maybe as well. It's a big problem.
Arnaldus busts out. Phil Walker moves himself just shy of 100 bigs. Arnaldus weakest. Very unlucky. Very, very unlucky to run into that.
Unlucky tower, but he should fold river. He's got 120k left in a spot with 0 bluffs. When you don't beat any value, that is an opportunity to make a good fold. It's a tough fold. You've got King Jack. You flop, you had King Jack on Jack 3. Yeah, it's tough to fold by the river, but that was, if you're ever going to find a spot to fold it in, that was definitely it. speed of the shove as well. Like, it just isn't. It's never going to be a thinner value hand, and it's never going to be a bluff when you shove that fast.
And after this hand, there's going to be a 15-minute break. So there we go, 10 minutes and 2 levels, and it's a 20-minute break. So a 20-minute break. They played the 10 minutes and then 2 levels. I thought they were going to play 10 minutes and 3 levels. But so they decided to give the players a first break of 10 minutes and 2 levels. So after this hand, there will be a 20-minute break, as you can see, thanks to Mr. Easty.
Thanks to me.
Yeah, absolutely.
What did I do?
Jumping in while Jay's taking his little break.
Not a problem.
Always a pleasure. Hope we get Jay back straight after. If not, we've got Easty again. We've got action. Because this will run in quite a while because Phil with King 9 suited has got the chips, so he's made the call.
Yep.
And Rob with Jamie with the 5s. Oh, he puts the lot in.
Yeah.
Now Rob's going to call and Phil will get out of the way.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very reasonable shove. It's a cut-off open. You've got pocket 5s in the big blind. You know, you need to. There's no real laddering to be done just now with 31 left. He's decided to make his move.
Glenn's not even in the hand. Glenn folded 3.
Yeah.
It wasn't even in the hand. So Glenn's out the door.
Yeah.
I don't know why we've not seen that, but
I mean, Rob will be going with this, and there is a dead king. So Jamie, big favourite here. Not big favourite, but he is a tiny
there's a call
favourite.
from Rob Duras. Glenn's not all in. Glenn's not in the hand.
Glenn's got the 9 deuce. He's not on the table, but
we'll sort that out because Glenn's definitely not even in the hand. So Jamie with the 5s, Rob Duras with ace king, and we flop a set of 5s.
That'll do it. That will do it indeed.
That will do it. So the set of 5s, we'll have to reinstate Glenn because his stack's going to be totally wrong.
And Jamie does not have a 3-way double up.
No, he does not. So his stack's going to be wrong as well. We'll get that sorted at the break. Glenn is not down to 11 bigs. He wasn't even in that. We'll sort that out, and we're back in 17.
Okay, every once in a while here on 888 Ride, we get somebody really special. When I think of one of the legends of the game, online legends, the original GOATs, you think of Tom Dwan. Let's go get him. Each and every summer, thousands upon thousands of poker players descend upon Las Vegas.
Let's just drive to the fucking series. Why not, right?
Okay, let's do it.
Go.
Tom Dwan, guys.
I'm
I
not
got
gonna
Tom Dwan in the
we
car.
Can drive there and wave it somewhere or some shit.
Okay.
Wait, so sorry, what's your bit? What's your intro?
Well, I go, thousands upon thousands of poker players descend upon Las Vegas with hopes of winning millions of dollars and a World Series of Poker bracelet. But I've got Tom Dwan in the car who seemingly doesn't care about World Series of Poker bracelets. What do you care about? Like, what is it that inspires you? What drives you? Huh?
I'll take the millions of dollars.
Okay, so you want the $1 million.
Yeah, what's the bracelet now?
Do you care about the bracelets?
Not really.
Not at all.
I mean, when I did the bracelet bets, it was because like it would have helped for sponsorship shit back then when it was like Full Tilt and Stars days.
Right.
Now we're getting like another poker boom kind of bit, so yeah, I guess it kind of like pains me to admit that it matters, but I guess it does matter.
But you don't really care about it.
No, I mean, I guess since it matters, I do a little bit, but it's like I'm like embarrassed to admit it to myself that I do a little bit, you know?
Hey, talk about the evolution of you as, I want to go through a couple things. First, as a poker player, from the early days where you were just everybody's favorite online and where you are today. I mean, I commentated on you when you beat Phil Ivey.
Yeah, you just told me that. I didn't remember that.
Which,
that was
at the time, by the way, was the biggest pot in the history of televised poker. $1.1 million, 4 clubs on the turn, and you got 6-7 versus ace deuce. How is your game, how have you as a person, as a poker player, evolved over the last, 18 years, 17 years?
I mean, that hand wasn't that long. That hand was like 10 years ago.
12
years ago. Maybe 12.
No, that was like 2009, dude.
Really?
Yeah, at least 15 years ago,
wow.
16 years ago.
Well, I think online was a lot more prevalent, and now a lot more of the high stakes games are live. Now to be playing high stakes online is a lot more complicated. You know, I didn't see that coming. If you told me in 2009 I was going to be playing, like spending more and more time playing live poker than online, I never would have seen that coming. Yeah. But then again, I, didn't know that the sites were going to get shut down and shit, so.
Hey, from a poker perspective, tournament perspective, we've seen Victor Blom, one of the online crushers from yesteryear, here at the World Series of Poker, playing some of the big high rollers and running pretty deep. Can you see yourself getting there? Can we see Tom Dwan playing for bracelets? Like Victor Blom?
Yeah, I mean, I'll probably play the PLOs. I might day two the 10K. I'll probably play the 25 and the 50.
You play the main?
Yeah, I have some shit to do around then though, because the main's like
it's like July 4th.
6th or 7th is like the last days. I got to be in LA like the 6th or 7th. Maybe I could come back.
Do you just not have the patience to do that many days, grinding that many players?
I mean, if you knew you're going to run deep enough, obviously I'm happy to. But the reality is a lot of times it's like a few days set aside.
Do you want to go Do you want to go 4 days and win $16,000?
Yeah, that doesn't sound that great.
But it sounds good to me.
I mean, there's a lot of cash games going.
Right, no, I get it.
Plus, there's the days off in between and shit too, right?
Like, cash game scene right now. The landscape has changed. It's a lot of private games now. How have you found that? What do you think of it? Is it? I know some of the professional poker players are kind of against it and think it's it's not right. You got to know the right people and massage the right people to get in. What's your opinion of that?
I mean, they might be against it, but that's like the old man shouts at cloud kind of shit, right? Like, this is happening, it's there, and part of why it's there is because a lot of the power structures for a long time listened to the most vocal people, which was often the pros, because the pros, are going to spend more effort and time trying to push rules in their favor, push structure in a way that's better for them, and imagine, for example, someone like Santosh, right? When Santosh first came last summer.
How awesome is that, by the way? Santosh, $5.4 million. He won a bracelet.
Awesome. That's true. When he first came last summer, everyone was trying to pill him 100 different directions, and he's really nice, so he just said yes to a lot of people, right? And then sure enough, at a certain point, he started getting a bit annoyed, right? And I think I don't even know if he said this, that's at least my read. Right, but like, that kind of stuff happens, and then what you get is more and more private games, right? And I don't really like that, but that's kind of a consequence of, I don't think
the predatory world that poker is sometimes. Is that what it is?
I mean, I would put that, on the online sites and the World Series more than anyone. I think even Triton has some blame in that, and I think Triton is better than almost every other organization in poker with that. That we cater more to the VIPs, to the businessmen. We try to not let their voices get drowned out by the pros that are louder because they're, they care more about it or whatever. But if you don't spend a bunch of time trying to think of what the businessmen want, what the recreationals want, then the people that do will set up a game or a tournament or whatever that they like more. And all of a sudden the pros will be like, oh wait, I want to go play that one because that's the best game. So I kind of think it's more of like an inevitability that this stuff will happen. I wish the organization spent more time on it. I think the only one that spends even a little bit of time on it is Triton, and that's part of where our success comes from. So.
I want to talk about the two big hands that I was lucky enough to commentate on. The commission that you have yet to pay me. No, but
this is the commission, buddy.
This is it. Wow. So 1.1 million off Phil Ivey, and $3.1 million pot off Wesley on Hustler Casino Live. Take us through those moments, and not just at the time of your career, at the time of your life, what it was like to win a 7-figure pot. When you were relatively a young man back in 2009, I want to say.
I mean, the Ivy, when we were playing giant pots against each other all the time, and in Bellagio, and I think mostly Bellagio back then. I don't think that one was.
So was it not a big deal except for the fact that it was on TV?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It was probably one of the bigger pots we played, but we played a lot of big pots, and then we played big pots in Macau after and stuff. Yeah, I think that one wasn't as. That one might have meant more to other people than it did to me, kind of thing, right? Because for me, it was like, yeah, it just happened to be on TV. The Wesley one was a bit different because Wesley and I never really played big, right? And you had all these different dynamics of like, in hindsight, like, yeah, I was probably quite a large amount right with my guesses, but at the time, I'm like, I'm paying off this guy that's basically a nit because I have all these 7 different reads that I think kind of add up.
What were the reads, by the way? It was such a weird hand.
So I kind of went into that day thinking he was likely to go for it a bit extra. So I didn't really
Against you?
Just in general, but probably if I had to guess, step 1 was go for it a bit extra. And then step 2 was probably a little more against me than other people.
Right, there's a notch in a belt. I mean, hey, listen, like, I bluffed Tom Dwan, right? That's cool.
Yeah, I mean, that was my guess, but like, I wasn't very sure of either of those reads. And then obviously I think Doug like gave away quite a lot when he, the way he acted when he saw Wesley's cards, right? And then I think Wesley,
which created a whole awkward. I know Doug felt so bad about it. He did everything he could not to give anything away. But
I don't think that's true. I mean, I think he did it not perfect, right? Like, I think that's the reality is. Okay. If you see the guy as ace king on the button, you look down, and unless you have like, if I had 2 10s, I would just be like, throw it away and yell at the guy, right? Like, whatever, right? Yell at him after the hand. Right. It's different if Wesley had Jack 7 suited, then you're in a weirder spot. But like, I've had this kind of spot a lot where you happen to see someone's cards, you try to say nothing till the hand's over, right? In other words, if you can just fold, you fold, right? If it's a spot you got to play. Like I had one the other day in a PLO game here, where I was in the tank on the river for a while with a hand I was for sure gonna bet because I was like, how do I explain? I had seen like one of the guy's cards. Right, so it was a spot. I think I had like the nuts, or basically the nuts. But I was like, I happen to have seen this guy's card. I kind of.
But you also have the nuts,
right? And I was like thinking of how I was gonna. I forget what I even ended up doing in that spot. But basically, my point is, if you don't have like something you got to do, like in Doug's spot, he could just fold. Right, he has ace king. The guy has ace king on the button. You can just fold almost all your hands
and not say anything until after the hand.
Yeah, after the hand, you can be like, you fucking idiot. Like, what are you doing? Right. I saw both of your fucking cards. You're a poker player. Like, what are you doing? But then Wesley also never acknowledged that, right? If Wesley had, soon after Doug said that, if Wesley had acknowledged that, I think it would have, right, if he had been like, oh, yeah, you saw my cards, I would have been less trusting of my read on that. Right? The fact that he never acknowledged that, like, and then throughout the hand, kind of every step of what he did fit into this story of like, I just didn't think the guy had it. And then the only question was whether he flopped it or not, or whether he got there. And like that I thought was very possible, but
like just some random bluff that he had that happened to hit like trips or something like that. Right?
Yeah, I thought that was very, very possible. But
more possible than aces in that particular spot.
Not on paper, but because of the dynamics of the live read type stuff. Yeah, I thought that was aces was a lot less likely than like an 8 or a rivered straight or some shit.
I'm taking you back, by the way.
Really?
I'm taking you back. See?
All right.
We're good. Hey, so you just mentioned that, if I told you in 2009 that you'd be playing more live poker today, you'd never believed it. What's next for you? Like, what do the next 10 years look like? If I were to bump into you 15 years from now and convinced you somehow to give me 9 minutes and do another one of these, what would you be doing? I mean,
we're down from 20 to 9. All right.
Yeah.
I like this progress.
What would you be doing? Would you still be playing poker? Or are you a businessman? What are you doing?
I like poker. I think a lot of people say they love poker. I'm not sure whether all of them do or not. I definitely don't love poker.
No. Did you used to?
No, I don't know that I ever really did. Right. I think there's some really interesting things about it. If I haven't played for a month, like, yeah, it's fun to go play for a few days. If I'm sitting there grinding, 12, 15 hours a day, every day for a week, I'm not looking forward to playing the 16th hour. I'm like, not to say I won't, if the game's good or whatever, I will, but.
But is it more work for you?
Well, I think I'm kind of describing, there was like in the last year, there were I think 2 different times I didn't play for a month or two. The first few days I played, it didn't feel like work at all, right? It's like fun, especially I'm around, like both of those games were around like people I liked, good games, fun games, like everyone's splashy. It didn't feel like work, right? Now, yeah, 3 weeks in, if I've been playing every day, it starts feeling a little bit like work again, right? And I think in time, I would like to have more and more of my time spent playing only when I enjoy it and less of the work type.
What do you do? What does Tom Dwan do when you're not playing poker?
Well, so I've done a bunch of shit throughout the years, some random business stuff, whatever. But the last 2 or 3 years, I've spent a bunch more time on crypto, and I think there's a good chance that continues. I just think the opportunity there is pretty strong, and it's.
Are you giving crypto advice right now?
We're not at that point yet, but
okay.
But I think it's like. There's definitely some stuff I find a bit more rewarding with that, right? It's not zero sum. And it happens, there's a lot of overlap between poker and crypto. So, if I could have the same level of kind of access to AI deal flow that I did crypto, maybe I would spend time there, but I don't. It happens, a bunch of the people in crypto love poker. So, it's a little easier to open doors and stuff there. And those are two of the industries I think are going to have the better returns in the next decade or so. So.
Controversy, obviously you have been in and around poker for such a long time now. And in many ways, like you're the face of the poker boom, I think. People think about.
Really?
Yeah, I think so because I think people look at Chris Moneymaker and they go, okay, we look at Rounders.
I feel like he's way more the face.
He might be the face, but I just feel like when we look at online and we look at the boom and we think of the players that kind of came out of that, the young generation that came out of that, you and Phil Galfond and the Jason Coons of the world and all those players that kind of started playing online. Many people looked up to you as just like the original, the original GOAT.
Okay.
I
didn't really know that.
No?
Oh.
How do you? Well, if you didn't know it, it's gonna be hard to answer the question, but I'll ask it anyway. How do you deal with that sometimes? Like fans coming up to you and just like people that just absolutely like, Tom Dwan, oh my God, pictures and this and.
I think I generally try to find time for fans. I think like. If they're coming up often, it means, a minute of my time, maybe they'll remember for a while or whatever.
1 minute's fine, apparently. You asked for 20, though. Forget it.
No, I've definitely had times people, like, I'm in the middle of something or people aren't respectful or whatever or try to, and then I'll kind of, like, cut stuff a little short or whatever. But I think, 90% or whatever.
I'll play this for a bit, try and cash up a bit, and then play seniors.
The seniors are going to be denied to you, hopefully, because you've got.
Anyway, don't worry. It'll be coming that way.
If you keep making full houses, you'll be fine. Just keep doing that. It is when you get them.
Don't worry, I'm doing the cheap ones.
Sorry, every time I hear you bust me. Sorry.
No, I'm just
you do. Sorry.
telling the hand to somebody out there, sign them, sign. He couldn't manage to put anything other than a negative spin on it. Well, you were behind and
I'm here for 15 minutes.
What the fuck?
I'm here for 15 minutes. I refuse to do final text. I refuse to do final text.
So let's do it again. No table change because there's a redraw at 27. Uh-oh. Newcastle 1, Tottenham Hotspurs 0, says the crazy Scotsman.
And unfortunately, I made a deal yesterday not to take the piss, so I won't be taking it. I'm going to stand to it because obviously I've got a big game of my own coming up, and I need to shelter myself from abuse
There you go.
if that goes the wrong way.
So 30 left. Everybody's in the money. Same table as before. Well done, one and all. We're on 30. And Ronaldo's on our table was last out, losing to Phil Walker. And Lime Ricky on the break made an omelette with chicken and veggies. Beautiful.
Well, it's still going on apparently. Don't forget about it.
Yeah, don't burn your eggs.
Or your house down.
Oh, that's quite dramatic.
Oh, I mean, the cooking accidents are no joke, you know. Jamie, who got that big double before the break, not the triple.
Nope.
Glenn Gaines is still here and didn't get it in with 9 deuce off. Apologies.
No. Glenn is back with his 130,000.
And he's got ace-8 offsuit with blind on blind, and this could be trouble. This is pretty standard. I'm surprised Jamie didn't open shove, which would have been called pretty quickly, I think. But this is probably getting jammed. I can't see Glenn passing this spot up. All in indeed, and a call very quickly. Just double checking, he doesn't have more than he thought, and it's going to be needing an 8. Going to have to be an Ocho. We know the 8s are powerful in these.
They are indeed. Glenn Gaines all in this time, and it's correct.
And as I said, Glenn managed to lose an all-in to me in Manchester, so I don't really hold out much hope for him. We shall see though. He needs to find an 8, or barring some other unlikely circumstances, Jamie will be taking this one, and this is a terrible flop. Takes away
hearts.
one of his outs.
Needs to fade. All hearts. He now needs an 8 and a 4 to chop it.
Can't be a heart.
8 to win. 4 to chop. And it's to Jack of Diamonds. Glenn Gaines is now eliminated. Unlucky, Glenn.
See you later, Glenn. All the best.
Unlucky.
Never stood a chance.
Yep. Out in 31st, Mr. Glenn Gaines for £930.
And Rob, after losing that flip just before we left, is down to just 2.5 bigs. Which I have to say is not a lot of bigs. So, most likely, Rob is the man to watch right now, because he's going to be all in pretty soon. Chris opens up the ace-9 suited.
The queue is down the stairs.
The queue for the tournaments today is down the blimmin' stairs.
It is. Be careful, the seniors.
Love to see Leeds popping off today. I shall be partaking later with Jay's money and your money.
The into the closer. Times you start 5.
Yeah, starts at 5. I'll be in at 6.
Yeah, at the end of the Liverpool match.
Yeah.
That is on. Big
Rob.
Liverpool fan is this man.
Rob has decided to go with it. And 5-4 offsuit, good enough for Michael apparently. 2k left in the stack of Rob. That is not a graphical error. He really does just have 2k left. Not the worst spot in the world, 36% equity in this hand. And takes a commanding lead in the hand as well, 76% now. No one has a spade. Chris with pretty much nothing going on. Same for Michael. I mean, Michael could not have missed this anymore.
Queen,
Chris,
Jack, 7 flop, all spades.
Chris is just thinking, can I bet and Michael fold so that I can just get my equity in against Rob? Rob's going to shove. I say that very liberally as he's got 2k. It won't take a lot of moving.
Incoming.
I mean, what do you mean check? I mean, it doesn't matter what he does, which is why I'm surprised to see him not shove. Unless he's looking for ladders. Could be tanking for ladders here. Very good turn card for Rob. Looks like he might triple up here.
He is in the lead.
Michael's in the business now, though. Backdoor gut shot developing.
I owe Rob Duras a beer.
You have a beer?
Lost a bet.
What was the bet?
He said Blackpool would make the guarantee. I said it would miss it by a couple of buy-ins.
And he was right.
And he was right.
Never I bet with regs, you know. They know what they're talking about.
Yeah, they do.
For some reason, we've checked through again.
You told me that last night.
I don't know anything about anything. But I could have told you that if someone's betting on that, they probably know what they're on about. Rob is now going to check again, and 5 high is not going to be good enough. Triple up secured. Didn't go for the last 2k at any point in the hand. Could have had it, but I think he was waiting for ladders. Makes sense. It's not a huge deal. He still has 58k now, and that is workable for a man of his talents. Up to 7.5 bigs, which is, you know, hopeful.
So 29 left because Matt Davenport was out 30th.
Surely not.
For £930. Well played, Matt. Which means we're on 29.
And it's going to be a walk. Chris not needing to do anything. Walker gives him the walk.
Yep. Sitting in chips for Walker. Matt Davenport last out, all in the money £930. Small pay increase to £960 now.
We've gained Arian on the feature.
We have indeed. And he's got the cap on so we can recognise him. Didn't recognise him yesterday, didn't have the hat on.
I recognise him by the way he looks at his cards. It always brings him to the side. Got 350k as well, he's in the mix. And a couple of decent hands here. Phil from the hijack making it 16k. Jamie with the option to either raise or call with a king queen off.
Both pretty deep.
He is going to 3-bet. And Phil won't be going anywhere just yet.
No, I think you'll see a flop. I don't think he's going to 4-bet.
No, certainly won't 4-bet. Not at this deep. Doesn't really seem like his style either. And it's a very standard call, I think. Certainly can't fold, and we will go to 3 more. Let's see what those three bring. Jamie, currently a pretty big underdog given the folded cards, but does take the lead on Ace King 7, and he will like that board overall. Phil is not going to be happy.
Shocking flop for Phil Walker in seat number 1.
Literally nothing you can do but check fold here, and I would be shocked to see anything other than a small bet here now from Jamie. Just a very reasonable board to just go ahead and bet everything on for a small size. Start to pressure the kind of hands that Phil has here.
I like the 1 bet.
Yep.
1 chip bet, 25k.
And well played, takes it down. Quite deep, we are quite deep. There is play here. There's good structure.
There's huge play. Look at them stacks there. 89 bigs, 60 bigs, just 17 chips.
Half time at St James's Park. And Jay will not be the pleased man that he was hoping he would be. He did say that he was pretty confident today. I am not allowed to take the piss, just a reminder, guys. So if you think I'm going easy, it's only because I made a deal yesterday. We settled on a truce. There's still 29 left in the Leeds main event, UKPL.
Blinds 4,000, 8,000. Average stack is well over 40 bigs.
And some definite opportunity for some interesting play here. Some very solid players, some experienced live players, all of which feel like they'll probably have an edge, I would imagine, because that's what poker players are like. Queen Jack suited for Jamie. Folds round to the small blind, who is Rob with that short stack. Does he find something he likes? He does not. Over to the big blind, Lee with King 8 suited. Hearts as well, will defend. And does. But a queen high flop sees Jamie take the lead once more. Nothing really going on for Lee. Few backdoors, but tough to hang on in this spot. Let's see what the sizing is from Jamie. Expecting something small again. And small it is. 19k. I think that will be a little bit too big for Lee to hang on. Expecting fold here, and we get fold. Lee wins, sorry, Jamie wins another one. Winning every pot. Since he got that double, he was down to about 120k, now up all the way at 522,000. Just like that.
Just like that. 28 left. Akil Butt out in 29 for 960. There will be a redraw at 27.
I was like, where is it coming from? It's the last question I look at. I look at YouTube and then I look at
And Michael will kick things off here, 10 8 of spades. Hijack. Does make it 16 or 18, a little bit bigger. Didn't see those extra reds under there. Rob with ace deuce on the button, and he's going to go with it. Knows he's going to be generally ahead of the kind of hands that will open the hijack.
In for 38.
Michael can't fold for the extra 20k, so Rob will have the lead here, but it's certainly not commanding by any stretch of the imagination. Don't know what Arian's doing. Jack 9 off in the bin, and 10-8 suited for Michael's more than good enough for the extra 20k. So, Rob with a chance to go from 2.5 big blinds.
Here we go.
Up to above 10.
Yep. Michael Howard, 10-8, the one gappers.
Pretty fair fight, 50-50. Ace side currently good.
Mr. Rob Duras. Still a good flop. Doesn't want to see a spade turn.
There's lots of dicey turns for the ace deuce, clinging on for dear life here. That'll do.
That's nice.
Only 18% now for Michael.
Yeah, 8s or 10s to fade. Boom.
There he goes again. Rob now. 96,000. How late do you think this will go today? In your what vast experience?
Between 10:30 and 11. I reckon.
Can I take the over?
Can you take the overs?
Yeah.
If you'd like to.
I'll take the overs.
Thanks, pal.
You can have an extra half hour if you want.
No, 10:10, 11's a good buffer.
Okay. Queens for Jamie, really picking up some heat here. Has to be said. Will he get any action though? Folds all the way around to Phil, who doesn't like the jack 3 off, as he shouldn't. Jamie still chipping up, wins every pot he plays today. Since he got moved to our feature table, he hasn't lost a single pot.
When we get to 27, we might not see him until the final, because we're on a redraw at 27. So when we lose one more, there's a redraw at 27.
200 with the 200 big blind ante. That's 1-2-2 in the big shot.
Lee decides to fold the king 5 suited. We've got Arian opening the button. And I imagine he's got a better hand than I thought he might on average. Phil calls the small blind now, Jamie in the big with ace 5 off. One of those hands that we've been seeing a lot of in the big blind. The high card, low card combination, blockers, unblockers, all the fancy jazz. But what it does amount to is that sometimes, and quite frequently, we've seen in this tournament at least, these players will take these spots and squeeze this kind of hand quite often.
Yeah.
And maybe with the suited variety, they choose to take a flop because they don't mind going multi-way. This hand operates very well as a 3-bet bluff, and that is exactly what Jamie's going to do.
Looks like he's made it about 59. It's 64.
64. I mean, Arian's not going to fold yet. He's got king 10 suited tower, and he knows that this is ahead of the range.
Out of the way.
Generally speaking, that bluffing range from the big blind. If Jamie's overdoing it, king 10 performing pretty well.
Yeah. Phil's out of the way.
Let's have a look at a flop. Big flop this. Looks like paint to me. Oh my goodness me, Arian flopping very, very well indeed.
Flopping top pair, king, jack, 9.
Well, Jamie's going to start firing, probably. And Arian's going to have to press the call button a few times. There's not really much else to do this one. But Jamie does decide to check. Interesting to see if Arian reopens. He doesn't, decides to take this hand as a check. Wants to have some strong top pair hands in his check back range. Diamond on the turn makes things interesting. Jamie does have the 5 of diamonds. Not the most relevant card in the world. If he had the ace of diamonds, I would expect to see a lot of aggression here. Let's see what he wants to do with the 5. And he's checking it over once more. maybe surprised to see this because he can't really check call. And you can knock out a lot of hands better than yours with a bet here. Check, not unreasonable as we take a river.
There's a 6 of clubs. Check mark for Arian.
And there's not a single amount, apart from all in, that I think that Arian would fold to here. You cannot call a 3-bet with King 10 suited flop top pair and have this run out, putting no money in the pot and then fold the river. So he'll be pretty excited to call as well if it does go bet. Obviously, Jamie unfiltered, other than the 3-bet. Check flop, check turn. Does he want to bluff river? He does. He doesn't think there's anything that he can get fold.
Just be a call from Arian.
Yeah, there's nothing else he can do other than call. Jamie going for that small bet. Wants to knock out stuff like pocket 7s, Tower. Knows he won't get a fold from a hand like this. Does Arian want to raise versus this sizing? It's very plausible that Jamie's value betting something like Ace-Jack, 10-Jack, Queen-Jack. Arian could sniff this out and decide to raise, and he is going to do that. And there'll be a snap fold, but very perceptive there, knows that his hand is in that line, as strong as it could be, doesn't think that Jamie would play any hands better than that in that direction. Decides to go for the thin value raise, targeting that Jack-8 region. Very well played.
Very good indeed. We're on 28. Last person out, Akil Butt in 29th for £960. Chris with the King 6 of diamonds gets out of the way. Rob, who's got himself up to near 100k. Is he taking the Queen 9 spot? Well, he is.
Yeah, I think he will. I mean, it's just probably good enough to open up. He has a little bit of playability off of this stack size. He's got 12 big blinds exactly. Pocket 7s for Lee. Fairly normal situation to take flop in. Is going to call. Arian's going to call behind as well.
Yeah, I didn't mind see a flop at this rate. Pocket 4s.
I'll be surprised if he didn't.
So after this hand, there's going to be a redraw. And there's the rain. Oh, no, just
just a call.
Yeah, 16. Jamie out of the way. Michael Howard. Oh, Ace-Jack, a nice spot.
Not an amazing spot. He could squeeze. He is going to squeeze. Now, interesting.
80.
Obviously, Rob's going to fold. But Lee probably folds, but not definitely. Rob can't do a thing.
No.
Everyone was very excited to see that flop. It's been ruined. Is Lee angry enough to reshove?
Well, if he does, that'll get rid of Arian.
Oh, certainly. I mean, Arian can't do much anyway. Well, maybe if Lee folds, Arian could take a flop. It's close, though. I don't expect him to.
Tight spot, this one.
Yeah, in position, that could sway Arian to peeling here. It's quite a lot of chips, though. 64,000 to call. He is going to call. Backs himself post-flop, Tower.
Like it. Thought it would have been the other way around.
Difference being that Arian's got a little bit of playability in his stack. Lee does not. Lee had to go with shove, whereas Arian can take flop in position deep against someone he believes he probably has an edge against, I imagine. We don't know what the flop is. All we know is that Michael has c-bet this board. Oh my god.
Oh my word. How does this not end up a huge pot.
Well, it just does. I mean, there's no way.
Top, Michael Howard bets 75.
How does Arian do it?
And a call. Just a call.
So after that call, Michael's alarm bells will be ringing. Oh my.
Oh, that's just it. That's just daily quads.
How do you flat and then call a squeeze with pocket fours and make quads on Jack 5-4-4? I mean, this is such a good card for Michael because it reduces the amount of times that 5-4 suited's in there, that pocket fours are in there. He won't want to go broke here, but he will want to bet again.
Yeah, this is cool.
Oh my God.
To see, I am drawing dead. So, do you want to run it 8 times?
I mean, that is absolutely insane.
Arian Kashani is up to 850,000 and Michael Howard is not even sitting round to see what the river is. He can't do anything.
You could put every single card left in the deck on that river and it wouldn't make a blind bit of difference.
Michael Howard out.
And that's got to hurt because he was chip leading this table early on when I got here.
Yeah.
Now Arian's up at 900k, 26 left now. I mean, what a ridiculous spot. Like, how on earth do you get that much of a setup in that spot this deep in a tournament? Unbelievable.
So there's a redraw. Michael Howard was out in 26th, so there's 25 left. Full redraw on his way. Sonny Nagy was out in 27th. Wayne Watson out in 28th. Akil Butt 29th.
I can only assume that
Wow.
Jay will be watching the second half.
It looks like it.
Because he hasn't come back.
No. If the 7's called, do the 4's fold? I would say yes.
Well, the 7s can't call, they have to shove, so definitely.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
Yeah. We're giving away 5 109 tickets. We are indeed. We are indeed. In fact, we might just give one away very soon. We'll get. We might even do our Easty Thinks.
We can do that.
We could do an Easty Thinks. That's what we could do. And what we'll do is before round. I reckon 3 o'clock. We'll do an Easty Thinks.
Sounds good to me.
So there we go. We are on 25. Michael Howard out in 26th. Well done to him. Hamza Nazir, Adam Reynolds, John Bowersfield, Neil Warren, no, Nick Ramsey, Neil Phillips, James Parker, Arian Kashani,
So we are going to keep Arian, which I'm a fan of because he's an interesting player.
and because obviously Michael Howard was out in 26th, then we are 800 on our table, and David Cheeseman. All rooting for David. All the family were in the chat yesterday. David Cheeseman. Back at the tables, David. So here we go. We are on 25.
Lineups for the Liverpool game in 5 minutes. I know what Liverpool's is going to be, but I don't know what Man United's is going to be.
Why have they decided to bring out the team news 75 minutes and not an hour?
I don't know actually. I don't know the answer to
What's
that.
the reasoning?
I actually don't know the answer to that.
I think I know.
What is
But
it?
it might just be. I just think it's because it gives you an extra 15 minutes to stick your best on.
Works on you.
Works for everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody has a little pump, don't they? You're obviously back in Rashford to have 2 shots on target in the first half.
Absolutely not. On target, you having a laugh? But yeah, Liverpool's 11 picks itself. United not so much. So it'd be interesting to see what they come out with. Is this a penalty? Oh dear. It's a very, very dangerous challenge.
No.
Continue where we left off. Lines of 4,000, 8,000 with an 8,000
lineups?
big blind ante.
So a big game at 4 o'clock. Liverpool versus Manchester United.
If we win this,
Yeah.
whew, I'll be a happy bunny, Tower. I'll have to say that to you. I'll be a very happy bunny.
I am sure you will be.
I'll be borderline insufferable, actually. Same for if we lose, but for
But
different reasons.
but you will be playing the closer.
I'll be in the closer, rain or shine.
Yep.
Let's hope it's shine. For everyone's sake, I'm just not nice to be around when we lose. We don't want two people miserable, especially if Jay loses as well. Anyway, we're back in action. The only player we've retained is Arian.
Yeah, we had a redraw yesterday. Yesterday or the day before, and we got 3 people never moved. Out of a redraw of 8.
What, in the same seat?
Yeah.
Wow.
3 of them never moved. And Nicholas in 4 raises to 22 with Jack Quinn off. Neil says, have some of that. Like all of it. Ace 6. It's the worst kind of ace to have, to be fair.
Yeah, but still a pretty standard shove versus the small blind open, I would say.
Yeah. Yeah, just a small blind, big blind coup. Pretty standard with the ace, but gonna work.
I'm expecting, Arian's going to be very happy with this table draw.
Absolutely.
Very happy. Yeah, a few people on short stacks that, whatever, but he's got a lot of middling stacks that he can hammer at.
Yeah.
And he will hammer at them. There's no doubt about that. Ezra has scored for Crystal Palace.
No, he hasn't.
Eberechi Ezra has scored
Not
for Crystal
having
Palace.
that.
It is 1-1.
Not having that. Keno's in the building. He's had 2 days wandering around Leeds. He's seen all the sights. He's been at the castle and all sorts. How are you, man? Are you good? Excellent.
Good to see you, buddy. Yes. Question.
Here's a question.
Yeah.
Where's Leeds Castle?
Leeds?
Nope.
Hull?
Nope.
Leeds.
Where is Leeds Castle?
I don't know the answer to your question. Is that the Nick thing?
No.
No? Shall I write it down?
Somebody might get it before I give them the answer.
Someone's going to Google it before you give them the answer.
Well, that's true. It is indeed. It's in Kent.
Is it in Kent indeed? Well, how am I supposed to get that unless I know it?
Well, maybe you should know it. Yeah, Leeds Castle, believe it or not, is in Kent. So I think Shawnee 910,000. I'm just going to get myself a question for Mr. Easty. At 3 o'clock there will be a Easty Thinks. And what we're going to do is you need to be on Twitch. You need to be on 888 Poker TV Twitch to get yourself a chance of winning a 109.
You don't win anything for this, guys.
No,
Calm down.
No. It was just a random question. But as we're in Leeds, where is Leeds Castle? And it's in Kent for some reason.
All in from David. Hamster's going to probably call this one off, I imagine. 483k, not a very dangerous shove. It's less than 10 big blinds. Ace Jack suited, more than good enough. Is going to go for court. Let's see if anyone wakes up with something behind. Could be very interesting. Hamza certainly doesn't want to see anything else. Nicholas with pocket sevens. Folds. Interesting pair of headphones. I don't know. They might be. They might be PX7s. I'm not certain though. Don't hold me to that.
PX7.
Bowers and Wilkins potentially. I think maybe. I might be wrong. Anyway.
Really nice.
We are off to a flop. 69% for Hamza. Nice.
David and ace 5. Needs to double. David Cheeseman.
And a 5.
Whoa, to save David at the moment.
The hearts are available, so are jacks.
Just any heart.
There's an awful lot going on here for Hamza, and that will do something for him as well, as any king's good now. Any jack, any ace. Sorry, not any ace.
Any heart.
Any heart, indeed. My apologies. And there it isn't, because 2 pair is good for David.
And you said the ace.
I did, well.
David Cheeseman doubles to 154. Beautiful stuff. And straight over to one of the outer tables, Gerald McKinley. Ace Jack is all in against pocket threes. Look what's on the flop.
Wow, versus nut flush.
Against the nut flush, but it's a 7 of hearts which pairs up, which means it's the wrong heart to be having. Gerald McAnally, Ace Jack, turns the flush, but unfortunately it means we turn a house.
And Tottenham have equalised.
So there we go.
Tottenham have equalised.
Wowzers. So we're down to 24. So there we go. Well done, Gerald. Gerald McAnally. So well done, David Cheeseman. All his family will be watching.
So who scored for Tottenham?
Who knows? I'm sure we'll get it in the chat.
They're doing a lot of close-ups on the keeper, which usually means that it's the keeper's fault.
Goal cancelled out due to VAR.
And that is onside. Son dribbles it over. There won't be anything wrong with that one. A Madison assist. And it looks like an own goal from Dan Byrne.
Okay.
I tell you, there's nothing wrong with that goal. It's 1-1. Meanwhile, there's a poker tournament.
Back at the ranch.
Got a 3-bet here. Or an open is this? Oh, it's an open. The blinds are so big, it looked like a 3-bet. Adam opens it up under the gun with pocket fours. Certainly very optional. Ace Queen for Nicholas. He's going to go for the flat. Both options available to him. Does choose the passive option.
Fours again, don't full fours.
No, not today. Arian with ace jack suited. He could definitely pull triggers here. Calling is reasonable, but if I know Arian, which I don't very well, my feeling is he likes to squeeze. He is going to call. Wants to take this hand with its equity to a flop in position, exercise his chip stack and edge potentially. Ace jack as well for Hamza in the big, who has to call too. So we're 4-way to a flop.
Here we go. 4-way to the flop. King 10-5 2 clubs. Absolutely whiffs everybody, believe it or not.
The only non-whiffing going on is the gut shots to the Broadway straight for Nicholas, Arian and Hamza. No big clubs about. Adam with the only club. He is going to check, so I imagine we'll see a turn card here. Nobody wants to waste their equity. We're not going to see a turn card, we're going to see a bet from Arian. We may still see a turn card, potentially. Only really Nicholas I can imagine hanging on here. Oh, Ham's going to call with 2 players behind. Not in love with it, but he is in love with that gut shot to the nuts. And I imagine that Nicholas will want to see a turn as well for this price. Oh, and both players make the nuts on the turn. And they're both going to be absolutely thrilled that they've managed to find a way to ping the nuts off here. And we're going to have one of those classic delayed, you know, everyone's tanking, oh, I've got the nuts, how do I get the most out of it?
Yep.
And eventually, we're going to chop. There's not a single outcome that does not chop. Unless someone folds the river on a spade or a club, which isn't going to happen either. Arian bets. I expect to see shove here, I think, from Hamza. It's 125k. You don't want to, you know, see jack of spades on the river, something like that if you're Hamza. You know, if you had something like jack 9, you'd want to shove here. I think shoving's good. I think that's what we'll end up seeing. All in indeed. Snap call and snap chop. Oh, it's just a call. It's just a call. It looked like he said all in, and he did just call.
Yeah. Interesting if it's a spade on the river or a club.
I still think it will go check all in call, regardless of river.
A red cord is boring.
Pocket fours, by the way, would have made a set on the river. Didn't get there.
Well,
and all in from Arian, call from Hamza, chop it up dealer. Let's go on to the next one.
Absolutely. On to the next. That's exactly what's going to happen.
And there we go.
There we go. All in call.
We
What
got
to
there
do
in the
about
end.
nothing.
So I'm going to just quickly have a peek at these lineups. I know what ours is.
Oh, there we go.
Manchester United.
The 888 poker free roll today at 4:30 GMT or 3:30 GMT, which is 4:30 PM. So another 90 minutes. So we'll give out the password at 3:30 in 35 minutes. The password will be announced by us, and we'll give you an hour to get yourself in.
So we are doing a key. We're doing a giveaway in a second.
We are.
Yeah.
Giveaway at 3 o'clock.
Two games in the Premier League finally poised at 1-1. A Chelsea goal puts my bet in the mix.
Does it?
Well, I've got the treble, haven't I? I've got Chelsea draw Liverpool.
You have.
Yeah. At 10-1.
I said Chelsea draw and then see what happens, didn't I?
Yeah. And I can't bet against us, so there's never going to be anything else. Arian and Hamza will both be disappointed not to have gotten the absolutes there. Jack 9 suited, pretty standard open, I think, here for a cut-off for Arian.
So in 3 minutes' time, if you want to get involved, you need to be on 888 Twitch for the guesses.
So, Arian taking another hand.
Force for Adam. We know what happens when you get force.
You turn quads?
Normally. And River to set in the last one.
Force
Would have been in trouble.
Boosie with an opportunity to shove here. Arian's got the exact same two cards as last time, the Jack 9 of diamonds. Does open it up from hijack as well. And we are going to get all in. Very, very, very solid shove here from Boosie. Is that how I say it? Boosie?
Bousey.
Bousey?
It's like B-O-W.
Yep. Fold, fold it goes. Picks it up. Very, very nice shove. Standard, but a lot of people don't find it.
So, we're just about to do the Easty Thinks. It's for a 109 ticket onto the closer tomorrow on 888 Poker. You do need to be on 888 Poker TV on Twitch to get involved, because Lime Ricky is going to be moderating and we're going to send the answer over to Lime Ricky so she can sort it all out. So there's no disqualms on that. So if you are on YouTube, on Grosvenor Poker, or on Facebook, and you want to get involved in the quizzes for the 109s, then just flick over, and you'll have 5 or 6, 7 minutes maybe to get yourself over and to get yourself a guess if you want to. If not, just watch it and see how close Easty gets to the correct answer. Which, if there's any action here, we'll come back to it. But the rules are pretty simple. I'm going to ask Easty a question. He's going to write his answer down. It doesn't necessarily have to be anywhere near the correct answer, because it probably won't be. But you can Google the correct answer if you want to, but that's not the answer.
The correct answer is the one I give.
The correct answer for the quiz is what Easty's going to write down. Don't duplicate your answers. Don't guess more than once. We've got Lime Ricky, we've got the Nightbot, we've got everybody in there. Ready just to shoot, right? You're not doing it again.
And we've got a dead hand, so...
So, we've run through the rules. So, as we found out, Leeds Castle is in Kent.
It is.
It's actually in Maidstone.
Yes.
Can you tell me what the capacity of Maidstone United's football ground is? Pretty polarised, I reckon. 10 seconds. Don't guess until we tell you to guess as well, ladies and gentlemen, because we don't want to give Easty any... So, he has written down the answer, and away you go. You've got about 5 minutes. How many fans do we think the capacity of Maidstone United's football ground actually is? Away you go! Any action on the outer tables will give it to you. So, and the next giveaway will be a keyword in about 2 hours' time. But this one's going on now. What does Eastie think the capacity of Maidstone United's football ground is? As Leeds Castle is actually in Maidstone.
There we go, topical.
Yeah, very good. Was. And if you know anything about football, you'll know Maidstone United is not huge. It's not a Premier League team. Have you ever played Maidstone United, Liverpool?
Don't think so. I know that Newcastle did.
Yeah.
Did they? Newcastle? Was it Newcastle that played them? Pretty sure they did.
We played them in their final season. When they went bust. Years and years and years ago, back in the mid-90s. And it was a 3-3 draw. It was a great game.
You are shocking though, aren't you?
It was a great game, and they were actually bottom of the league. And they drew 3-3, and they were like 1-0 up, 2-1 up, 3-1 up, 3-2 up. So, and then they went bust. And then all the points got taken out of the league. So, what does
Eastie think?
What does Eastie think the capacity of Maidstone United is?
So much heat for Arian, man. And is this a this is a call. There's a very quick call from David. Has got King 8 off +2. What? Why? Tower, please explain to me what's going on here. Arian's opened up +1, and David's gone, you know what? I've got King 8 off.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to call in +2.
Yep.
Why?
Why?
Why indeed?
Indeed. So, flop time. 9-5-2.
Not a great flop for Arian. He'll do a lot of checking here, or should. Does check. And he's just going to shove. What's going on here? You've taken this long to get to this point in the tournament. Why is he playing like this in this spot? We haven't got this wrong, have we? He has got King 8 off.
Yep.
I mean, Arian's probably thinking some 6-7 of hearts, maybe 6-7 of clubs, 7-8 of clubs. He's probably not thinking there's some King 8 off. But there is. He does unblock all flush draws. Maybe something like Jack 10 of hearts he'd do this with. Arian's obviously doing very well against it. Well, not very well, but he's doing quite well against it. Do you know what he is doing well against, Tower?
King 7?
King 8 off. I have absolutely no idea why that has just happened. I have no words.
No words.
I don't know how to commentate on this, Tower. You got any ideas? He's got King 8 off, mate.
Well, David might not have King 8 off, but has he?
He's got King 8 off.
He's got King 8 off.
Oh, don't. Actually, you know what? Just
give him the 7.
This would be just disgusting.
Give him the 7. Come on, David. 7 for the... it's a deuce.
I actually have no idea what's going on there.
Unlucky, David.
Maybe he thinks Aaron's been bullying a bit. It doesn't matter. You've got King 8 offsuit.
Yeah. Unlucky, David. David Cheeseman out in 24th for £1,000.
Starting to wonder why I can't cash any of these events. I'm not going to lie. Well, I know why, but it's a little bit annoying, I have to say. We've got the King 8 off buggies out there.
So, we asked this man.
My head's scrambled now, man. It's a good job you asked me that question before that hand, because I don't know what I would have said.
We asked him the question, what does Eastie think the capacity of Maidstone United is?
Yeah.
Because Maidstone United was relevant to Maidstone, which is where Leeds Castle is, and it's not in Leeds.
It isn't.
So it's pretty relevant, really. So, but the actual answer, and the correct answer, is what? The correct answer.
Not the winning answer.
Is 4,200. Oh, is that a poker tell? You've got another 1 minute to get your guesses in and don't duplicate and don't have multi-guesses, please. As they're giving a little bit of a hint. Actual answer, 4,200. But what has Eastie written? Another 90 seconds. $4,200 is the capacity at Maidstone United's football ground. But what does Nick think the actual, what does he think and how close has he got? And relevantly, it's called the Gallagher Stadium.
Oh, wow.
All right, kid.
All right, kid, indeed.
We're in Oasis.
Adam here, ace jack off, got 3-bet by Bousey in cut-off. Pretty unattractive spot. Would be surprised to see anything but fold, but, you know, I would be surprised to see someone call an open from +2 with king 8 offsuit and then shove versus a check on 9-5 deuce, but that's what we saw. So you can't really rule anything out.
Nope. A million chips. A million chips for Annie Kashani. 180 bigs at this stage of the game. 23 players left. We will be hitting the winner today. You will be seeing it live on the stream.
So, are you ready?
Are we ready? Straight after this hand, just in case anything happens, get yourself ready, Miss Lime Ricky, for the countdown. If there's no action this hand, we will close it down. James Parker in the small, so it looks like a small and blue blind. Can we raise 3? We can definitely raise.
Oh, absolutely, we can be all in because
Yeah,
we've only
we
got
can definitely be all in.
37,000.
So there we go.
Arian is going to call this.
No, he's not.
Yeah, he is.
Oh,
It's only 67,000,
Of
it's only
course,
6 big
yeah.
blinds he's got to call. He's already got a big blind in there.
Yeah,
And the
James.
antes in the middle.
James all in for 42. I wasn't looking at James' stack when I said he can't call. Of course he can.
The way Arian's been running, I don't expect to see much else than help here.
There's 3 for James Parker in seat number 6.
A little bit of help. 2 diamonds now. Diamonds, 8 and queens all working.
Never
well.
easy, is it? It's
Not
like
when you're
never
playing
easy.
against Arian, apparently, no.
Never easy.
That's a brick, but still all those outs working. 32% for one card. What is it going to be?
Does James Parker survive?
I don't think so. Oh, he does.
There you go.
Go on, James.
Well done, James. So we'll have the 30-second countdown and then we'll get Lime Ricky to count down from 10. If you're on Poker, 888 Poker TV, then get your guesses in quick. You keep that nice and calm down there. Don't give anybody the answer away. So, we asked Eastie what was the capacity of Maidstone United's football ground. The actual answer is 4,200. Lime Ricky, count it down from 10, please. And then the comp will be closed and somebody will be playing the 109 tomorrow on 888 Poker. Here we go. 10, 9. I love it. I love this. No more guesses coming in. So that is it. The final guess, unfortunately, is there we go. None. So the comp is closed. So 4,200 relevant to Maidstone because Maidstone, Leeds Castle, blah, blah, blah. Your football knowledge is pretty good, so what did you come up with? Oh, there was no explanation.
4,469.
He was that excited to give you the answer.
Look, I don't need an explanation. I just know footy.
4,469, which was a brilliant guess. He knew it wasn't a massive football club, so he guessed pretty low, and that is a pretty good guess. Who got closest, Miss Lime Ricky?
It looks like Piano Cat with 4,500.
4,500. Congratulations, Piano Cat, who's been watching all week, lives in Edinburgh, has got herself a 109 ticket.
Well, there you go.
Very nice indeed. Well done.
Congratulations, Piano Cat.
Well done, Piano Cat.
And well done to me.
I think you'll know. Yeah, well, good guess.
Very good guess, I have to say. It's a great guess. I get nothing, but it's a good guess.
If you'd have got it spot on, there'd have been prizes for you.
Is he in here?
So there we go. Unbelievable.
Is that a goal or is that offside? It's
So-
2-1 to Newcastle. It's his sack.
So there we go. Well done, Piano Cat. If you know what to do regarding all your Twitch malarkeys, doobies, then get yourself in. Well done indeed.
He's sacked for Newcastle. Jay's going to be absolutely chimping.
Oh, there's not much shouting going on. So well done, one and all.
For Tottenham, I have to get it all out of my system before Jay gets here. Because I'm not allowed to say anything.
Don't say anything, there'll be trouble.
I've made a deal, guys. I've made a deal. I tell you what, if we thump United, I'm gonna have to keep my distance.
Well done, Piano Cat. Look at that. Piano Cat wins. Well done to everybody for guessing. If you were close.
Well done to me as well.
If you were close, unfortunately, just not close enough.
I almost won my own bloody giveaway.
I love it. So well done, one and all. Nice guess, you man.
Yeah, I was doing that.
So only 10 minutes left of the games, and we'll see unless something changes, Tower, we'll see a very sad Jay returning to the booth. PK's happy. It would be a shame if the only person that wasn't happy was Jay.
Would it?
Oh God!
Oh, bouncy, bouncy, bouncy.
You naughty, naughty
Hamza,
man.
what a cooler.
This is horrific. I mean, it doesn't get worse than this. I mean, what are you going to do? Look how many big blinds. So 30 big blinds effective. Aces against Ace King. See you later, Hamza. Well, he's going to have 100k left.
Yeah, he is going to be. He will have chips left.
But unless something very, very strange happens, Hamza is going to be crippled, and Bowsy's going to double up to 600k.
Sweet.
Let's see. He's been active as well, Bowsy. I mean, when you're in Hamza's shoes here, you're not worried. You've got Ace King. You're just going to shove, and you're going to get turbo snapped. There you go.
They went to me before, so he absolutely nailed it.
Beat him into the pot, and he puts his arms in the air. I mean, it is completely rubbish when something like that happens. You play for best part a day and a half, and you get a spot. There's nothing you can do about that. That's poker, as they say. But there's a 4% chance.
Bit of a cooler.
You're saying there's a chance. We're going to need to see some significant help, and that is absolutely not it. There is some backdoor 1% chop.
Yep.
In the form of 3-5. So this has to be a 3 and it has to be a 5. Or
there you go. You're calling it.
Well, 3 now will be good enough for a chop. That would be disgusting. No chop.
It is not.
Bouncy.
So Bouncy up to 620k. Hamza down to 130.
Waiting for our next hand here, 22 left. Arian with the commanding lead on this table at least. We don't know exactly how the chip stats are looking on the rest of the tables.
Yeah, we'll get a full chip count at the next break. 22 players left as we lost Rob Duras. Rob Duras busting out, making it down to 22.
Rob didn't manage to spin off the 2.5. Arian's going to open ace-8 offsuit. He's going to open an awful lot. Any resistance? Nope. Just how Arian likes it. Getting a little bit nervy for the game, I tell you. It's the biggest game of the season at Old Toilet.
It's only the third game.
Yeah, but this is the
game
game.
of the season. What were the other two?
Well, they were games. This is Old Trafford. You go there and you win. You remember it forever. That's how it works. We went there and won 5-0, and it was one of the best days of my life.
5-0?
Yeah, we went there and won 5-0. Salah hat-trick, Keita.
Oh, was that when it was 4-0 at half-time?
Yeah. Keita, Jota, Salah.
Sounds like a song.
I wish it was.
You can make it into a song.
Hamza opens up the Jack-10 suited, and ace-king for Neil. Hamza's having a horrible time of it. Couldn't even win with the nuts earlier. And he's not been doing any better since. All in from Neil. I don't think Hamza calls this off. Wretched luck for seat 1.
Wretched.
Let's let it go. On the struggle bus, losing the majority of his chips in that disgusting call-up.
Ding dong. Oh, Leslie Phillips. Ding dong.
Arian in the big gets a walk. I mean, is this how it's going to be? He's certainly going to hope so. He's going to be extraordinarily comfortable at this point. It doesn't get better than this, really.
Nope.
It has to be honest. These are the spots you dream of.
They are indeed.
Can he convert? He's favourite to at least make an FT right now, that's for sure. Can he build a bigger stack before then is the question. So far, pretty much no missteps and some pretty damn good flops, has to be said.
Absolutely.
And the combination of those two things, Tower, it's going to put you above million chips more often than it doesn't.
It certainly is. So we're on the big blind as Hamza has just lost that cooler.
Sevens for James on the bottom. It's going to shove. 9.4 bigs. Absolutely nothing else you can do. Arian Jackson suited. He's close. He doesn't like folding Jack-10 suited. He certainly knows there's a lot of like ace-5 and pocket 5s that are going to be in the shoving range of James on the button. Does he want to try and take this spot? It certainly wouldn't be completely unreasonable. Does decide to fold it out. And a snap call from Hamza in the big. And I can see one picture. Queen 10 suited.
Queen 10. We're taking the spot with Queen 10 of diamonds.
Yeah, just hoping for those ace-5s, those pocket 5s.
And actually, if the stacks are right, it won't be out.
Nope, we'll have 5k left. So let's see. That is not really what you want when you've got Queen 10 suited of diamonds. Any catching up to be done. Needs to be a Queen or a 10. It's not, it's a 7, and that will kill Hamza's chances of winning this hand.
We're going to check the stacks. They will count them and count them down. They look extremely close. Hamza looks like he's got less than a big blind left, but we'll check the stacks to see if they're exactly correct. 94, spot on.
For every Aryan in a poker tournament.
There he is.
There's
exactly
a Hamza.
right. 7,000 left. One big blind just under.
Still 2-1 to Newcastle.
Is
Still
it?
1-1 at Stamford
Don't,
Bridge.
Don't say anything.
I'm not allowed. I made a deal. We did it on air. I'm not like that. I know I'm a real, you know, I'm still too nervous about my own game to worry about how he feels.
So Hamza's on the small, so he's going to be all in.
Forced all in pretty much for our small blind Hamza, who cannot win a pot to save his bloody life. It has to be said.
Well, he's in here. The button folds, so in they go.
I mean, this is about as good as you can hope for. 2 randoms. Oh, he's got ace queen. Well, if the way things are going, I don't think I like his chances. 9-3 off for Adam. This would be salt in the wounds, and Hamza's got some deep open wounds. Well, a deuce will be nice. There's only 2 outs. We've lost a couple of ducks along the way here.
A deuce wouldn't be nice, because a deuce would mean he's leaving.
Well, not for Hamza, but only a duck now. Only one of the 2 remaining red duckies.
Are we going to treble?
Oh my.
Oh, no.
This is ridiculous.
How does it happen?
I mean,
oh, man. I know it was only 7k, but... Oh,
it's just
ouch.
really painful. I mean, how on earth do you... If you're anybody there, it doesn't matter who you are in the world. You can be Jason bloody Coon. You're still going to get no chips left at the end of all those all-ins. Didn't win one hand.
£1,070 for going out in 22nd. Well played, sir. So we're down to 21.
Or indeed down to 21.
Redraw at 18. Amazing. Unlucky Hamza, down to 21.
We are playing down to a winner today.
We are indeed.
Somebody must win today.
Yep. We said round about 11 o'clock on the stream.
Queens for Adam.
And then somebody outside of me said overs. We're like, well, thanks for that. But we'll have to see.
Going to see an open. A snap fold, the 10-3 offsuit. Only 2 minutes left for Tottenham to find an equaliser, or Jay is going to be sad. And I won't be able to say a damn thing. Regret making that deal right now. Jay is watching the football, Tim.
Back in 90 seconds.
You might need a little bit longer than that.
And then you're off to watch the...
I'll be going to watch the
4
game.
o'clock.
Yeah.
Get yourself comfortable. Ace Queen for Bouncy, who's just doubled to 600. Three bets to 65.
Yeah, that's going to do it.
Yeah.
Queen 6, bottom of range pretty much as it was from the button. Certainly needs to go in the bin now. Frustrating, because obviously kind of handy you have to kind of open the button with and hope that you get folds. Not on this occasion.
All right. There'll be a face like that in a minute.
I've got
You made a pact. You made a
can do
pact
this.
not to say anything.
I can do this.
You can do this. You can do this.
You're going to take half hour, Tower?
Just half an hour till you get yourself off. So Jay's going to jump back in, and then it'll be me and Jay for the rest of the evening. Just be gentle.
I am doing nothing but gentle.
Well, I haven't seen a robbery like that since August the 8th, 1963.
No comment. No comment.
Absolutely robbed. Well, it was the 75th minute. A stat come up on the telly. Spurs had had 79 passes in the final third. Newcastle had had two passes in the final third. Absolutely.
And then they had a pass in the final third.
Absolutely robbed.
Look, mate. I'm not kneeling or anything, but yeah.
But a lot of positives. We played really well. We just can't. Decision making in the final third, terrible. The amount of time someone could have squared it off to someone for a better chance than a shot. But enough for the football.
You've got a lot of wingers that are just all fart, no poo, though, haven't you?
It's just. What can you do?
I ain't got nothing to say, as you know. We made a deal.
To the poker. Anyone that watched the game will know we were absolutely robbed. That's all I'm going to say. You know anything about football, Newcastle did not deserve to even draw that game, let alone win it. And I'm glad we made a truce because Eastie is. I can see him sitting there. He wants to say something. He does. Only on a million chips.
Yeah, I mean, should I tell you how he got them?
Yeah, I'd like to know.
So he goes open. He goes call. Harry calls behind with a pock 4. We get a squeeze from big blind from Mr. Walker.
Yep.
With ace jack off. Fold. Arian decides to take flop in position. They both got about 400k. Jack 5-4. Bet call. 4 turn. Shove call. See you later.
Must be nice.
1 million.
Never happens to you, Eastie, that does it?
Oh, mate, it doesn't happen to many people, but it certainly doesn't happen to me.
That is true, Stu. I'm happy I left Isak in my fantasy. He nearly was transferred out a couple of nights ago. Yeah.
I wouldn't. Oh, you can't. I don't think you should. Given the rolling this year, I don't think you want to be transferring out players that without very good reason.
Yeah.
I personally had Isak and Eza today.
I've just never seen a stat in the 75th minute. 79 passes in the final third to 2.
Yeah.
I've never seen a team get dominated that much in a long time.
Eza with 3 bonus, Isak with 3 bonus.
There we go. Arian flopping top 2. James with an up and down here. But it's good. It's good, Eastie. We could play like that all season. We'll be fine. We'll be up there. That's what matters.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, that is the way you. I'm not needling or anything. But I'm just saying that is the way you do need to think about things when you're not challenging for a title. If you're challenging for a title, you can't afford to lose any games ever because City are obviously a juggernaut.
Yeah.
But top 4, you know, all you need is promising performances,
Exactly.
and that's not really where it's going to be decided whether you come for top 4 or not. Well, top 5, probably top 5 is going to be enough this year. Because obviously with Arsenal and all that in the Champions League, like carrying the coefficient. We've got an interesting hand here because there's a bit going on for both. Although now James in a bit of a tough spot.
Yeah.
Can't really do much here.
Just got to fold. We're getting a nice price, nearly 4-1.
I'd love to know how Arian Litz always has like absolute nutter butter though.
Good use of time bankers, James. Almost getting break-even price to be fair. Need like 21-22%. Not actually too far off.
He's having a chat. Interesting. James was trying to tell me he ran worse than me yesterday. Well, he was certainly displaying signs that that's what he thought.
Well, he is going to have a look at the river. Like I say, it's fairly close when we get nearly 4-1.
He's not looking at the board, not because he wants to set on Arian, because he just can't.
Oh! What a river for James Parker.
Will he donk shove?
And he's still not looked at the board yet. So I'm assuming he's going to just be checking without looking at the river and see what Arian does.
Well, Arian's got a shove.
Yeah, but he don't know that he's going to be shoving at the moment, James, but he's still not looked at this card, or has he? Oh,
He's
he
gonna
must have
donk.
done.
And Queen 10 is the nuts.
Yes, it is.
And Arian takes a small hit. James runs so bad, man. Tell me more, bro. Tell me more. Today's the day where Ryan Gravenberch at number 6 gets tested.
Yeah.
I'm not overly confident, Jay, I have to say. Double pivot, but look how attacking that lineup is. Like, we are just going to launch it. I mean, every single position we have a better player, but that's not always how it works.
You reckon every single position?
I wouldn't swap a single player.
You wouldn't swap a single player, no?
Not one. Who would you rather have? Anywhere, just please.
Would you not have Fernandez over Szoboszlai? No?
No.
That's the only one I can see, really, but...
The rest of it's slam dunk. And the whole bench is slam dunk as well. Maybe Mainu for Gravenberch, maybe. But Gravenberch has got some, obviously, proving to do.
Where's he from? Or is he a youngster?
Gravenberch?
Yeah.
We bought him from Bayern last season.
Okay.
And then he didn't really play any games. And everyone was like, he's not a 6. So... And we were like, okay, he's not a 6, so we tried to buy a 6, and then they were like, no, we don't want to join you. 3 seasons in a row without a 6, so now Gravenberch is a 6.
Okay.
we have a 6 at home meme. So yeah.
How's the action been, Easty, other than Arian spinning it up?
It's been interesting. Hamza got absolutely shafted.
Did he?
Yeah, he lost 4 all-ins. He's like watching me. It's like looking in the mirror. Yeah. Yeah, ridiculous. Got ace king against aces versus Bousey. Lost the last of his chips with ace queen off against 9 deuce, 9-3. Lost the flip before that. Button versus big blind. He just had no chance.
Yeah, it sounds like a rough ride for Hamza.
We don't know what James has, but Arian's going to be fairly content with this board.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's not James that we're...
It's James
two
in 8.
Jameses.
Yeah, this is James in 8. We should really get a surname on that.
We need some more specific Jamesness, please.
James Baker. James Parker and James Baker.
Well, James Baker, that's 15k, and Arian's not going anywhere just yet. In what form is he going nowhere, though? Probably just cool.
Yeah, at this depth 20, it's a disaster if we raise here and get shoved on and just not get to realise this with the gut shot backdoor heart. So, not going to do any raising at this stack depth.
Ooh. Maybe some check shoves here.
Potential. Definite potential.
But will Arian think he gets a lot of folds in this?
This is the question. Do we think that James would be folding if he went for the second barrel, some ace-x? Not going to be barreling like a 10 or something like Jack's.
I've honestly never seen a geezer with so much playability in my entire life. Seriously. Every hand he's in, he's got the nuts. It's unbelievable. I know he lost the last one, but for Christ's sake.
You never backdoored a flush, Nick?
I've never had a flush.
You've
let
never
alone
had a
backdoored
flush?
one.
You're not related to Albert Sapiano, are you?
Sorry?
Albert, you know Albert?
No.
Old man Albert.
Oh, I do know Albert,
he's known for the saying, I never hit flushes.
I never hit a top pair.
According to him, he's not hit one since the 1970s. That's what Albert says. So you got a few years to go before you're in his bracket.
I hope I'm long retired by then. Picks up another one. Minimum 2 pair every hand. Minimum. He's played about 5 hands. He's had 2 pair, quads, nut flush.
Yeah, good hands.
Yep. I can only take that on your authority because I've never actually had them, but I hear good things about them.
Oh, 21 remaining. I'll just let you know some of the bust outs we've had in the last half hour. So Nick mentioned Hamza, Rob the Ras, David Chisman, Gerald McKinley, Michael Howard, Wayne Watson. Matt Davenport's gone as well as Glenn Gaines.
Yeah.
That's how I may have read them out.
Glenn got blind on blind, ace over ace, so that was that. Against Jamie. Queens for Adam. He's had queens like 4 times. So far, nothing to defend with. Don't know why it's taking so long. Arian with ace-4 suited. Chances, opportunities.
Yeah, I don't think we want to 3-bet the suited at 17, but definitely can call here as Arian.
Yeah. And the big blind. Oh, picked up a few chips, puts 1 in, and we're going 3-way to a flop. 9 offsuit. A little bit of reverse implied going on there.
Yeah, against 2.5 XO, it's actually probably kind of close. 2.5 BBs. Wants to see 3.
Oof. Wow.
Wow, indeed. Nut flush draw for Arian. Have you ever made back-to-back nut flushes, Nick?
I'm leaving now if he gets another nut flush here, because this is going in, I imagine.
Well, at the stack depth,
He can
Arian
just shove,
could
can't he?
just shove, yeah, of course. James only sitting there with 144k, good for 14. Adam sitting with around 16.
Let's see what he does decide to do. It's going to be shove. Piling up a big tower of yellows. In it goes, snap it off, and Adam's going to be pretty annoyed to see how much equity Arian's got here.
It's not what we're looking to see.
But Arian won't be best pleased to see so he'd obviously rather have fold, and then he'd obviously rather have a little bit more like maybe a live ace here against like kings or something. But top said it is, so it has to be a heart or backdoor wheel. I imagine it'll be one of them because from what I've seen, that's just the way it goes. Adam looking to fade. 400 bags in the middle.
Oh, it's red, but wrong red. 10 of diamonds, so good start for Adam. Big favourite now to hold.
Seems like not a lot of outs.
Not a lot of outs.
That's not it.
Another red card, but not the heart. Sweat for Adam. Gets a double when Arian drops to 700k.
Still very healthy after losing a couple of big ones. Getting a little bit antsy, you know.
What about
it's the big game. It's the big. You know what?
Yeah, I know
like,
it's a big game.
If you're away to
yeah.
Arsenal
yeah.
today,
you're
having
up.
kittens everywhere, aren't you? I'm not worried about this guy. Xerxes looks a bit of a donkey to me. I'm not sure he's ready to play this kind of game. But they haven't got anything else.
It's always the same with Man U, ain't it? They got that super sub that comes on, scores a goal, and then gets the start for the next 7 games. Javier Hernandez, Federico Makeda.
Yeah.
It's probably more as well.
We dominated them so hard last time we played them, but we ended up giving it all away in about 5 minutes because of one slack pass. So hopefully we exercise some of that control that Slot likes to talk about. Give me a comfortable
To be fair, I don't. I think you should be feeling how I was feeling about Spurs going into Newcastle.
That's what worries me.
No, yeah, but on performance, on play, like without the.
Yeah,
if you took the goals away from the stats and you just looked at the stats, you'd think Spurs won the game bloody 5-1 or something. But
unfortunately,
you got better finishers than us. You're more.
We've got Jota the Slotter.
A bit more precision from Liverpool up the top.
And the FPL GOAT. Have you got him?
I haven't got Salah. No.
Oof.
The GOAT is Haaland, really, isn't he?
No, the GOAT is...
He scored 8 goals in 3 games,
Yeah,
mate.
but he's not yet. He can't be considered the GOAT yet. Salah's done it over 8 seasons now. You know? If you're saying who's the best all-time FPL asset, it's Mo Salah.
What, all time?
Yeah. All time.
I reckon Aguero would have been up there in his 3-4 year stint.
Compare the points, I don't think so. Salah got a lot of like clean sheet points, bonus, more points for goals. He's the GOAT.
How old Salah now? Like 32? He's getting on a bit.
32, yeah, but he's a machine.
Yeah, he is.
He's a specimen
Someone
of a man.
that looks after himself, like Ronaldo.
Yeah, exactly. He's in that ilk. So we need to sign him up to a new deal. Honestly, give him 3 more years. I think he'll be absolutely fine until he's 35.
Dominic Mahoney, another one. Diego Forlan. He weren't really like Makeda or Hernandez, so he had a lot more game time, didn't he?
He was supposed to be good.
Like, he was all right. World Cup 2010, he was decent.
Oh, Rashford was one of them as well when he come in and scored 2.
Yeah.
Against Arsenal. They won 4-2.
So falls to the button. James Baker, all in.
What's he got?
Can have a lot here for what looks around 10. Slightly more, 11 big blinds. Jack 8 suited. Adam folds King Queen here, facing the button shove. I'm surprised. 11 bigs. We're going to dominate the suited King X, King Jack, King 10, King 9 off. Queen Jack, Queen 10, Queen 9 suited, Queen 8 suited. Hell of a lot of hands in there that we dominate. And even when we're up against the Ace X, that is an Ace King, Ace Queen, we've got 40%, sir.
And Pocket 5's all about that stuff as well.
Yeah, exactly. All the pairs. I'm shocked to see the King Queen go into the muck, but just taking the tighter approach, maybe wanting to keep his stack.
So you concede that goal today with Van der Ven?
Probably not. No, I don't think we do, because he just gets back anyway. He just gets back. He's too quick. Quickest player in Premier League last season was Van der Ven.
Yeah, he's rapid. He's absolutely rapid. Maybe a bit naive to play the same system without him.
Potentially, yeah. You need that pace at the back when we've got that higher line, I agree.
There he is, best manager in the league. Look how shiny his head is.
Ace 10 for Arian makes it 26. Raise and take. It's not even just a pace at the back as well, like when we're on the defence, when we're on the attack, he has some driving runs that just take like 2-3 players out of the game on the attack, which like makes a big difference sometimes on the counter. It's a central asset. Shame that he weren't playing today.
Points to Henderson today, that's not bad for a conceded.
Yeah, our Razor Kev says Aguero got the most FPL points over 5 years.
Salah's a goat. Jimbo, Ace King, in it goes. Ooh! Does he want to take the Ace Jack? Would be poor timing after folding the... Oh, he's just folding.
Oh, okay.
Sticking to his guns. Doesn't want to take any high variant spots.
No, he does not. It's 14 big blind shove. Quite a close one for James actually in the hijack when we're this high up. Obviously still going to be winning to shove, but do we eke out a slight bit extra from playing open?
Well, we definitely would have seen continue versus
Yeah.
open with the ace-jack suited.
But as I say, if you're not too comfortable with going post off of these stack depths, it is fine to just play open shove. But if you're competent post and comfortable, then slightly better to just play open, I believe.
Not a huge deal.
No.
Federico Chiesa in the crowd. You believe that? 10 million quid?
I know, but he's dropped off the last couple of years, hasn't he?
He was good at it, and they wanted him out.
He was good at Euros, isn't it? Juventus, what was it, 2022 season, maybe
Yeah.
21? Yeah.
He's not going to have to play all that much, so I'm hoping he'll keep his legs together. But extra 2.5 million only if we win the Champions League and the Premier League.
Good luck with that.
Well, those are some good. They can have it if we get those.
Yeah.
Anyway, all in from Neil.
Yeah, so Neil, love the shove. Nice one to use. The small to middling pairs facing LP Open, couple of sixes. Sends it in for 17 here, just north of, and Bousey, ace-jack suited. Like, theoretically should be calling, but I always say in these live settings, people tend to shove tighter.
This is about the line, I would say. Ace-10 probably start folding. Ace-queen absolutely fist pump snap. And this is going to be a little cycle. And off to the races. 59% for the sixes, so we must have lost an ace or a jack somewhere along the way.
Yep. The big news is what's Bousey doing with 50 bigs? He's above his 20 big blind comfort zone.
Aces against ace king all in pre will do that for you.
Yes, I guess. Good start for the sixes.
Very good start.
It was a good start for the sixes yesterday for someone on stream, if I recall.
That was never in doubt.
But a wheel draw is not alive
No,
because
it's
the
not.
sixes would make a higher straight.
Got to be an ace or a jack, and the ace of hearts and the jack hearts are both gone, so it's got to be black. And it is, but it's not an ace, and it's not a jack. Neil will take a full double.
Further Bousey stack going into Nils. But I think ace jack suited wants to get in there as Bousey cut off versus small blind going to shove some worse ace X. If he is jamming correctly, there will be some queen jack, jack 10 suited that we also dominate, king jack suited, these type of holdings. Just couldn't win a flip as Bousey. We have got half hour left of the session. Thanks you, Nick, letting me watch the football.
No worries, mate. Look, if there's anything I understand, it's the need to watch the football. And I've stayed true to my word. The truce is in effect.
I still can't believe they won. I've watched 90 minutes and I'm like, how on earth have they won that? How they even, like, even if they drew that game, I would have been sat here absolutely bewildered how they got a draw.
Well, you know, if you don't take your chances, they're always going to be a threat on the break. Always, especially without Van der Ven. That was always the danger. You had to try and get yourself ahead, and you didn't. And there's always that chance. Lethal they are, to be fair. They do finish their chances well.
Like I say, that is, since the Great Train Robbery in '63, it's probably one of the biggest I've ever seen.
I mean, mate,
we had a worse
one at your gaff. I'm
No,
sorry, we
no.
scored a goal that was a goal.
I know.
You just didn't take your chances. Please do me a favour.
To be fair, Adam, we played them off the park. We play very well. I'm happy with the performance, not the result, but I think we're going to have a good season. We'll be up there. We look miles better than Newcastle. They won't even come close to us at the end of the season. I remember you saying that to me last season about the Liverpool robbery. You go, you won't even be close to us at the end of the season. You're right. You were right.
Obviously, I was right.
And it's
Liverpool under Klopp, mate. Like, what do you want?
It'll be the same with Spurs Newcastle. What I saw today, what anyone saw today, anyone that watched the football. But I think you were right, Nick. Van der Ven. Maybe we need to go with a different system, high line.
Maybe just
bit of a
take,
danger.
he just doesn't have to take the point in his arsenal, does he? Like, maybe it was just time to maybe just drop a few yards off and play for a point, or at least not not lose. If you can't win the game, don't lose it.
Yeah.
It's the saying. Defend here for the 3 deuce from Arian.
Yeah, I think we can get in.
Well, we are in.
Suited and connected, although it's the nut low. Heads up to the flop.
Underwhelming for the 3 deuce. Do we continue versus Mini here?
We're meant to check these type of boards a lot. The mono ace high from early position, just because we against big blind, because we get stripped of all the flushes. Like we have probably like 5-6 combos of flushes, where like Aaron's got like 50 plus. So from that logical point, we are actually meant to check the ace high mono more often than people think, but people just bet it because they think it's ace high, it's my board. But when you actually strip the spot, you realise that, hold on a minute, if we get check raised, even if we got a set and we get check raised, we're in the bin.
Yeah.
But just goes with bet, takes it down. Agree, Adam. Son, do you know what? His decision making today was awful. When he should have crossed it, he shot. When he should have shot, he passed it. It was just like he was doing the opposite of everything he should be doing. It was the one when Brennan Johnson was through and we had 2v1, and instead of running across the goal to the 6-yard box, he stopped and stood on the edge of the box, and Johnson put in a perfect cross, and guess what? No one's there. It was very tilting to watch, I'll be honest.
No comment.
I'm glad we made this truth. I'm glad it was
No, it's
made.
only because I know what's coming.
I actually hope Liverpool win today now, because you'll be thinking, oh my word, I didn't even need to make the truce.
Yeah, well, that's true, but it sort of wears off. I'll be more happy about us winning than you losing, obviously. I mean, I love it when you're upset, but this means more.
Upset about the result, happy about the performance. One of them.
How very Spurs of you. Sorry,
It's like in poker. Sometimes you run bad, but you go away and you're happy with how you played.
Yeah.
And you're like, I didn't do anything wrong today.
Yeah.
Oh, he wants to say something so bad.
I ain't saying nothing. No, I can't. Tal better get me out soon, though, I tell you.
King 10 for Balsey, making it 24k from +1. James going to defend it in the big. King 9 of hearts. $855. Club on board. I think Balsey got a nice one to continue. Looks like James is going to have a float. Any leads here perhaps now once we float the King 9 suit? It could be an option on this 6th turn. Balsey going to check back, and now we just have to bluff, right, as James, once we float this hand. One of the worst hands we get to the river with. We just have to bluff here, right? Because even our like 6-7 or 7-9 or 9-6, they make a boat. We've already got a boat with an 8, so glad to see James bluff this spot on the end here. Once we float flop, one of the worst hands we're going to have at river, if not the worst. And try and dislodge Balsey from an ace high. So let's get the bluff through.
There you go, very nice. Dislodged. And we're a bit shorter than everyone's got sort of a similar kind of region of stack. Arian did have a massive chip lead at one point, but he has lost some back-to-back pots. The boys are in the tunnel.
That means Eastie will be going to the big screen in a minute. I watched it over there actually, but the football just sat there by myself.
Yeah.
But they got the big screen downstairs if you want to go.
I'll see what I favour. Come on, Reds. You'll never see me again if I'll take your £200 and I'll go home if we lose this game. That'll do me, Jay.
That will do, Nick. Big thanks to this man, helped us out a lot over the last couple of days, giving me and Tower a break. Let me go and watch the football, but we're going to get Tower back in. Good luck to Eastie for the football and for the side event later.
Thank you very much.
Tower is back. 20 minutes left of the sesh.
Yes. Here we go. What we're down to, Jay?
We are down to, I believe Hamza still was the last one out in 22nd. Yep, still on 21.
Here we go.
Nine of spades on the river, so King Queen high is best for Bousey. Is Adam thinking about bluffing here, trying to fold out an ace high, or is he just going to check and take his showdown with King 10? Unlikely to be good versus under the gun range. This is the problem. Like, although maybe thinking about showing down King high against gun range, but is going to bluff at it here with the King 10. 66 in the pot, 40k bet, near 2/3. Does get Bousey off the best hand, and we're heading straight over to an outer table because we have got Anthony Sharp with ace queen against Jamie Dale with the 10s.
Ooh, the hat. Got that, kid.
And it's a 10 on the river, so Anthony Sharp exiting in 21st place leaves us with the final 20 players.
Dale. He had a lot of TV time in Manchester with Jamie Dale. Hello, young man. How are you? All right.
I think it's a good thing that everyone gets more mental endurance. Can you get past me?
So that leaves us on 20. Ariane, 60 bigs, 700k, lost a few, was over a milli. 19. Who we lost now? Oi, oi. Straight onto the table. Oh, Phil Walker still sat in the middle. Ace 9 against 10-8 on a 10-8 4 flop.
So ace 9 of spades.
No flush draw now, and redraw to the straight as well.
Yeah, Queen 7 spade for Maxime. Does not find. So 2 busting in 2 minutes, losing Maxime Farner in 20th.
That's a big pot as well, look at that. 1, 2, 2.5. Wow, it's nearly 300k.
Maxime is covered.
Whoosh.
Back to the feature.
30 BBs in the middle. 30 DBs in the middle. Maxime Farner out, we're on 19. So one player, if when we lose, means we'll be on a 2-table redraw. So there we go. Oh, we need to announce the free roll password. Have we given the password out? Do we know what the password is?
We'll give it out after this hand.
We better be quick, you've only got half an hour. And finished. What's the password, young man?
The password?
I don't know it.
I'm looking.
I don't know it. Lime Ricky, let us know what the password is. Send Jay some kind of whisper, please. Because we didn't get the free roll password anywhere.
Got it. So, this is a bit difficult. Is it? I'm guessing it's right. If it's not Lime, tell me. UKPL 888 Lee, L-E-E. Is that meant to be Leeds? Because I've got UKPL 888 Lee. I don't know. If it's right, I'm assuming Lime's going to say it's right, but the password for today's live stream free roll, UKPL 888 Lee, L-E-E.
We
No
will
space.
let you know. Somebody try it. That's right. Way up, we're in. UKPL 888 Lee. I'm guessing there was too many letters putting Leeds in. So there we go. Get yourselves into the free roll on 888 Poker. UKPL 888 Lee, L-E-E.
James making it 30k. 2.5x open. Adam peels 7-8 of spades. Neil comes in with ace-9. What a flop we got here, Tower. Oh my word.
Ace 3-4.
She's putting out some carnage on this feature table. A few times we've had some action galore flops and
Top no flush draw with a flush draw.
and James just continuing. Call from Adam. Neil overcalls with the ace-9. 10 of hearts on the turn. However, this looks like the street is probably going to be over, Tower. I think once James Parker barrels into field twice here, 7-8 of spades has to fold, obviously, but ace-9 and Neil against this under the gun range going to have a tough task continuing. 7-8 of spades has to hit the muck. Can't call an 8-high flush draw, one card to come.
Anybody wishing to enter or re-enter this event, you have 25 minutes to do so.
Check from Neil.
Yeah, no, it's gone. We're like 30 seconds behind it, Tower. It's gone check from Neil, bet from James, and it's on the tank. He's just used his second time bank here.
Oh yeah, James has put in 64,000.
As I said, Tower, Neil, we've just really been difficult to continue. Yes, maybe there are some bluffs, some king, jack of hearts, spades, but once James barrels into two players twice here as the gun opener, can't see how we get to continue, and is going to show the ace face up. James will probably return the favour and show him the old ace of spades. There it is.
Which is our clock?
11 minutes till break, Tower.
The middle.
Was that Easty I just heard?
I thought he was in a pub in the city centre.
What on earth was that? That couldn't have been Easty. He's watching it downstairs. We're upstairs. I've just heard him.
I thought he was in a pub in the middle of Leeds.
Well, someone definitely scored, because that was a boom and a half coming from downstairs. It had to be Easty, right? Who else could that be? Where's Big Blue?
Oh dear. Stu Sefton says, get in, watch it in Portugal. Stu Sefton says, Alexander Trent Arnold. Wow. Well, there you go. Stu Sefton is having a holiday now. Look. Yeah. So James calls after initial click with Jack 10 from James.
On the turn, maybe where we see James Baker go for a bit of value. Oh no, it's 0-0.
That was a premature fist pump then from downstairs.
Look at the other way. Been no negative decrease.
Who's up?
I think Kashan is still chip leader. We're on 19. When we lose one more player, it'll be the two table. Oh, not me.
So off we go. Over up 2 and out. Tom Clagg has shoved in the small blind and Gareth has called in the big blind. Tom with Jack 10, Gareth with a 7. No help there for Tom. So Tom needing 6 outs, Jack or a 10.
And it's a 9.
Does not find it, so we are going to lose Tom Clack from the tournament, and that means once we finish our hand on the feature, when we return, we will be on that 3-table redraw.
2 table.
2 table. See, this is the thing. I haven't done the first couple of hours. I haven't done the first couple of hours, so
Thomas Black departs. Scott Berridge is on his way to Vegas next June because the wife is letting him. All booked before she changes her mind. Where are you going, Scott? When are you staying? What are the dates? Let us know and I'll make sure I'm there the day after. Only kidding. You won't be able to take the passes to Vegas. Yeah. The bad news is when you get back, the locks will be changed and the house will be up for sale.
9-9-5 Rainbow. Neil getting after it on the button here. 6-4 off into covering stack. About to go on the 2-table redraw. We are going to see a delay here on the ace. Snap fold from Arian. Does take it with a 6 height.
Yep.
And we will be on the 2-table redraw, guy. Clock's been paused.
There we are.
We'll get this done and then we will be on a 15-minute break after the 8 minutes is played now.
Two tables.
I'll enjoy an Eastie for 15.
Yeah, can you ask him what he's shouting about?
Yeah, I know, because it's 0-0.
It's 0-0. Just ask him what he's shouting about.
It's tilt as well because it's Trent. He's in my fantasy. A defender scoring's worth 6 points, Tower.
Oh no.
But I did get Eze to score today. Isak scored.
Payout scrolling across the bottom as we are waiting for the 2-table redraw. Everybody in the money today was down to 46. Everybody in the money. We're now down to 18. And if you want to get involved in the free roll, password is UKPL 888 Lee. Just short for Leeds. Break time means Lime Ricky can do the breakfast dishes. Omelette, chicken and vegetables. Not wrong with that for a breakfast. Or a brunch. No, it's still a bit early for Lime Ricky.
Just getting this done. 2-table redraw. Eastie's watching the football. Here's an interesting one for your tower.
Yeah.
If Man U and Liverpool both score today,
Yeah.
it would mean that every single Premier League side has scored this weekend.
Wow.
When would you have to go back to find the last time that happened?
For 2012.
Not that far. 6 years ago.
6 years.
December 2018 was the last time that every Premier League team has scored
Wow.
over the weekend. And if you happen to have the tenfold, both teams to score, it's
This weekend?
It's 444 to 1, I believe. So if you've done the tenfold, both teams to score for all the Premier League games this weekend, could be in the money.
Imagine sweating this one and having a goal to sell out.
Yeah, that would be chill.
Scott Berridge is going to Vegas 10th till the 19th of June, staying in the Link. Very nice, very central.
Great location.
So, clock should be starting again. 8 minutes to go until the break. That'll take us to just after 20 past. And the clock has started. Off we go again. 8 minutes of this session to go. And then a 15 or a 20-minute break, I don't know which. Cheers, confirmed, 15 minutes. Tens. How have you been pronouncing seat 5?
Well, we had this conversation yesterday with Eastie. I believe it's Sadorski's Polish surname. And the pronunciation of the Z, I can't actually get it right. My mouth doesn't do it because I can't pronounce Alice's surname properly because she's got a Z in her surname. But I can't make the sound, so I just go for Andres. I'll try it shoot out. Andres is good. Andres. That's probably wrong. Probably a mile off. But it's all guesswork.
When he wins it, I'll ask him.
All right, that's probably the way to go. So all in here, he's been called in 3 spots. So this would be a quadruple up if the 10s can hold, and they're in okay shape. 37% 4-way, you don't mind it.
Well, 9-7 Queen.
So Andres
Nicky flops bottom pair.
still in front. Arian gonna bet here with his gut shot and overcard, and gonna get 2 better hands to fold because they probably don't expect Arian to be betting without a hand here with a player all in. Probably expected him to check it down when he has a hand like this, but maybe Arian just wants the pot for himself to get this heads up with the 10s, and now loses some outs. Can't find a 10 anymore. King or Jack, doesn't find it. What a quadruple up that is for Andres.
There we go. That's a 148 and 12 bigs.
5 minutes until break.
Leave with the twos, raise it to 25 mid-position.
Yeah, one that kind of close tower, potentially could fold. To be fair, old Richie Burner, it's about 20 minutes ago the football finished. I'd probably open deuces here as well on tilt tower after watching that Spurs game.
Was you unlucky?
I said to Easty, I haven't seen a robbery like that since August the 8th, 1963. And it's true.
The great train robbery.
Like, if you got the stats up of that game, I know everyone in the chat, goals win games, goals win your games, not shots and possession, but if you put all the stats up side by side, you don't have the goals up top, you'd think there is no way Spurs could possibly have lost this game. There was, so in the 75th minute, it come up at the bottom left. Final third passes in the second half, Spurs 79, Newcastle 2.
Wow. And Fido didn't get booked.
Fido didn't get booked, no.
Nope.
Linton did fairly early on.
Yeah.
Weren't over 3.5 anyway, but there we are. 6-4 for Mo. 6 is going to be good.
Moving into probably the last hand of the session. Might be two more. See how we go. Couple of minutes left of the sesh.
The steaks have been flying out this week. Seems like a lot of people have been going for the old steak on the menu.
And the only thing that's not been on the menu today, this week, is the only thing I ordered first.
Pit Boss chicken.
Nope. No, but that was on the menu.
Oh. The beef arapanagi.
No, the arancini. I had the arancini. The cauliflower tempura was not on the menu. And it's the first thing I had, and Lee looked at me and just laughed. I said, what's the matter? He says, you know in London, when you ordered 4 things and they were all out of stock?
Yeah.
I went, yeah. He went, that's the only thing out of stock. I'm like, dope.
So guys, got 2 minutes left and then 15-minute break. 2 tables left now. Will we hit the FT next session? I still don't think so. We'll go fairly close. Jack 10 for Chris. Icky here. King Jack of Hearts not going to be going anywhere. At this stack depth tower, I think we just land on call. It's just one we can't free bet call off, so it would be horrific to free bet and have to fold this one. So taking that into account, call seems like the only option here for Icky. Brings Bousey in the big blind. We got some action flops with these 3 hands, to be fair. A little bit of paint on the board would be nice. Get some carnage, but no. That looks like the old Macca pack is just going to continue on the ace-high board. Nothing going on for Ricky here. Not even a backdoor in sight other than Broadway. But is going to reach for chips on the button here. Is he going to raise the King Jack? Or is that a call tower?
That's a raise, isn't it? They're the 5Ks, aren't they?
Any clicks here from Chris Tower?
Yep.
Any clicks? Because if you think about it, what hands does Icky raise in position? He is just going to fold because he got Jack 10 off, but what is Icky going to raise here? Because if he's got 6s or 5s, he just flats. We've got position, no need to raise. Any one pair ace-X, he's not going to raise. Maybe he might have something like 6-5 suited, unblocking the ace-X, maybe one that does get in there. How often do we peel that pre though? But interesting one there from Icky. Did work. Yep. Maybe just an exploit as well, Tower. Maybe he thinks this is Chris Johnson. He's going to open cut off wide. He's going to c-bet the ace-high board relentlessly. I'm just going to go for a little exploit here, and it worked.
Chris Johnson got the chips to do it. Last hand of the session. As you can see there, middle clock down to 5 seconds. Phil Walker got his course on ready to have a wander. And we will see you back in 15. Richie Burnett. Razors.
Oh, he's still there. I thought our action tracker might have thought that was the last hand. He's gone on break and we had no action, but something is occurring here.
Yep, including no graphics.
Miss still and break. Okay, simple as that. No break. Okay, no miss still and break. Miss still.
Button move twice.
Did it?
That's what they're saying.
Oh, yeah. So Bouncy should have been the button. Icky was the button last time. So we're going to deal.
One more hand. So the blue blind is not saying anything. He's like, no, I was on it last time, but he wasn't.
So last hand of the session, going to be about 10
Come on,
minutes.
James, fold them, please. There's a break, pal. There you go. Here we go. So everybody for Icky. We're going to raise it up.
With the ace-8.
Makes it 30. Hands out of the way.
It's free suited for Bouncy.
Yep.
Going to make the call. Andre's out of the way, so heads up between Bouncy and Icky. Last hand of the sesh.
Don't think there'll be a change of tables because we've just had a redraw. One bet wins.
Icky may delay here after picking up and down, and if he does, will be end of hand. But just going to check. Does river a straight? Check. Bet. Fold. We're going to be taking just over 10, guys. We will be back around 25-2. We'll see you then.
See you soon.
Doesn't exist, but we beg to differ. Step inside our world and see what the ace-8 poker experience is all about. It might just surprise you. Whether you're at home, on the run, or in the middle of an adventure, you'll always have a seat at our tables. Discover the thrill of ace-8 poker on mobile or PC and find the perfect game for you, wherever life takes you. Ace-8 poker, made to play.
Have you ever wondered how some players consistently win at sit-and-goes? I'm Aaron Baroni, and in this video, I'm going to share 5 tips for crushing sit-and-goes. Tight is right. Your goal with sit-and-goes is finishing in the top 1/3 of the field. And 9-max, that's top 3, and 6-max, that's top 2. Achieving this goal means playing a tight pre-flop strategy and avoiding unnecessary confrontation, so you give yourself a better chance to finish in the top 1/3 of the players. Know the payout structure. When playing sit-and-goes, it's important to pay attention to payout structures, as they can drastically impact your ranges. In 6-max, 3-handed would mean you're on the bubble, and the next person out receives nothing. Payouts there are 70, 30, 0. In 9-max, the bubble occurs with 4 left. Payouts there are 50, 30, 20, 0. It's important to recognize the difference between each potential ladder. In the previous examples, there were 3 pay jumps, 10, 20, and 30%. Our ranges will be different in each spot because the risk of busting the tournament is worth different amounts of equity. Understand how to play push-fold. As the blinds go up in a sit-and-go, stacks get shallower, and ultimately the game often turns into push-fold, where the majority of your decisions are simply boiled down to, should I go all in, or should I fold? Many players think this is all luck, but there's actually a ton of skill involved that centers around push-fold. It's not only about how good your hand is, but how often your opponent folds. The more they fold, the more hands you can shove, as you're more likely to win the pot without showdown. There are many programs you can use to calculate exact ranges based on your hand and opponent's tendencies. Study these, so you're prepared when you find yourself in these situations. Bubble play. The bubble is arguably the highest equity spot in a sit-and-go. At that point, you'll be in one of 3 situations: short stack, middle stack, or chip leader. If you're the short stack, the good news is that you have the least amount of equity and can play a bit looser. You still want to make the money, but realize you're more likely the next one out, so you're freer to take risks and try to get yourself in a better position to cash. Congrats if you've chipped up to a middle stack. Your prize is discomfort. You've got to play tighter now because other players at the table are more likely to be forced into an all-in confrontation, which would allow you to make the money. If you're the chip leader, well, this is where the fun begins. As chip leader, you'll want to put pressure on the other stacks, specifically the middle ones who realize what's at stake. In the right circumstances, you can add a significant amount of chips to your stack by bullying the table. Volume. I was a professional sit-and-go player for more than half a decade. Take a wild guess how many sit-and-goes I've played in my lifetime. The answer? 287,000. Playing multiple tables at once can help you put in this volume. When I started out, I was one-tabling and ultimately got up to playing 35 tables at a time. My advice for anyone trying to add tables would be to do it slowly, perhaps at a lower than normal buy-in, and get comfortable with the speed required to make the decisions and click the buttons before adding more. So there you have it, the foundations of a solid sit-and-go strategy. With a good understanding of these concepts and plenty of practice, you can start to crush multiple tables at a time and develop a solid win rate. What part of sit-and-go strategy do you struggle with the most? Let me know in the comments below.
Tonight we're playing a sit-and-go. This is gonna be my third tournament and, well, I hope gods will be on my side.
Welcome to Barcelona for the 888 Poker Influencer Sit and Go. We've got an all-star cast. 4 poker pros take on 2 chess influencers, Dina and Alex. Let's go.
Never before I experienced a poker tournament. That's why I'm very excited and nervous at the same time. They say chess players are also good poker players. I think I have a chance, even if I'm like, but it's okay, they don't know that.
My name is Aaron Baroni. I am 38 years old, and my nickname is abaroni68.
Have you got a name for tonight? Can you make one up like?
A name for tonight? Winner.
Alex in the big blind with a favourite hand. Ace real soon.
Rip his arms off.
Let's go.
How much?
Yes!
400?
No, 500 you bet.
500.
Well, Aaron's just a jab.
I would go.
Oh my god, it's cool. This is super risky because obviously, like, what do you do if you don't connect? Oh, a little 3! We love to see it.
Okay, I go 1,000. Okay.
Posición 4, apuesta 1000.
And Aaron's folded. She bet quite big, so Aaron just kind of has to fold.
Let me just show
This chess player, who is amazing in chess, just 3-bet. Aaron Barone, light.
Made a good fold on the flop.
I'm very new to poker, bit nervous, obviously. I'm like a chess player who has just learned how pieces move. Earlier today, I had a chance to challenge these poker ambassadors and professionals into a game of chess, and I could give them some tips. So tonight, I'm counting on them helping me.
I'm here to play a poker tournament, and the reason I'm in the game is I heard who was in the game. This is the softest lineup I have heard of for years. We've got 2 chess players in the field, which is great because I love chess, and we're not playing chess. So it's a bit like if they were good at DIY or speedboat racing. Completely irrelevant, so they have no hope.
Nick Wellfall is all in with a very good hand. I'd say it's above par.
I don't think a worse game.
If I was in your spot, would put the money in.
No, she has like 5.5 big blinds, 6 big blinds.
Yeah, so she probably just has to call then.
Yeah, she seems nervous. Look her
She
hands.
does.
Look her hands.
I think she's deliberately doing that though.
You made a
Get out of here.
You made a call all in with
Get out of
ace 8
here.
offsuit.
Is this fault? Did you lose his Aaron's fault?
100%.
There's an 8.
Oh my god.
Oh, look how happy she is.
I would be happy too.
Things went badly wrong. I blame one person only, and that person, I think he's called Aaron or something. If the new players don't win hands, then they wouldn't play poker, and so I'm happy to contribute to the greater good of the game. That said, I hope Aaron loses.
Hang on, let's see what I have. Let's see what I have. Let's see together. We can see together. Look at this. Look at this beauty.
David's folding. David's folding. I fold. He's folding.
I'm all in. Over the past several years, Nick Wellthal and I have commentated on amateurs. Let's call them what they are. The feeble pros as they call them. Easty and Ian Simpson were so scared of us, they bowed out.
And Tuck with a pair of 3s.
Not deep enough to call here.
Can you do other things?
No, just going in a bit. He has too early position, our hands too weak.
He's all in.
Wide odds. Never mind.
It's not.
Doug knows more than me, apparently.
I just wagered all of my betting biscuits. I'm very, very nervous. Don't want to get knocked out first. If I got knocked out first, it'd be really embarrassing.
Oh.
Oh my day.
That would be funny though.
Dina playing very well so far, biding her time. Dina, aces, aces. Ooh. Good fold, well played.
I can't get knocked out here then. She had like ace 5 off. I can't get knocked out?
Oh my god.
Threes are good.
King 3.
What?
Mamacitas.
How does that work?
No 3, but backdoor. We want to see the 4 of spades for the boys.
Deuce of spades. Okay. 4 spades does, deuce of spades.
Okay. 4 hearts. It's a 4. It's not a spade, but there is a little duck ski available now.
Hey, do your thing. Do your thing, okay? He just winked at me. Bink! It's not a dink.
Dina into the final 3, Vivi.
She might win it.
I would love that.
I'm gonna try to use my disadvantage into an advantage. Basically, I'm gonna be so nervous and my face is gonna be so expressive that I just wish good luck to my opponents on reading what that actually means.
10-9 offsuit here. We're going for a raise. Dina's got a king. She's getting some close decisions. She's just in pain. She's going with the king. It's fair.
Oh, three-way. And this can end now.
Lucia doesn't lose. Flips. 40, 60s.
9. There it is.
Nothing. She doesn't lose
No
anything.
sweat.
Yeah, it's just easy, isn't it? It's just like, yeah, I'm Lucia Navarro.
I wish I...
You know what I mean? Dead? I mean, that's just really good for Lucia, who has now got 88% equity to win the whole thing here. Dealer? Oh, my God.
Another 9.
What do you think it's like to be Lucia Navarro on a daily basis?
Yeah, I won! Woo! That was fun.
How was it playing against the chess pros?
I mean, they played really good because they only been playing like 2-3 times, so they did very well.
It was an awesome experience playing with chess pros. I think you can see the carryover between chess and poker is there. And the more experience they get, the more comfortable they're going to feel and the better they're going to play. Again, I fully expect them in the future to be a lot better, to be a lot more informed and just crush us.
My heart is still beating pretty high. I feel like this was one of the most challenging experiences in my life, and I survived and I managed to keep my face even though I was asking a lot of questions. I honestly did not expect the environment to be so friendly and so welcoming. Like literally my opponents, the guy sitting just next to me who I am supposed to attack, was helping me the entire way. And then I had to survive the poker game, which I did, and not only I did, but also I finished second, which is just like incredible. I feel so good right now, and I'm so much looking forward to actually learn the game and stop asking the questions about the chips.
Hey guys, Cabalito here, and we're gonna go through a hand that was played on 888 Live Barcelona last year. This hand was deep, final 2 tables, so it's gonna be a fun one. If you enjoyed this video, please like, subscribe, and let us know what you think in the comments below. Now let's get into it. So we are playing big blind 8,000, 16,000, and then we get to the button and he has ace jack off. This is the powerhouse of a hand when everyone folded to the button. This is a very clear open. We get a quick fold from the small blind, and then the big blind has a very easy call with the pocket fives. They should
Button, right? I think it should be on the button.
8K, you should have 8K.
Oh, yeah. You got to try. You have to try. You got to try.
But the dealers in the main event, you have a new blind level, small blind 8,000, big blind 16,000 with a 16,000 big blind anti-dealers. What do you think of the deal?
So let's do it again. Chip counts. Jamie Dale, 1.3 mil, massive chip leader. He's played well and he's had a lot of TV time in the last 2 events.
He has.
James Baker, 865. Arian Kashani, 615. Right down the bottom, Andre, Sidor skip 125. Oh, there's an E in his
Yeah, I
name.
knew it was Andres. I knew it was Andres.
There's a misspell on the telly.
Mikey's fault.
There's me thinking he's got the best name for Scrabble, and there's an E in it.
Still a good name for Scrabble,
And to be fair, it is.
Be a high scoring one.
So, we're back with the same table, obviously, because we have the redraw 10 minutes before the break. So, same table. And the final 18. Will this be the session we get down to the FT? Probably not. But it'll be close. And you'll watch it all live. And at 5 o'clock, there will be a keyword on Twitch Poker TV, 888 Poker TV on Twitch. A keyword for a giveaway to the 109. If Lime Ricky's done the pots. Has she done the dishes?
So Mo opening Jack 9 suited here. Arian calls 8-9 of diamonds in position.
Yes, she has. I love it. 5 o'clock Lime Ricky, 5 o'clock Lime for a keyword.
Both flop a pair here. Arian with some nice backdoors to go along with his. Mo having Arian outkicked at the moment. Does continue. 38k. Arian should be continuing here, getting this price. Almost 4 to 1.
The password for the free roll is UKPL 888 Lee, L-E-E.
Well, would you look at this turn for Arian Tower? Turns to pair, and Mo turns an up and down to go with his second pair. Probably where Mo has to check out of position here. One we can happily check call. He's weighing up his options. He is going to go for the next barrel here. Fairly small size, 75k. 75 into 186. So around 40% here from Mo. Arian not going to be going anywhere. Probably just place call here, Tower, though. There we go. Big river coming up. And it's clean as you like. King of Hearts for Arian, not really changing everything. King 10 does get there. Queen Jack was already there. And it looks like Mo's going to block small. Well, he keeps adding some yellows to that. But 80k, 4 to 1 on the call for Arian. He makes the call. Mo shows the Jack 9, and 8-9 of diamonds going to be good for Arian Kashani. Back to 900k.
So 18 players left.
And just a quick one, guys. Great to see yesterday. We pulled up Blackpool and it ended up smashing the guarantee.
61k it got.
So,
pat on the back.
We're going to try and do it again today because we have
got now?
a 15k guarantee. If you're in the Northwest, there is some serious value going on at Bury New Road today. If you look at the tournament on, we have a 15k guarantee Super Sunday. Let's have a look.
Let's have a butchers.
So at the moment, only 45 players in this one.
Oh, wow.
15k guarantee. So what's that? It's
Come on, Manchester.
It's going to need like 120. So that, with a huge overlay at the moment, still plenty of time to get yourself in for late reg. But the value at the moment, guys, if you're around the Northwest,
come on, Manchester, get yourself out.
Bury New Road,
Plenty going on,
15k guarantee. We need another 75 to hit the guarantee on that. So looking like a potential overlay if you are about in the Northwest.
Yeah.
No reason.
Plenty going on. Late reg is to the end of level number 8, which is about 9 o'clock. So get yourself in. We know there's plenty going on around the country. We know there's got Leeds on, and Blackpool's just hit their 25.50. And they've got Coventry as well. There's plenty going on, we know that. But Bury New Road, 15k special on a Sunday. at the moment is doing 9k. Scrolling across the bottom also, as well as the payouts in the chat, is what we're playing for.
Diaz again? Really? Someone come in the chat and told me to swap Diaz into my team over the weekend.
Yeah, told you to put him in.
I didn't listen. Oh, not another Salah assist as well.
Tell you to put him in. Salah to Diaz.
Ace 10 for Balsi and the hijack. One we should open. 16 bigs, but much prefer this than open shove. Ace Queen of Clubs for Mo, and this is why we don't open shove as Balsi, because we would have run straight into it. Now we have the opportunity to raise fold, which he should be doing. He's going to ask for a count here, Tower. To be fair, it's only a 14 big blind shove from Mo. We're at 8k, 16k now, sorry. So it's actually a lot closer than I thought on first glance. Like Ace Jack would probably have to call, so Ace 10's probably kind of line Tower. Does go for the raise fold and gets away from it.
'em. Yeah, radio code says Berry New Road is struggling because everybody's turned up in Blackpool. Well, Blackpool and Berry New Road, maybe look at the schedules. But fingers crossed Berry New Road all turn out as well. If you bust out in Blackpool.
Hour and a half from Manchester?
No, about 50 minutes.
Is that it?
Yeah, yeah. From Blackpool, from casino to casino, maybe 55 minutes.
Yeah, okay. There may be something in the future we'll look at.
Yep.
Radio code.
What a turnout in Blackpool. $18 players left. Berry New Road, if you're leaving Leeds or Blackpool, the place to be.
How are we doing, Winning Cafe? Welcome to the stream. We are
see that.
2 tables out.
I can't see that name.
Final table of 9. Why? Because it's dark blue on dark blue.
Blue on blue, I cannot see it. Cannot see it.
King 10 for James. Expect this to be opened in the hijack. Only working with just shy of 25, but one we can definitely get in the mix with from this position. Does make it 33. All the way around to Chris Johnson. Ace 6 of clubs here. He won't be going anywhere in the big. Makes the call.
Queen 9-4.
It's so nice board to see that as James. Fairly dry texture, Queen high with the King 10. Got shot to the nuts. Chris Johnson should be sticking around for one here, Tower. We're against LP. We've got ace high. We've got the backdoor clubs in here. And we're getting 4-1 on our money. Like, still ahead of the like 8-7 suited opens, Jack 10s. Oh, he's going to fold. Surprised at that from Chris. Usually a battler. Maybe giving James Parker some respect. Thinking James may be more solid and have a tighter opening range.
So UKPL 888 Lee.
Lee.
There he is on the screen. For the $500 free roll that is on right now. $18 out of $289.
Yeah, 10-9 off into them up there for Ricky, blind on blind. Chris gets it done with the 9-5 off. Queens now for Andres. He moves all in. Only working with 7 BBs. Really want to call in this spot. Get our chance to double up. Not going to get it for Chris. Will we get it from Icky? No, we will not. Arian in the big. Last chance. 10-5 off into the muck.
Ali an 8-7-6. Chip lead on the table with 55 bigs. Andre down on 10. Dowsey on 14 and more 17.
Stu Sefton says, Manchester United have achieved the impossible. They are worse than last season. 8 minutes time and we will be doing the keywords. Stay tuned.
Third of 5.
Pocket sixes for James Parker. Opens to 33k. Kind of a close one from +1 tower at this stage. 2 tables out, so ICM is real, it's there. Maybe these sixes could just go into the muck. And now Mo sending in his 17 big blinds from +3. And James not going to be able to call off. Potentially could have saved a couple of bigs just going with fold. At this stage, when it is small percentage of the field remaining, these small to middling pocket pairs reducing in value.
4 clocks on the screen, as you can see, because the close is going to be starting. That starts at 5 p.m.
All the way round to Chris Johnson. King 10 in the hijack, raises the 35k over to Icky. He'll fold. Arian on the button will do the same. What's the Bousey working with in the small? Ace 3 off here. We'll know how wide Chris likes to open from late position. We have this ace blocker in here. Prefer suitedness, I guess, but Bousey's still going to take it. Very nice from him, Tower. This is a really tidy jam. Against this particular opponent, I think this is going to be printing. Good unblocker, really nice blocker, the best. And Chris Johnson just going to have to fold the King 10. Well played, John Bousfield. Nice move.
On to the next.
It's down to 17 players. Gareth Klingo busting on outer table for 1170. Unfortunately, did not catch it, but we are down to 17.
Unlucky Gaz.
Everyone ladders an extra £110. Is Lee going to open the King 10 of diamonds from under the gun? It's refreshing, Tao, when you see someone that you know watches the stream a lot, and they're running deep and they're playing well, and you know they're taking on board what you're saying and they're getting the results and the runs. It's good to see.
Yeah, Bousey's doing well. What do you mean, Richie Burner?
I meant Richie Burner, but yeah, Bousey is doing well as well. I was talking about Lee Richards, Richie Burner, who's open with King 10 of diamonds, but
it first live game, wasn't it? Our first UKPTR 888 earlier this year. Yeah, it's great. Players playing well.
James Parker going to defend Jack 9 off in the big blind, 3-way. Well, that's a lovely window card to see for Mo. Just drills off a set. Not really a board we're ever going to continue as Lee. Couple of reasons. We're 3-way and we want to check a lot to the player on our direct left. And as well as that, it's a board that the big blind is going to smash a lot more than us. And over to Mo, who does have middle set here. Looks like he's going to start firing. And I like just betting here, Tal. We're 3-way and Lee's going to have a lot of this ace-X, like 2 overs and a wheel draw, which is inclined to call. I know he doesn't on this occasion. Did he just jam?
Just jammed the lot.
What? We've got a set, mate.
Well,
Mo!
How many chips have we just left on the table?
Did he just 3x pot jam after flopping a set on a rainbow board? Oh my word! Mo!
No! So we're on 17. And if nothing happens this hand, we need one of them keywords.
Yes, we do.
Flick it in the old chat. It's 5 o'clock. We said we'd get a keyword going. Blind Ricky's going to send it us.
After this hand.
After this one. If anything doesn't happen. You don't need to do much apart from listen and be on 888 Poker TV Twitch.
Yep. So if you are watching on a different platform, get yourself over to 888 Poker TV if you would like to participate in this giveaway, and it's just about to start. So fingers at the ready chat box. You have about 90 seconds to type the keyword in.
We got it. We got it, Blind Ricky. Thank you very much.
And the keyword is table draw.
Ooh.
No space. Table draw.
Table draw. Off you go. You've got about 90 seconds. Table draw. Love it. Look at whistling there. Table draw. Away you go.
Oh, I see Poker Mel's watching. See, Mel, it's not you that boxed a treble. You can get on it next week. You have 2 minutes, chatters.
I didn't start it. Button was from 6. You want me to start it? 6 was like 20. Huh?
And this is going to be good enough for Andres. A6 suited in the cut-off. Nice one to find when we were only working with 7.
Yep, 7 BBs. In they go, the triangle.
Oh, we all at the same time.
22 bigs.
Double all.
22 BBs.
Easy all in for James Parker Tower. Easy ISO for 22.
Indigo.
There we go.
Indigo, Lee out of the way. Oh, are you kidding?
And Mo gets to snap it off with the ace king of diamonds in the big blind here. We're going to have a 3-way all in, guys. Has he not snapped yet?
Not yet.
What about now?
Oh.
Has he called now, Tower?
Because that's for the biggest stacks, chip stack.
Like, James can ISO ace 8 suited here, ace 9, ace 10, ace jack, king queen, king jack suited, king 10 suited.
King jack suited?
Yeah.
Really?
It's a 7 big blind shot from the cut-off tower.
That's true.
We're going to dominate enough with king jack suited, and then we just get the players out behind. It is... He can't fold.
James Parker's thinking it's like 2s, 3s or 4s.
He can't fold, can
Can't fold. Not ever folded.
And the thing is, as James now, we're happy. Tower. We don't
Yes.
mind a call because ace queen snaps, ace king snaps.
Yeah.
We're thinking maybe Mo's got like
2s, 3s or 4s max.
nah, like maybe like 7s, 8s here, maybe ace 10 suited.
He's never using a time bank. Never. Wow, he is using a time bank. Oh. Well, James is not going to like this when he gets them turned over. The short stacks doesn't really matter. Well, this will be interesting when everybody sees his ace king.
Is it a situation of, because he's in seat 2 tower, that the cards are wrong and maybe he's got like ace jack as well and it's slid over? That could be the case. That's an option that box 1's card.
So 3-way all in. Andre saw the ace 6. James got the ace jack. I thought he was looking pretty, but Mo with the ace king eventually called.
We think it's ace king.
Ah.
That's what I like. You never know, Tab. When sometimes a card does get pitched across. I just can't see why he tanked for that long if it is ace king. But we're going to find out shortly. Is it ace king of diamonds for Mo?
So off we go. Well, he's standing up as if he's like, it might not be, it might be King Queen. It is, it's Ace King of Diamonds,
What?
and he stands up as well.
Actually got Ace King. Well, there's some chop outs. Any three-way chops about?
Come on, get the 10 of diamonds.
7-7. Oh my word! Imagine if I call this in. Roll off the 7-7 one time. 10 would also chop now.
Yeah.
But it's just a king on the end for Mo, and we have a double knockout. Andres Sadorski and James Parker hit the rail. If that comes 7-7, I would just, I would have been off. I would have been like, cheers guys.
You'd have been shouting Eastie back.
That's the best call-in ever. And we lose 2. Andres Sadorski out in 17th. James Parker out in 16th. Leaves us with 15 players. Ace King with the knit roll in the big.
Yes. Indeed it, indeed it, indeed it.
We forgot about keyword all that.
We forgot about keyword. We forgot about keyword. So you've got about 20 seconds. Lime Ricky, get ready with the countdown. Get ready with the countdown. That was a big pot, and that was a bit of a Ace King. Everybody else seems to be in at the time, but we've counting down from 10. Lime Ricky, please. Here we go. Table draw is the keyword. Monte Cone gets himself in, so too does Canamartino. Here we go. It is over to you.
Eddie R. Castro is the winner of the giveaway. You win a 109 token for 888.
Well done, Eddie.
R. Castro.
Eddie R. Castro wins the free roll. Where is Eddie in the chat?
He's there, yeah.
Yes, baby.
Ace 4 of clubs for Bousey in the cut-off. Gonna open off a 16. Kind of close, this one. May have some shoves off a 16. To be fair, I think I like open here actually as Bousey, looking at the players behind. Mo in the small, Phil in the big. I think this is probably the best avenue over the long run. Oh, would have been getting called if he did jam as well. Phil would have had 6s in the big, and Phil's missed a spot here as well, Tower. Like 6s here, should just go all in. Bousey's open from late position. We got a pair, all in for this effective stack. Going to be the best avenue to take. 16 big blinds, cut off open. We find a pair in the big. Just send it in, guys. If you're ever in this situation, if it's an LP open, you've got anywhere of 20 bigs or less, assuming there's not like huge ICM implications and we're at a final table or 2 tables out, just send these pairs into the middle. It's going to be winning. So hard to play out of position. Only going to flop a set, a slim amount at a time. Bouncy going to continue. Phil sticks around for 1 with the 6s.
King of Diamonds on the river.
I'd love a block here from Phil. Little 1BB tower. Just get that hero from the ace higher Bousey.
Squeeze off. So well done to the thing. That's all right.
I'll put it on. They all know I drink tea. It doesn't really matter.
No, you're drinking tea. We're drinking tea. Can you put your tea down?
Okay.
Put your tea down.
Oh, whoa.
Got you a present.
Oh, you got me it, or someone else got me it?
Got you a present, and it has to be done live on stream.
Okay.
And it has to be. It has to be done.
Dandelion and Bulldog.
This is brought in.
What is that?
Dandelion and Burdock. It's from a chippy, Ben Shaw's. Now, what I need you to do, I don't need you to take a sip.
Okay.
I need you to take a proper drink, as if you were drinking Pepsi for the first time.
Okay.
This has been brought in, so thank you very much to the lady who brought us in. Got 2 cans, got 1 each.
Thank you.
But I've had Dandelion and Burdock forever. Oh, what does it smell like?
It smells like, you know, like apple tizer.
Appetizer?
Like the red appetizer, the cherry tizer or whatever it is.
It is chilled.
It's like, it smells like.
Go on, keep going. Go. Quick drink.
It tastes like I'm drinking medicine. It's like Mum's just put some cowpole in my mouth when I was 10 years old.
10?
10.
10?
10.
I thought it was from the 3s.
I had the 10 to 12 version. Yeah,
I used to eat Farley's Rusk until I was about 9.
I'm going to drink this off camera, guys. I'll be drinking this as we're streaming.
But we have
today.
got dandelion and burdock.
That's got a really acquired taste, isn't it? It's like a bit aniseedy.
Aniseedy, okay.
Or like a cardamom pod that you get in your pilar rice. Like something a bit like a less version of that. But thank you for the D&B.
There you go, D&B. Oh, love it. There you go.
It don't go well with a cup of tea though, I'll tell you that.
I know I did. I forgot you were halfway through a cup of tea. Oh.
Cowpole at 10 low.
Yeah, Farley's Rusk with ice cold milk into your mid-teens. It was a proper thing. It's a great drink, dandelion and burdock. We got it in because Jade never even heard of it. And that was the funny thing.
So Arian pulls off with the 4s here. He has a pair. 12.5 big blind jam from Balsi. And 4s call this off. I'm surprised as Arian. We've got a pair for 12. Balsi never shoving any deuces or 3s, any ace 3, ace deuce. So it's one of these situations that I always talk about. We're either flipping or we're drawing to 20% in the form of 2 outs. And right here now is that scenario occurring, needing to find the 2 out, doesn't, and Balsi will double. At 12.5 BBs, we have 2 invested, 10.5 more to call. It gave Balsi a spin with the 4s. This time Mo finds the 9s in the hijack. He will open. $36K for Mo, and the Macca pack with the ladies here.
Yes.
And this could go in pre-tower. Like theoretically, this should go 3-bet Chris, 4-bet Jam Mo, call Chris, but I don't think Mo's the type to send here. LP versus LP, 30 effective, once getting 3-bet from the button. 9s here, just going to be a really nice spot for Mo to jam, but Arian's got 10s here in the big blind, and he knows Chris Johnson very well, so I wouldn't be surprised if Arian 4-bet here tower to call this off against Chris, meaning Mo would be able to get out of the way. But I'd be surprised if this didn't go 4-bet from Arian. We've got Mo opening in the hijack, late position open. Chris Johnson, who is relentless with his 3-bet bluffs, 3-betting the button, and we've got 10s here as Arian tower, so I think we can happily get this in versus Chris's range. Like, there's going to be a lot of folds in here for Chris. we will just pick up a nice pot, but we'll see what Arian goes with tower. But with these two players in question here, I'd always be veering towards the aggressive route as Arian, and he's doing exactly that. And I think we have to. We have to tower. Because it's the Macca pack, and he'll 3-bet wide in this spot on the button. And now we can just 4-bet call off here with the 10s as Arian. We're not 4-betting to fold, he'll know that. Just clicking it up. Now Mo will be able to get away from the 9s, which he may have been jamming if it got back round to him. But old Chris Johnson just with the snap all in, and Arian's going to ask for a count, but are we going to 4-bet fold the 10s? Maybe he's just clicked it to the price tower where we can get away from it. It's 2-1 on our money. We have 10s. Maybe he's just made it a good enough size here. Clicked it back 150 where he could possibly 4-bet fold. Because it's a huge proportion of our stack to call off here. And like Chris now, once he snap jammed as well, tower. It's never a bluff. So Arian here, he's going to see ace king. He may see jacks, and then queens, kings, and aces. So we need to hope that Chris has one of these 16 combinations of ace king, and we're flipping. But it's going to pay.
He's going to call it off. Now then, do we lose Chris Johnson, or do the queens stay in front and Arian will drop down to about 200k?
Yeah, as said before, like have to 4-bet call that dynamic, but I thought he'd go potentially a bigger 4-bet size where he'd be priced in. But even so, getting 2-1 with 10s, not folding.
Ah, okay. Running straight cards. Oh, Chris Johnson gets up to $1 million.
Oh,
no
running
way.
10s, don't you dare.
No way.
Don't you dare.
No way are we seeing the 10 of hearts.
Could you imagine?
Oh, man.
The eruption?
Oh. Oh, man. Wow.
Unfortunate for Arian there that Chris has actually got it. He never has it, tower, and he's actually found queens on the button there. But as we said when the action was occurring, I think 4-bet call we have to as Arian. But like, we hate it when Chris 5-bet rips, but we have to 4-bet there. We have to cold 4 in that situation. And then once we get 5-bet ripped on getting 2-1, it's difficult to fold. The Salah Haaland drafts this week are going to be getting the lot in FPL. Yeah, Tower's got it. I can't drink it, sorry, it's not for me. I don't really drink much at work anyway, fizzy drinks, do I? Not really.
Ben Shaw's dandelion and burdock. What a drink. What a drink. Just what a drink.
What is burdock?
It's a root.
A root. So it's actually got dandelion in it?
Yeah. Dandelion like seeds. The eccentric botanical blend of wild and unruly dandelions and the purple flowering burdocks. Great.
Sevens from Mo. Just gets it through with a raise and take.
let me know. And this time Mo's turn to get the queens. Raises to 32. And Chris, this is what I mean. How bad does Arian run tower in that spot that Chris has got queens? This is what I'm talking about. The guy's never got it when he free bets. And Arian just runs into the ladies when he finds 10s, LP versus LP. What can you do as Arian there? Not much, right? And this is what I was saying in the spot. This is who we're up against. This guy, Chris Johnson, is aggro. Not just pre-flop, down the streets as well. Super aggro is Chris. And this is why I didn't think Arian had any other option to cold for the 10s. And this is actually giving us the perfect example, showing you what kind of hands are in Chris's free bet range. And to be honest, your 7-5 of spades here, mixing one in at around 60 effective. Comes the 4-bet. Oh my god, that looks tiny. Chris might have to call tower. We're going to see a 4-bet pot here. How small is this from Mo? So he's gone 2x. Could have gone a bit more juice out of position, like general 4-bet size. Probably here would probably be around 210, but not too far off as Mo. But now look at Chris tower. He's getting 3.5 to 1 with a suited gapper and position. So don't think this hand's over just yet. Just working it out. It is Eid. Right. Don't get me wrong, he may let it go, thinking that Mo's not 4-bet all day and we got 2 undercards. But Chris getting this price, I wouldn't put it past him. Okay, he's gonna just let that one go to Mo, but I thought once Mo went that size, the old Macca pack was willing to battle, but it is well timed. We had 2 undercards, could have got in trouble on certain boards. As we head over to an outer table, and it's Jamie Dale against James Baker. James Baker at risk with Ace Jack. Jamie Dale has aces. Oh, obviously. We do have outs now. We've also got backdoor clubs working. Got some chop outs now. 10 to chop.
10 to chop it.
Jack to win outright.
An ace doesn't help. Doesn't it help? So we lose James Baker for £1,390. Jamie Dale. What a day. What a day, man.
Ace 10 for Phil, under the gun. So funny, because all I hear is just Easty downstairs like, He does get into his football, does Easty. Icky with the ace 4 in the hijack, he will open. Queen 10 for Arian, off of 10 into the mug. We can't do anything with this in the small blind tower. We've just got to fold. We're going to have an orbit to find our spot. Not much fold equity with 9 bigs. There will be some stuff that Icky raise folds, but really is mulling this over. This Lee Richards, has he got some ideas? Just surely the king 9 off. We can wait for a better spot here. Decent structure. I know we've only got 9 bigs, but
fold. We're then going to be on the button. We'll have 4 hands to find a hand to go with. But what Lee's actually probably doing here, we might be on a ladder, which we are. So maybe just waiting to see what occurs on the outers. And Mo not going to defend the 9-5 off. Expect that to hit the muck, and we're heading over to the outer table because Adam Reynolds is all in at risk. Ace King for Adam Reynolds. Man Lee with the jacks.
Man Lee with the jacks.
So will Adam Reynolds survive? Not looking likely on that flop.
No.
Needs an ace or a king, and he finds it.
Oi, oi.
So gonna double, just fade in the 2 outer. Oh my word! That is filthy.
Ouch.
Why does it have to happen like that? You think you've got there on the turn, you think you've doubled up. 2 outer on the river, pings off. We lose Adam Reynolds out in 14th for £1,390.
Ouch.
Oh, what a dirty river that was, Tower. You see that king on the turn, you're like, yes, we've got our double, let's go. And the heartbreaker on the river. And ace queen suited for Chris, opens, makes it 40 from gun.
The old Whopper supper. How are you? Oh, things are good.
How are we doing, Whopper supper? Well, Phil Walker, potential trouble, Tower. I think this one's pure. I doubt he's going to take it though. He is just going to go for the free bet. But I think maybe 6-handed, we just send ace queen for 25, facing gun open, especially a Chris open as well. That's the other thing to take into account here. Chris going to be opening wide, although he's under the gun. It's effective low jack. He's got the chips to put to work at the table. And he's going to come along here with the ace queen of clubs. Three, 5, 7 rainbow, so not much going on for Phil nor Chris here. And Phil's not going to love that flop because Chris is going to have stuff like some 8s, some 9s, some 10s, these type of hold-ins. Does continue for 75k, giving Chris 4 to 1 on a call, 4.5 to 1 on a call with position. Going to take one off with the ace queen. Got the position here, so potential on check turns to be creative. And now for Phil, difficult to fire in a second barrel here. Chris will have 8s, he will have 9s, he will have 10s. And how often is he floating hands like he has the king highs, the ace highs, these type of hold-ins. And this is why Chris Johnson's just so dangerous, Tower.
Yeah.
Because he just floats, you check to him, he puts some chips in. Dangerous man to play against. And he's going to get Phil off the chop here with the ace queen, that's for sure. Phil folds.
Well played, Mr. Chris Johnson, chip leader at the table, 1.1 milli. And don't forget, if you're in the Manchester area and you're leaving Leeds or you're leaving Blackpool, the Super Sunday at Berry New Road.
Hold it, hold it, hold it. I'll do this. Oh,
go on then, do it. Go on, off you go. Go on, do it.
That's my button.
So as I was saying,
go on, you do it. PK.
As I was saying, if you're leaving Leeds and you're leaving Blackpool, having bust out those comps, Berry New Road in Manchester have their 15k Sunday special, slight overlay ATM.
I'm back, Tower. I'm back after this.
He's back. He's fixed it.
I'm back in business after this.
Here he is, Bill Gates. Go on.
Bill Gates. (7-4) suited for Mo on the button. Raising into Chris, but still think fine to open here this deep. 50 bigs effective, suited 2 gap up. May just let this one go, tower. Can't just defend any two in the big. Looks like Chris wants to battle. Maybe feels like he's got some reads or a decent edge on Mo. So A-side board. Mo checks back his second pair. Chris still with bottom. And Mo goes for a small 30k delay. Just shy of 30%. Chris does have a pair tower, but going to be very wary of this flop check back. Ace-high board and just sniffs it out straight away. Like if Mo had Jack 10, 10-9 suited, Queen Jack, he's just going to continue on the ace-high board. So once he checks that back, a lot of the time he's going to have something of showdown. Whether it be a pocket pair, whether it be second pair, whether it be a raggy ace, or he could have some traps, some flop sets in there as well. So Chris, with some discipline, lets the pair go correctly. And then I can show you this.
Oh, what you done there, Jay?
So Poker Live app, if you haven't got it, download it.
Don't know why you've not got it.
It's a great little tool to use.
Everything Grosvenor related, everything.
So if you are in the northwest and you can get yourself to Bury New Road, where we were last week for 888 Live in Manchester, there is a 15k guarantee Super Sunday. And there it is right there, 15k guarantee Super Sunday.
Well, it's dropped down a little.
It has dropped down a little, which is good to see. So people getting themselves over to Manchester, but you've still got plenty of time to get yourself in. I believe, let's have a look on the structure. Late Reg going to be closing here. Yeah, so you've still got over 2 hours if you want to get yourself to Manchester. 15k guarantee, looking like an overlay. Get yourself over there, guys.
Indeed, indeed.
There we are. Jackie is driving up from London now, all the way to Manchester, going to go play the 15k guarantee.
A couple of hours in car, old Jackie Chan's got.
Jackie Chan flies it.
Yeah.
And once again, Chris Johnson just getting after it. Ace 10 off on the button. A lot more viable than the 7-5 of spades we saw recently. But Arian's thinking there, he's thinking, how unlucky am I? This guy is free betting every other hand, and the one times I cold four with a legitimate hand, he's got queens. And Mo with the snap fold. Well played, Chris. Just chipping up tower when he's got chips.
Yep. Very, very dangerous.
We'll put them to work. Won't cage up and think, oh, I want to preserve this stack. We'll use them to build an even bigger stack. Payouts bottom of your screen. Baraka.
Scrolling across the bottom.
Oh, let's have some H2O.
Let's have some DMB, H2O and all that malarkey. Aye, quick top up of the H2O, thank you. So. This is, 516 total.
Pocket fives at Arian Tower. This has to go on the button. As Arian shoves, unfortunately we didn't catch it, but we have just lost another one from the field. Nicholas Ramsey out in 13th for £1,500.
Well, looking it.
Down to 2 tables of 6. So Arian sends it in on the button with the 5s, leaves himself 1 chip back. We are on a ladder, so understandably just keeping that behind. Gets it through. What do you reckon today, Tao? About half 10, 11?
Yeah, I think about 11 o'clock. Just a good shout. And then back a couple of weeks after that, and that's where we're going. I'll show you more after this hand, but Luton's full schedule is there, and we'll give you a chance to take a screenshot. There's plenty going on, and plenty to talk about Luton as well. That's our next stop, Cardinal Direct. That is our next stop. No, the big ones are a 1K, so like Madrid, Barcelona, Bucharest, and London. But obviously London was changed to Manchester because of the refurb. And then down in Coventry in October, the main event is 888, and it's a 500k guarantee. Yeah, let's slow it down. What you can do is take a screenshot. It's all on the app, by the way. Every single thing about this is on the app. It's on the Poker Live app, which you can read at your own leisure. But you can take a screenshot.
Zoom in.
Take a screenshot with that. You can zoom in with your fingers and all that malarkey. Get yourself in. And then the second week in Luton is that when we turn up on Wednesday the 16th, we'll be there for the mini-main day 3. The Turbo Day, High Roller Day 2, and then the main event. So there's plenty going on in Luton.
Plenty.
It is all on the app. And then straight after Luton, we go to Ding.
Ding?
Yeah. We just go Ding. And everybody, apparently, everybody knows that if you say you're going to Ding, everybody knows you're going to Reading.
Really?
That's exactly how I responded.
That can't be right.
Well, let me tell you. That Eastie bloke who went to university in Ding.
Okay.
And when they went out, are we off to Ding? Yeah, meet you up there. Apparently Ding was a thing.
I thought he was a snooker player.
Oh, well, I don't know how
I've never heard that.
I don't know how you
in my
can
life.
shorten a town's name to Ding, but apparently he can.
Why do they not say Red?
Well, that's exactly what I said. But also, he's promised us a night out in the Purple Turtle. You won't have been to the Purple Turtle.
I would have.
Did you?
Yeah, I went. We went to the Purple Turtle one night.
Upstairs, downstairs, inside, outside.
2018 it was, Tower.
Was that last time we were in Reading?
Yep, 2018.
2018, the Purple Turtle in Reading, in Ding. So there you go. Look forward to that.
So Chris looks like he's open from gun. Something doesn't seem right here, Tower.
What's happened? Yeah, the graphics have disappeared. Arian's got ace king, Mo's got 4s. What's happened here?
Okay, so Arian's gone all in over Chris's under the gun limb. Mo thinks he's all in, but Arian has left 1 chip back, and Mo has exposed his hand.
Got you.
So no aggressive action going to be going Mo's way. He can only check, call or fold.
So it isn't all in the call. We can bring the cards in if you want to, Soph.
No, Arian will bet the last 25, Tower. So Arian just gets a free roll here for his last 25. He can see the board, see if there's a 4 on there, and then once there's not, and we got the check mark, we'll throw in our final.
Yeah. Well, of course, Arian hasn't ace-closed his card yet, has he?
Yeah.
There's me thinking it were an all-in and a call, which is what Mo thought it was.
Would have been the same scenario if Mo realised.
So the extra 25 shows him the ace-king, and it's good. Mo wasn't ever folding for the extra 25. Down to 780. Arian back up to 560.
A6 now for Arian. Is going to open here, makes it 50k. Remember, we are 6-handed here, so gun is effective low jack. Just going to put this blocker to work from the looks of things. Mo on the button does find an ace, a7 off. Would like to see fold though. We are going to continue. Free bet would be a better option, but that is the best option of a lot. Just letting it go into the muck. And Chris here, King Jack of Spades, will defend from the big blind.
8, 9, 10 flop, 2 hearts.
Will flop a double gut shot here. Dummy end gutter for Arian with the 6 of hearts in hand. We're going to have Queen Jack here still as Arian. We're going to have set of 8s through 10s. But maybe a board that we do have heavy check on against big blind specifically. Arian agrees.
4 of spades, 2.
Yeah, now decision point for Macapac here, whether to lead or whether to check call. If we lead, we should never be getting raised, which is a positive. And is just going to go with lead for 80k. Fold out some ace high of Arian. Fold out stuff like some 5s, some 3s. And also, set up a double barrel against some 1 pair. Some stuff like ace 8, ace 9, jack 9 that might check flop. Just gets Arian off the best hand. Looks like we're down to 11 tower. Another out of table, bust out. We're unable to catch Keith Chung out in 12th for £1,640. So 11 remain, 6-handed on our table, 5-handed on the outer.
Nice to see you, buddy.
Arian with the ace 4. 3 bets to 145. Can't see what Chris has this time.
Now, bisogna più preliminari di TikTok, di state in seats, la 3 minutes to make your once again, the two shots, please take your seat now.
So Chris does get out of the way. Final table is 9. Yes, it is.
Give it 5 stacks now. Oh, 50k. I think it was
So 10-5. Bouncy calling out the big with 10-9 suited. Arian standard raise.
Small bet call.
This is a final call for preliminary TikTok.
Come on, Bouncy. We need a battle in these blind on blind, sir. We got position. Put the float out. 10-9 of diamonds, 3 to straight, 3 to flush. Nearly 4 to 1. Might have been seeing a turn there as Bouncy. It's kind of difficult though, isn't it? 13 bigs. Just seeing that stack is kind of shallow, so yeah, maybe more inclined to just fold than float. If we had like even 17, 18, I think maybe we want to float that one, but just preserving that short stack as John Bousfield.
Now, you can have all the cash players waiting for their 1-2, and then our cash in will take the 11 in the town. Once again, that is all players waiting for their 1-2, so cash in,
Final table of 9.
Let's go, Phil. Nice little move. Shops are just south of 14 over the limp of Mo. Only really 4 players to get through because don't expect Mo to ever limp a strong hand. So nice little pick up here for Phil Walker.
Chris Johnson chip lead on the table.
Go out the way from the gun. And we'll do the same. All the way around to the blinds. Lead Jack 3 off. We're short We've only got 4 bigs. Looks like just going to walk Mo. Can't find a hand to go with.
$50 bigs, 60 bigs, 40 bigs. 11 left. 888 UKPL Leeds.
King 7 for Chris, getting after it as the chip leader, as he should be, approaching the final table bubble. 2 to go until we're there. King 10 suited for Balsi in the hijack, just south of 13. In it goes. Good jab. Might be getting through though. Yes, it will.
Indeed, it will. Balsi survives. Mine's 10-20.
From guns specifically, effective low jack of 7s as Balsi much prefer open than jam. He may just go for the send again. He's going to go for open. I like this a lot. Whole table to get through. Lee just bottom end of the barrel distribution, cannot find a hand to go with. King 10 of diamonds for Mo. May fancy his chances on the in the cutoff. Can't see him fold him. He's going to have a look for 2 BBs. It's going to be heads up between Balsi and Mo here.
Five, 5, 6 flop.
Now this is like a decision for Balsi here at this stack depth tower, because we've got the perfect stack to be able to check jam. But yeah, love it. But the question I'll ask myself is, how passive is our opponent? Like, if we've got someone that's not going to stab when check 2, maybe we just bet ourselves. But if we've got someone that does like to stab when check 2 in position, check jam seems like a viable route and probably the best route for Balsi 7s. But Mo doesn't take the bait. It goes check, check. Now Balsi sees the dream turn. I'm going to go for some value, but won't be getting any. 40%. Mo can't do anything with King 10, no draw.
No. No draw. Lee Ridges has got about 6 hands tower. He has indeed.
I think it's less actually.
The
yeah.
burner.
Oh, buttons there. This is it. Has to go in this hand.
The burner himself.
For 4 bigs, there's not much we'll be able to fold from gun. But there's a few. There's a few in there. But basically what I do here as Lee, I peel 1 card. If it's a jack or higher, I'm in. Wouldn't even look at the other one.
No, he says no. But now we're more or less forestalling 40k, having to put in the next hand.
Yeah.
Where the value could have been the 7-5.
Yeah.
Any 2, unfortunately, it would have done. And he could have just been heads up against Bouncy, who could have absolute napkins anyway.
Bouncy defends with the King 8 suited.
Ace, Jack, Queen, flop. Phil's loving it. 1 bet. Yeah, he's got
annoying.
bagels.
If Phil went small here, like quarter, we
Yeah.
can take one off as Bouncy against half tower. Just let it go, as Bouncy does. Sizing, kind of indicative of what we do there with the King 8 of clubs.
Ace Jack from Mo raises to 42. Fish calls. Harry with the Ace Jack off. Decides to squeeze. What does that make it 150? 160. And Lee is in with the King Jack. It's just bad news. It's just a bit of bad timing. The King Jack, the Ace Jack.
Interesting one here for Mo though, Tower. Ace Jack suited. You got to remember we're 6-handed at the moment. It's a big old juicy squeeze from Ariam though. It looks like Mo is going to come along.
Pray for the hearts.
Or the king.
Or the king. Or running straight. But Lee Richards or Richie Burner is all in. So Richie at risk, we're going to see the flop. Not much help there for Lee. Could be just check down. No option, no. He says I'm all in. Ariam will not tank fold.
I have no idea what is going on in Mo's head tower. He just loves it. Just loves it. And Ariam going to see Mo's got him off a chop here. Ace Jack for Mo. And Ariam with a wry smile. Nice. But it's great when we get a character like this on the feature. And he's in great shape.
Yeah, Lee Richards thought he could have been live with that King Jack.
Arian had the ace of diamonds with his ace jack. Imagine a diamond rolling off in the spot. It should probably get checked down, but it didn't. But Mo now up to $1 million himself. Great run from Richie Byrne and Lee Richards out in 11th for £1,950. We are down to 10 players. Not sure why that says 9. Top right.
Oh, no idea.
Definitely down to 10.
Yep. Yep. There we go. He's had a one back on. So Man United let people down for 444 to one shot.
Yep.
Unbelievable.
But FPL, I'm the only person in my league that had a goalkeeper keep a clean sheet this weekend.
You did?
I'm the only one with Alisson. I've got Alisson.
Have you? Well done.
But
Well done, you.
everyone else has got Salah, so I'm in trouble.
Mo Salah, Mo Salah.
This may be a daft question, guys, but in the Poker Live app, it says I have £220 worth of vouchers. No idea. It means you got 220 on your account somehow,
Well done.
Sean. So if you want to buy in somewhere, your local casino, just say you got some credit on your account, give me
We
your
got
G
some
card.
goodies.
It will be on there, and you can use that towards your next buy-in. Or if it's less than 220, you can use some of that and still have some credit on there.
Have you played anywhere with an overlay?
Have I ever played anywhere?
No, that's how you get your vouchers on.
Yes,
isn't it?
potentially. Potentially.
If you played anywhere with an overlay that's paid in vouchers, that goes on your app. Man United were the only team not to score this weekend, and that's true. And it was a 444 to 1 tenfold. Or fivefold, eightfold. How many games with a 10?
10.
It was a 450 to 1 tenfold on all teams to score. Both teams to score in every game was a 450 to 1 shot. And Man United let it down.
They always let everyone down.
They do.
So, kind of fitting that I'm going to show you. Talking
Manchester.
about Manchester. At the moment, guys, we have a 15k guaranteed running at Bury New Road, Manchester. If you have a
all
look
went
here,
to Blackpool.
everyone went to Blackpool. That smashed the guarantee in the end. We're going to try and do the same here today in Manchester. So at the moment, we're getting there. We're getting there, Tal. Still plenty of time for registration.
That's just reversed, hasn't it? Because when we started it, it was 9k overlay.
So 74 entries. What, we still need 46 entries in a couple of hours in Manchester. I think we're going to
Come
hit
on,
it, guys.
Manchester.
Get yourself to the northwest.
Blackpool, Manchester, 55 minutes. Arian, Jack 10 diamonds. There you go, save it for the Cav Cup. Not seeing what you need to do, Pesky.
Jack Sharp, Max Lake Regit in Manchester. That could be the way to go.
Absolutely, Jack.
You need a
We
win.
have the high roller this week where 3 people match late regged it and they all 1, 2, 3.
Yep, 1, 2, 3. Arian, Abdul, And who was the third? Arian, Abdul, and someone else. Who comes second in the high roller? Yuzhao Yin, that's the one. 3 max late wedges.
Yuzhao Yin.
And what a flop for Chris Johnson. Just looking up, quack, quack, quack. 3 deuces. And Arian going to continue with the Jack 10 of diamonds. Expect Chris to just flat call here. As I say, Tao, these spots, Arian going to see bet the king high board, just keeping ace queen, ace jack, all this stuff in. We're going to get the money from ace king, king queen anyway. It's all about keeping that part of his range in that are drawing slim in terms of equity. How much? And now Chris going for this turn lead on the 4 of spades. Does shift in terms of ranges. Chris can have 5-6. He can have ace 5 pure. Maybe Arian opens ace 5 off. But we got the 5-6 advantages. Stuff like 4-3 suited, deuce 4 suited, king 4, king 3, all that stuff. You get the gist. And the bounce in the house, king queen under the gun. 13 bigs, love the fact he's opened here, not shoved. Going to be better to take this approach, get some value from Arian in the big blind. A6 off for Arian here. Is he thinking of taking it? He does love these offsuit high-low ace-X, but difficult to do anything at this stack depth tower. So it's just going to call C3.
Queen high flop, queen 2-5, top pair for bouncing. Should be one and done.
Around 45k barrel seat, third pot, what I expect to see, but he's gonna get sneaky and check back the queen, and Arian turns second pair. So this little check back on the flop may pay dividends for John Bousfield. Arian catches a piece. We'll be aware Bowsey's still going to have stuff like 7s through jacks that check that we're still behind to as Arian. And we're also blocking some ace king, ace jack, ace 10 stuff. So maybe he'll check again here with the a6. And then Bowsey just going to have to delay c-bet with the king queen now. We're not going to check this one twice tower. Want to try and go bet jam, get it in by the river.
Try and get some chips in.
It's now slightly more difficult. I said third on flop, maybe we size up on turn tower because we want to set up that river jam. We're working with 2 SPR, so 2/3 pot seems nice. Go 2/3, but yeah, nice from Bowsey. 60% does size up, just meaning that we're going to have a nice comfortable river jam. And expect Arian to stick around for one now tower on this 6 of diamonds turn. No. The meaty sizing, does it deter him from calling? I guess annoying for Arian, we block some of this ace king, ace jack, ace 10 stuff that we are ahead of, and does make a disciplined laydown. After catching second pair, just chooses to check fold. A few shorties now, eking round the feature.
Yep, Bouncy on 16, Phil Walker on 14. 2 tables of 5, 10 left. Heading towards the FT, whenever that will be. Anything happens on the outer tables, we will bring it to you. Phil Walker says have some of that. Here's 10 suited.
Oh no!
13. Oh man, what? We know it's all about timing, but how grim is this?
This is grim because Phil's jam is perfectly fine tower.
Yeah.
We've made the right play. Ace 10 suited going to be fine to shove here for 13. Unfortunately, sometimes you run into the top end, and this is the top of top. Aces for Arian. Just taking his time. He does move all in. Over to Bouncy. And Phil actually having Arian slightly covered here, so if he doesn't get there, we'll have the chance to spin up his remaining 2,000 chips.
Is this the final table bubble? Well, look at them stacks, by the way. We might have a spin on the way from Phil Walker. Jack, 2.
Yeah, not much happening, looking bleak. King or Queen of Hearts would be a nice one to see on the turn, just to give us some life, but the 8 of clubs seals the deal. So Phil Walker may still be in. We will count the stacks just to clarify. I know on the graphic it says he's left with 2k.
We will check the stacks.
Not even 10% of a big blind tower.
Has he got him, has he not?
Just finding out, guys. The dealer will check.
Has he got no big blinds?
Never seen that
I've never
before.
seen that before. Big blinds? 0.
0.
Not any.
And that is it.
Oh,
we
he's got him.
Lose Phil Walker. Here's our final table bubble boy. He takes home £2,300. We're going to be back in 15 minutes, guys,
20.
for the
15?
yeah, about 20, 15, 20 for the final table of the main event. We will see you shortly. We'll put a countdown on about 15, 20 minutes. See you soon.
See you soon for the final.
They're both very deep, and it's going to be a disaster for both of them if they play a very big pot at this point. Sadly, for the player on the button, he's likely to play a very big pot because the flop is ace 5-4. When you have ace jack on the button and the big blind just calls, you pretty much have the nuts here, and even though it's final 2 tables, a lot of money should fly in. Big blind checks, which he should with the entire range, and then the button is going to start putting money in the pot. He starts with the c-bet of 33,000. The big blind has kind of both options on the table. He can call and raise in a future street, or he can start raising and putting money now. The reason that he might choose to raise on the turn and not the flop is because this is a board that the button's going to miss a lot, actually, because he's opening 50% of hands. But he decides to raise right now, and the button should continue with a call most of the time. He's not going anywhere with ace-jack. If he raises again, the big blind's probably going to fold his bluffs and continue with hands that beat ace-jack, so ace-jack just calls. And then the turn is the king of diamonds, which is a spicy card because, okay, the big blind has a set, but now flushes are possible for both players. So considering they're both big stacks deep in a tournament, they should try to check at some point this hand and not put all the money in the middle, because if all the money flies in here, probably it's going to be a flush. So a set is happy, but not that much. Should keep betting though, which Remy does. Now that a flush is possible, as I said, it's a disaster if all the money goes into the middle. So pocket 5 should keep betting his hand for value, but if it was a king of spades, for example, he could go for a very big bet sizing, but since it's the king of diamonds, I don't expect the button to go anywhere. He's probably gonna call here and see the river and then reevaluate on the river. The button actually decides an interesting approach, which is a raise. I don't mind this play as much because it kind of stuns the big blind. If the button just calls, the big blind can keep betting. Ace-Jack can still be good here and take value from some flush draws, and some combo draws in general. And weaker Ace-X, I mean, it's very reasonable for the big blind to have a hand like Ace-10, for example. I do like the raise in the sense that the button can check back the river, and a call is also perfectly fine. So I think the EV of both options here is going to be similar. It really depends on how you're going to navigate on the rivers, if you're going to have the discipline to fold, if you face another bet and that kind of stuff, if you are on the button. So I don't mind the raise here, and I think it's a perfectly reasonable play. The big blind checks on the river. The river is a deuce of diamonds, which is an awful card for both of them. I mean, it's a 4 flush board now. The big blind has more flushes than the button, but the button does have a lot of flushes himself. So both players have a lot of flushes here, and I would expect both of them to check and take their hands to showdown, but Laurila thinks different. He actually, wow, bets a very, very, very big bet. Wow, that is a very aggressive line. I mean, Laurila probably realized that his Ace-Jack didn't have showdown value. There was a 4 flush there, and I mean, these guys are playing together for a long time, and he decided to put the pressure, and he got the snap fold from the set, which is reasonable because this is not a spot that we expect big stack versus big stack to put a lot of money in with a lot of bluffs. The part of the range that is beat by pocket fives is likely checking back on the river on the 4 flush, 3 straight cards. So this was a very creative play from Laurila. I wouldn't personally do it, but I mean, this is a good show that when you're deep in tournaments and you have a good read on your opponent, you can just go with your read and win a very big pot. So Laurila ended up being very creative and aggressive, and if I'm not mistaken, he ended up winning the whole thing. So sometimes you can just be creative and aggressive and trust your read, and good things will happen. So let us know what you think in the comments below. Would you have just called the turn in position? Would you have found this bluff on the river? I think this is a very interesting hand, and I want to know your opinion. I'm Alexandre Mantovani with 888 Poker. See you guys on the next one.
Hey guys, EC22 here in the wonderful city of Barcelona for 888 Live, and I am joined by the wonderful Lucia Navarro.
Hello, guys.
You've had a lovely week here in Barcelona, haven't you? Not just the city, but the poker, always.
That's true. I did very well. I think a bit better than you.
I mean, that is not the bar, but yes, you did do a bit better than me. And it's not just Lucia that's had a great week. We've been speaking to some of the players here at 888 Live in Barcelona for their experience in the main event. So let's go and head in and see what they had to say. So this is Yanis. He's originally from Latvia, but he's lived in Ireland for the last 20 years.
Yes,
yeah,
correct.
How does this stand out compared to other poker events you've been to?
I'm actually never play live.
Yeah.
So it's my first experience
Oh, wow.
with that.
Having this been your first live event, you might want to go to more. Where would you go?
So when I came here, I think this be maybe my first and last. Now when I'm in, I understood I want more.
You want more?
Yeah, yeah.
Estamos aquí con Pedro, más conocido como Muñeco, y es el ganador del circuito nacional de España. ¿Se hace difícil jugar al póker en una ciudad costera?
No, difícil no, porque siempre cogemos algún día libre para salir a la playa o a pasear o lo que sea.
¿Qué tal es la experiencia de jugar un evento de 888 Poker Live?
Hombre, la experiencia es muy buena, la verdad, y el ambiente que hay en el 888 Poker, pues es maravilloso, la verdad.
So obviously you're mainly here to play some poker. What is it specifically about 888 Barcelona? Because you've been here now 2 years in a row, is it?
Yep, 2 years in a row.
What makes you come back?
The range of binds are really good, and you have the balance between like turbo and kind of like the longer structures, depending on your game. And I think also for me, the venue here in Barcelona is like the best in terms of any other poker tournament I've been to. You can just obviously tell your bad beat story and then just go take the show off. What's better than that?
Estamos aquí con Albert Grané, que, bueno, ambos hemos conseguido entrar en premios.
Sí,
Vamos,
¿qué tal? ¿Cómo
a mí me ha
estamos?
costado un poco más, pero tú vas bastante bien, ¿no?
Sí, bueno, hemos atizado un poquillo, la gente nos enteraba mucho e intentábamos abrir y bueno, hemos robado un poquito, así que bien, bastante bien.
¿Qué diferencia encuentras en los eventos de España en relación a otros países?
Bueno, en Casino Barcelona ya tiene un largo trayecto de, pues, bueno, de muchos torneos y tal, es de los, yo diría de los mejores del mundo. Lo que te puedo asegurar es que aquí las cosas se hacen bien.
En el evento del año pasado, el mismo de Barcelona, viniste a la mesa final disfrazado de Rambo.
Correcto.
¿Este año tienes pensado algún disfraz en caso de llegar?
Sí, es secreto y ya lo tengo.
Una pista.
No, porque si no será para otro evento. No. Entonces, prefiero no decirlo.
Estamos aquí con Josep Valls.
Sí.
Y bueno, ¿qué te ha parecido el evento este año aquí de 888 Poker?
Muy bien, la estructura está bien, el feel bueno también, viene mucha gente más profesionales y más recreacionales. Y nada, me ha gustado y además como han ido saliendo las cosas, pues aún lo he disfrutado más, ¿no?
Y bueno, ¿recomiendas a la gente que venga a jugar el evento de 888 Poker?
Sí, está muy bien,
¿Sí?
Está muy bien. Buen buy-in, un buy-in que no es muy alto, no es muy bajo, se genera buen price pool y está muy bien el feel, la verdad.
¿Y qué te parece el ambiente? ¿Te ha gustado?
Sí, también.
Sí, lo pasamos
Perfecto.
bien por aquí.
Sí, está divertido.
Oh, José, ven.
¿Qué pasa?
Oh, hemos tenido suerte. Tenemos aquí a José Criado, más conocido como JJ, que es otro finalista de la mesa final. Bueno, ¿qué tal te ha parecido el torneo?
Bien, la verdad que no esperaba que hubiese tanta gente, o sea, bastantes buy-in y la verdad que me ha sorprendido. O sea, hay bastante on top y está bastante bien.
Está muy bien. ¿La estructura te gusta también?
Sí, una estructura buena, el día 3 es 1 hora y está, la verdad que...
Muy bien, ¿no? Muy jugable. Y bueno, ¿es el primer evento de 888 Poker que juegas o habías jugado en otros antes?
El primero. De 888 Live, el primero.
El primero. ¿Y qué, repites? ¿Repetirás?
Sí, sin duda. O sea, ya siguiéndolo a tope porque me gusta mucho la estructura. Como digo, muy buen ambiente, gente de toda Europa y bastante bien, la verdad.
So that's what the players think of their experience here at A-State Live Barcelona. And now that we're both finished with the poker, Lucia Navarro, what should we do?
I think we could enjoy our ice creams here, and then in a bit, we should go to the Sagrada Familia because one of the players told me we cannot miss it.
We're going to go and do some sightseeing, and we'll see you on the next one.
Bye.
You can't rest on your laurels and think, these kids, they don't know what they're doing. No. You have to learn from them. You need to take what they are doing, incorporate that into the wisdom that you have that they do not. The man I have in the car right now needs no introduction, yet I will introduce him. Good. It is two-time World Series of Poker Player of the Year, multiple bracelet winners, almost a three-time Player of the Year.
Yeah.
Daniel Negreanu. Daniel, how are you?
I'm good. You're right. I was three-time Player of the Year for about 4 days. And then they figured out that there was a mistake in the points calculation and it was Robert Campbell who won. So, I got that like feather in my cap.
I want to talk about you growing up in Toronto. Your parents, both Romanian. You were, first generation on this side in North America. What was that like growing up there in Toronto with Romanian parents?
Toronto was a great city to grow up in. Honestly, it's kind of like, oddly, people probably don't know this, it was like a gambling mecca in a lot of ways. Like the newspaper, I remember Bob McCown would have the baseball lines, and like gambling surrounded us in a way, Toronto's like a big sports town. There was like, casinos and this and that. So I remember it like sort of being a breeding ground for that. It's also the most multicultural city in the world. Obviously I had a very European style background, in terms of the way that I was raised, which was great. Both my parents loved me more than I could ever imagine. They taught me about generosity, about being giving, about hard work, all the things that, make me who I am today. Yeah.
Is that where you get the hustler thing?
Yeah, I think so. Because like even when I started playing poker, I remember, my mom was all worried because she was a worrier. She's like, Daniel, forget about poker. You go to school. But my dad was like, he'll be all right. He'll figure it out. He's making some money here and there. He's making moves, So he got that aspect a lot more than my mother. My mother finally came around after, I bought her a house and a car, and she's like, oh yeah, poker's okay. She's like that. Everyone, you have that character of like what a European mom is. She's that one. Like you come to the house and she'd be like, "What? Are you hungry?" And you'd be like, "No, I'm good. I'm like, "Okay." And then she just put a bunch of food in front of you anyway. Like, okay, she didn't hear that.
I got to fatten you up.
Yeah, a little bit like my big fat Greek wedding. My dad, of course, you know, didn't matter if you're whatever, driving, whatever, he'd pour you a glass of wine or whiskey or whatever, and you'd be like, no, I'm good, and he'd keep pouring, you know. They just come from that environment of just being generous and outgoing. And I think that played a big role in how I live in terms of one of the most important things to me is I don't mind so much in relationships when people are getting the best of me. I prefer it that way to a certain degree. I don't want anyone to feel like I'm underpaying them, that are cheating them, and I'd much rather would take that bullet.
Has that always been the case even when you didn't have money?
Yes, always. Like the people who work for me, they make more money than they should. But I want that because let's say I need them at 2 a.m. and they'll be like, he doesn't pay me enough for this shit, but I do. So I want them to feel as though they should be doing more in a sense, right? So, you know, I remember I talked to one of them therapist ladies, she's like, you know, that's about control, isn't it? I'm like, so? You know, because like, I mean, yeah, I have the leverage, if you will, in relationships that way, and I don't mind paying for it a little bit if people I work with, or just in general. Like, I'm not a big, like, I don't haggle over $20, $100. Like, these people that have a lot of money and they worry about, oh, that's, you know, that's $1,700, it should be $1,550. What's the difference to you, bro? It makes that $150 has no bearing to you. But like so many people live from that place of like, I should pay $1,550, not $1,700. I'm not that guy, I never will be.
Going back to the streets of Toronto, you're there and you get involved in snooker.
Yeah.
First of all, how did you get involved in that?
So snooker, like in Toronto and Canada, snooker's a big game. It's much more prevalent than 8-ball, 9-ball. And like, it was
but you're young though, right?
Yeah,
How
I was
old
young.
Were you?
13 when I started doing that. But at that point, you know, it was also an arcade, right? So there's video games there. Well, I always loved video games since I was a little kid. So I'm, you know, when I was very little, you know, you weren't allowed in the pool part. You could only play the video games. But I always remember like looking at it like, wow, right? And then, you know, when I got a little older, 13, 14, someone's like, all right, let's play pool. And it was like $5 an hour. You just rent the table kind of thing and you could play. And then I fell in love with it. And then they realized that they had tournaments there. And now I was hooked, you know. There's handicaps and tournaments, and I was always a numbers nerd and loved that sort of competition. And so, yeah, I got fully into snooker. And then through that, you know, some of the guys who played pool, they're like, oh, let's go play some poker. I never played before. And I remember going that first night with $10 and a 6-pack of beer. And my $10 was gone, and so was the 6-pack.
Was that it? You were just hooked?
Yeah, it was like, and then it was interesting, though, because I was intrigued, right? Because it was, you know, I was like, I thought it was all luck. You know, we're playing stupid games like Fiery Cross, Follow the Queen, all this kind of stuff. But then I'm like, how come the same guys seem to win? Like, and it's all luck, you know? And then I started to think about it more deeply, and they were all older than me. But about a month or two in, I started to like actually win myself.
That's okay. That's a pretty quick learning curve.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I started to watch like what this one guy. I noticed like, cause you know, you get your cards and you just play them and you see what happens to the end, right?
Right.
But I'm like, this guy, he just folds his hand all the time. What the hell is that about? You know? And then I'm like, okay, well, he's always folding, but you know what? He always wins too. How? Right? And that sort of was like epiphany number one. Okay, you don't have to play every hand. You know, you can be selective. You know, that was like my first light bulb moment in poker.
Games playing, being competitive, is that something that happened in the house as well?
Not really, no, because my parents were not, like, my brother is not competitive at all, wasn't into sports, whatever, and my parents, like, you know, they were not into all that. I loved it. Like, I just, you know, naturally was drawn to games, and, like, I used to, as a kid, I mean, I created my own tournament stats. This is why I'm so into this now with poker. I have these wrestlers, you know, they would fight, and I would play with them, but then I would, like, spin a wheel, and, like, one would win, right? And then I would keep stats on who would win. So it would be a tournament. I would create a bracket.
Completely arbitrary spinning.
I would create a bracket of 16 wrestlers. They would fight, and then there would be a winner. And then for that win, he'd get 50 points, and the second place wrestler would get 40.
You did this by yourself?
Oh yeah.
Did you have friends?
Yeah, I did too. But then even like RBI baseball, like the video game, they didn't have stats back then that would calculate. I made my own stats. Team Chinese Taipei, you know, this guy, Bing Wing, he's like 3 for 7. That's 428, you know. And I would keep all the RBI stats and all that. And I would just write papers and papers. And my mom would be like, what are all these papers?
I mean, I remember reading a blog about a game that you used to play with your dad called, is it Cintar?
Mm-hmm.
What is that?
I found out later that the game Cintar is actually a game, also a game called Nine Men's Morris.
Okay.
It's chess-ish. It's a very basic game. It's not all that in-depth. But I remember me and my dad, we'd sit by the pool and play it. And he had a very defensive style, which was frustrating and annoying. And I was much more aggro in the way that I played. and he would always beat me because he would lock me up. You know, lock me up all the time. But then, you know, I remember the first time I beat him, it was like a big moment. You know, and yeah, I loved. That was some good times with my dad.
You know, I still remember you winning the second time. I was in France when you won. And I thought it was so cool because for you to win Player of the Year, you had to final table the high roller, I believe it was.
The 25K, yeah.
And I remember you holding on and just playing tight just to get to it. And in my mind's eye, I'm thinking, come on, that's a weak way to get Player of the Year, right? But you want to lock it up. But then, not only did you get there, you end up winning the event.
So I remember it vividly. It was like 11 left or something. I had the massive chip leader on my left. So even if you're just playing it straight, you know, that's an ICM spot. You're supposed to play tight, right? The fact that he knew where I needed to finish only made it more difficult, right? Because he's putting even more pressure on me because he knows how bad. But I didn't do anything outrageous. Like, it's not like I folded kings or ace king or something like that, or would have. But the coolest part was, I'm like, all right, now I'm Player of the Year. I'm short stack at the final table. Spin it up and win it. That was pretty cool.
It really was. And I remember you being on the stage and you talking about
Yours now, John. You ready up for the munchie? I'm okay, thank you. Cheers. Anyone?
Seat free, please. Next time.
Yeah.
Nixon, ace of spades, seat free, please.
I need it.
It lands on me to go that come through, mate. There you go.
Here we go, just about to start the FT. Well done everybody for making it this far. We're down to the final 9. In 1 is going to be Bowsit. In 2 is Neil Phillips. In 3 is Ariane. Icky in seat number 4. Mo Romanovic in seat number 5. Chris Johnson. Manley. Matt Tyler. And Jamie Dale. And you won't have a clue who Matt Tyler is.
I don't know who Matt
at all.
No.
His last cash, get this. All right. Matt Tyler is local. I can't remember whether it's Sheffield or Leeds, but I definitely know he's one of them two. I think it's Leeds. Matt Tyler, his last cash was 2011.
What?
But before that, he final tabled the last ever Northern Lights.
Yep.
In 2006. He was on the TV programmes and he now plays just when he can be bothered. He'll play a 5k or a 10k and that's about it.
Okay,
and
nice.
he thought, I've seen it and I'll come and see you. And that's exactly what he said when I saw him.
And there he is on the final
and
table.
He's on the final table, Matt Tyler. Great to have him on the stream. So let's go. Final table.
Let's do this.
Let's do it.
Ace 5, 4, nil. I've got to say that made you laugh in the second tower.
Okay. Neil says I'm all in. Small blind, big blind, cool. many tickets we got left? 2. One more question and one more keyword. And we'll do the next question at 7 p.m.
That sounds good.
And Matt Dale.
Wow, Jamie's got a third of the chips in play.
Jamie Dale has absolute chunks. The man with more TV time than the newsreader at 10 p.m. in the last couple of weeks. So there are the chip counts in order. And there are the payouts. 2,800 first out, £29,000 to the winner. But in seat order, there are, oh, there we go. In seat order, Jamie Dale, 2.9 million. Matt Tyler, 680. Bousey, 360. Short stack just is Icky in seat number 4.
Yeah, Jamie just gets to open stuff like this, Queen 8 spades, stuff that's just suited tower, like connected as well. We're not going to open like 10 do suited. He's not going to open this one on this occasion, but he has the real opportunity when he's got this much of a chip lead to just start opening really wide tower, just applying pressure to the rest of the field.
Put the pressure on the shorties, Bouncy and Icky especially.
Yeah, Neil here with freeze tower. Could just fold, could even jam. I think the worst option for us is this. I think fold's probably going to be best, jam some of the time, and then never play flat. Just at FTs with ICM, small pocket pairs as always. They go down drastically in value. We're only going to flop a set 1 in 8.5 times, and the times we don't, difficult to navigate.
Neil with the threes, seat 2.
Looks like he's going to fire once, check 2. Feels like Bousey is missed, although needs to be wary. Cut off is cut off hijack here. Bousey should be doing a little check in as well, out of position.
And into the muck they go. Now come the cards. First couple of hands of the final table here in Leeds. It is so good to see Matt. Long time. Like I said, last cash was 2011.
That's crazy. Like Jamie here, maybe we want to choose like the Ace X and the King X, but he's got some real opportunity to. Not often do you go to a final table with a chip lead as substantial as this.
Down to the small blind, no more.
Hickey out around the bottom. And Mo with 10s. Big hand for him. Cover and stack. It's going to go for the free bet here, and that should be end of hand. I doubt Matt's going to call ace 10 off.
Free bet to 135. Now Matt does call with ace 10. He does call the ace 10. Obviously coming. All hearts, ace queen 9. So Mo just gonna put a feeler in. 60k. Matt not folding. Clicks in a call. Eight of diamonds turn. I think Mo puts the brakes on now, does Mo, I reckon. Which indeed he does. Does Matt do the same, or does he flick in the juicy off pot size? Can't really see him doing anything else. Got just over 1 SPR. Looks like 150. 125. 125. And that should be the end of it. Unless Mo has other options and other things in his head.
It is Mo.
Jay's tried to work him out a few times this week.
I still haven't figured him out, Tower. So good luck to these lads. And I've been watching him for hours upon hours.
Well, there's the call.
Probably check.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised me now if Mo clicks in a check again. Matt will do the same. But Mo can have other ideas. And he could be the one to say, I'm all in.
Oh my word.
Wow.
Mo's got the moves.
475. All in for Matt to call.
The problem we got here is Matt, Tower. This line, check call turn, lead river, very rarely a bluff. However, Mo has actually found a bluff here with the 10s in this given situation. And if Matt could find the hero here, it would be some hero, Tower, but this line, a lot of the time, it's value. But credit to Mo actually finding a bluff on this occasion. But what's he supposed to have here, Tower? Bets flop, check calls turn. It's kind of fishy, right?
Could it work out? You got like Queen Jack with a Jack of Hearts or something?
Well, the 7 doesn't change a thing on the river.
No.
does not change a thing. The 7 isn't. I guess it completes Jack 10, but that's not going to 3-bet pre, or at least it shouldn't. But it does get Matt off the best hand.
Well,
credit to Mo.
I'll tell you what.
What a great move. Mo with the moves.
Mo with the moves. First real action of the FT, and it was Mo. Chris with the 6s in the small. I like how he just mix it up with the king queen. Most people will raise.
As we should against man, because we got such similar stacks tower, and we're sitting comfortably third and fourth, well, second and third now, I believe, in chips. So there's no reason for us to just bloat a big pot when we're sitting near the top of the pack, and we got Jamie Dow with this humongous chip lead.
Like it. So about 25 from Man, and a call from Chris. He's hit the king now. This could be a bit of danger for Chris.
It probably will go check those tower for the reasons I spoke about on pre-flop and on the flop. The fact that we do want to keep this pot small, but he is going to go for the small size. So is that half pot, 65, 60, around there?
Yeah, 65.
It's just a disaster if we get check raised here on the turn as man tower, that's the thing. Does get the value from the king queen off to the river.
9 of hearts is the river. And we're going check orders. Man just continue aggression.
We don't want to open ourselves up, I don't think, tower here. Yeah.
Checkity check.
It's just one that I can't see how we get to go for 3 streets. Shout out to F&B.
What they done?
Roast dinners on a Sunday. A beef Sunday dinner for us. And I was enjoying it. I'm just eating my dinner tower, I should do. I thought, bloody hell, they're posh here in Leeds. They got trapezoid flavoured potatoes. So I've got a nice bit of gravy. Bit into what I thought was a potato. It tasted nothing like a potato, and it spat out my mouth because it was veg. It tasted like
veg. It was a turnip.
A turnip. I just thought they were posh here and they were doing like special shaped potatoes. I bit into one and I was like, that's not a potato. But I'm really good. Really, really good. Shout out to the guys. Make it possible for a Sunday dinner on a Sunday at the casino.
And they have turnips and not potatoes. But they do have potatoes as well.
No, they have potatoes as well. But I just thought they were fancy potatoes, you know, like in a cut shape.
The old dauphinoise.
Yeah, like
fondant potatoes shaped as turnips. We'll have a look after this hand how Manchester's doing.
Yeah, sounds good. There we go.
As you do, straight in.
Straight in, as you do. So as you can see, it's picked up a little bit in Manchester. Getting people across to Bury New Road. Now we've got a total of 82 entries. We've still got 4 more levels of reg.
Yep.
We need to hit 120. 38 seems possible, Tower. Bit of value there.
End of level 8, late reg.
Manchester, Bury New Road. Value at the moment, overlaying a hefty amount.
But slowly getting there. People busting out of Blackpool are thinking, do you know what?
Off to Manchester.
Off to Bury New Road. How's Blackpool getting on? Manchester's quiet because everybody from Manchester went to Blackpool and they ended up with 60,000 in the prize pool.
There's Jack and Clubs at Arian, makes it 55. Oh, Jamie. Any free bets here, Tower? What a combo and what a chance to get after Arian, but not going to do it as the chip leader. 30 bigs effective, a real sweet spot for these offsuit high-low free bets from the big blind. Obviously, we don't take them at full frequency, but maybe when we are the chip leader by this much, they're going to be in there more often. It does just choose to fold on this occasion. When you're back on, boys, we will be back on. Luton GUKPT. We will start streaming from 18th of September.
Yeah, that's the first week in Luton. 100k guarantee for the opener. I know it's a little bit small on the writing, but it's a big old festival.
Small turnaround for me. I get back on the 16th.
Where'd you go?
I don't know, Spain somewhere.
Well, you're coming back on the 16th.
Give me a day to get the washing done, head down to Luton.
You get back on the 16th. You're literally driving straight down to Luton.
Oh, it's the 18th.
Oh, the 18th, oh yeah. 18th
yeah.
and 22nd is when we're on.
Yeah,
8.
so-
Oh, you got plenty of time to do the washing.
2 days.
Plenty of time to do the washing. Gary McGaffney just getting ready to go out for his evening drink down Player Banker Seafront.
All in for Balsy here, Tower. 10 bigs, Jack 9 suited, should be shoving. Blind on blind. Does go with the all in. Neil can't call Queen Deuce off. I'm going to get this one through. Over to Jamie. Gets to open any ace, any king, any suited queen. Finds the queen 5 off in the cut-off, lets it go. Bousey has a king on the button. He's not going to play that though.
Oh, it's 4 minutes to 7.
Yep, we got a. Are we doing a tower fix?
If you want. If you must.
Or do you want to think of a question? I'll go get the teas.
Yeah, good shout. Good shout. Give me a subject.
The subject is. The subject is New Zealand.
Eh?
I don't know. I have no idea.
New Zealand?
Something like that.
What a good shout. Love it. So I'm out with the 8s all in, Jamie with the Jack 9. So Mark gets it through from early position, 29,000 up top. Cheers, Gary. Thank you very much indeed. Got it, McGaffney. Thanks for the kind words. You're watching The Tower, lead presenter, and Jay Ward, lead J.I.A. Arwood, lead analyst, the best in the business. Cheers, Gary. Good night from Lanzarote. All the best, Gary. Have a superb evening in Playa Blanca. Glad you've tuned in most days on your jollies. Enjoy Playa Blanca, young man. Sorry, it's 7 o'clock?
7 o'clock.
Get your pen ready, young man.
I've got my pen ready.
Get your pen, get your piece of paper.
I've got my paper.
Show them that it's empty, so there's no cheating.
There we go, empty piece. There's something on the back, but... Have we got a fresh piece? What's that there?
That's tissue.
That's tissue. Paper.
Be careful.
One job. One job I had. There we go, that would do.
Oh,
that would do us.
That's it, you can half that if you want to.
Half that. There's the paper, blank at the moment.
Rules are
as simple as this. 109 token, going to be given away, 109 ticket, sorry. Tao will ask me a question, I will write my answer down on this piece of paper. Closest to my answer is going to win the 109. That's my answer, not the correct answer. Please do not guess until we say go and Lime Ricky says go, and please no duplicate answers in the chat box. Any multiple guesses, you will be disqualified. Over to Tower.
So there we go. So, you wanted a question on New Zealand, so you've got one.
Yep.
So, the population of New Zealand is just over 5 million.
Oh, okay.
But how many sheep are in New Zealand?
Is this like a trick question?
No, not
Is it? Hold on. Am I allowed to ask one question?
Yep.
Are there sheep? in New
Livestock.
Zealand? There is sheep
Yes,
in New Zealand.
livestock.
Okay. I was
Yes.
checking it's not a trick question.
No,
The
it's not a
answer's
trick
zero.
question. You got 10 seconds.
Okay.
He's gone and done it, ladies and gentlemen. And Dennis Shaw said, how many sheep are in New Zealand? How did you get that? I was just looking, I thought the answer is, ladies and gentlemen, how many sheep are in New Zealand, or how many sheep does Jay think there are in New Zealand? Away you go.
Me and Lime will be monitoring the chat boxes.
You will indeed.
Why do you have to pick one? There's such a high number that it makes my life and Lime's life more difficult.
How do you know it's a high number? There might only be 600 sheep.
It's going to be more than 1,000, isn't it?
Well, yeah, but then there's only 5 million people in New Zealand.
And it's just on AAA Poker TV, guys, for those that are guessing on YouTube and Facebook.
You know the population of England, of the United Kingdom, is 67 million.
Yes.
And there's only 1 million sheep in Britain.
Is there?
Yeah.
Oh. Oops.
So how many sheep does Jay think there are in New Zealand? The population of New Zealand is 5,338,000. So I gave him a clue. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, as always, we've said in the last 2 weeks, every answer has to be on 888 Poker TV on Twitch. So we'll give you time to change over if you want to. Because our moderator, Lime Ricky, in Costa Rica, is on 888 Poker TV Twitch. She is our main moderator for 888 in the world. So the answer has to be on Twitch. We'll give you time to get yourselves over if you want to join in the fun.
start concentrating on this fantastic final table. Pretty stacked as well. How we doing, Daz Blues? Good evening. Question for the giveaway: how many sheep in New Zealand? Ooh, hang on a second. Who's actually gone round? New Zealand's a pretty. It's a big country, especially by land space. But
it's not as big as Australia.
Yeah, but still, who's actually gone round and individually counted these sheep, Tower? That's what I would like to know.
Maybe you have to register everyone.
Maybe.
Maybe that's the way forward. How do you get on 88 TV? 88 Poker TV's on Twitch. Lance Christensen. He says, how do we get on 888 TV? It's on Twitch.
Very nice this from Jamie Tower. Might have gone like 210 if I'm being really like nitpicky, but like the fact that he's taken ace deuce off here, very nice combo of choice as the chip leader. We like the offsuit ace X as the chip leader at final tables. We like the suited king X as our free bet bluffs. And Jamie gets that one through of ace deuce off. Very nice from him. Good take.
So we'll give you another one more hand because people are switching over to 888 Poker TV on Twitch.
Now we're doing Richie Burner. Evening, guys. Please, you taught me to come to Leeds now. Happy with 11th card dead for the last hour when trying to shovel in. We saw, mate, you didn't get many hands, but good run and good cash.
Well done, Richie. Well done. Good to watch you on the TV as well, and I'm glad you came to Leeds and took the advice.
And the chat box makes a great point. How on earth has someone counted all of these sheep without falling asleep?
I love it. Love it.
Icky, gonna open fives here, Tower. I think this would be down as a fold, theoretically. FT, small pair. Can't continue against a 3-bet. Not much playability when we don't flop a set, which is going to be a small percentage of the time. And the other thing as well, when you've got these low pairs, Tower, you block all the trash, like the 5-10, the 5-9, the 5-deuce. You're blocking bad hands that you want your opponents to have and fold. So, like, much better as Icky here to open like an ace-5 suited or something with removal. But now over to Jamie, and he's just going to be able to 3-bet call this off as 10s. May make this like 1. Oh, he's just going to go for jam. What's the effective stack behind? Oh, of course, Balsy short and Nil short as well. Yeah, so standard for Jamie just to move in. But Icky could have preserved these two big blinds, Tower, just with a fold with the 5s.
Neil's calling. In they go.
And we hate that as Jamie. Now we're praying to see ace king. Icky will be able to get out of there.
Yep. Icky is out. So 10s for Jamie in seat number 9. Neil has the queens. So here we go. 6, 2, 4, no help for the 10s, but the queens need to fade them to survive. Do we get up to nearly $1 million with the blinds at 30? Yes, we do. So we think everybody has just about gone over to Twitch on 888 Poker TV, where you need to put your answer, because we have our Lime Ricky moderator there. The main channel for 888 is where the questions are being asked, and you need to answer them in there.
I'm looking forward to this.
Yes, and the 5s would have got there, by the way.
Yeah, no, but we can't call 5s.
Can't call 5s. So the question I asked was how many I gave him the population of New Zealand, which was 5.5 million. So I was expecting him to know a little bit about sheep.
Yeah.
Yeah. There are only 25 sheep in New Zealand.
Okay.
Well, actually, there's 25 million. 25.1 million sheep there are in New Zealand. One person to every 4 sheep or something like that. Ow! I don't know how, but 25.1 million is the population of sheep in New Zealand. But that's not what we want to know. It's how many sheep has Jay written down. We'll give you another minute and a half.
Yeah, because we're going to have another all-in and call to cover here. First double up from Neil, but the maths say we are likely to have our first bust out. Icky now with the ace-10 up against the ace-king of Mo, out in front.
Eight, 8, 5. We have a chop out. Arian's, yeah, out of the hand.
Or just a 10.
Or just ping the 10.
Who needs chop outs when we got outs to get there, Tower? Icky finds the 10 ball on the turn. How'd you like that? Fading kings.
I think that's about 5 times he's been all in this week. And 5 times he's managed to survive. So get your guesses in for the next 30 seconds or so. We will close the comp and then we'll have another giveaway around about 9 o'clock. Get ready with the countdown, Miss Lime Ricky. Get ready with the countdown. We'll let you know when. But last couple of guesses coming through. How many sheep does Jay think there are in New Zealand? Gave him the clue that there was 5.5 million people in New Zealand.
You gave me that clue to try and trip me up. I know what you're like. I thought
it would help.
You thought it would help?
Yeah.
It did help, to be fair.
There you go. So are you ready, Miss Lime Ready? Go! Start it from 10, please. I do like watching this. 10, 9, 8. Gumpy has got in with a guess in between. So to us, game changer. It's a game changer. The final guess is the game changer because the contest is now closed.
After this hand.
So there we go. Straight after these cards, we'll give you the answer from Jay.
Yeah, and what about this for Neil? Finds boots, queens and aces. First 15 minutes of this FT. Always nice. Oh my golly gosh. Arian with aces as well in the small blind, and they're both going to be licking their lips at this situation. However, we're just going to chop this one up unless we're going to have shades of the one drop from 10 years ago.
Oh no.
So both of them are loving this such a scenario. Neil sitting there thinking, oh yes, we got him. We've got him here. Arian with the free bet making it 210. Going to be back to Neil, who I'm guessing is just going to send the lot into the middle. Aces v aces.
Icky's going to get out of the way. And then the words are going to come out of his mouth. He's going to say, I'm all in on the call. Have you got aces? He says, yes, I have. Yeah, me too. That's exactly what he's just said. Big smile. How's that happen?
No one wants to see it, but deep down we all do really want to see it.
three hearts or 3 spades on the flop.
Well, it's Neil who does have the free roll here. Will he realise it? Spade on the turn, brick on the river. That's what we want. Let's give Harry in the sweat. No. Boring old 5. Red 5 on the turn.
There we go. So, we have got... we've closed the comp. And the answer was 25.1 million. I gave you a bit of a clue with the population because, Mr. J, how did you get your answer?
You gave me the population, 5 million. And you think about when you see Sheep Tower and you're like driving down the motorway, there's a lot in there, ain't there? There's a lot of bloody sheep. They're everywhere. So I thought there'd be more sheep than humans.
Okay, like it.
And I thought there'd be a fair amount more sheep than humans. So I went for 4x.
4x?
Yeah.
Very good.
And if you're any good at maths, 4 times 5 gives you 20. And I went for 20 million.
Very good. So, if you would have given me the population, I'd have gone to about 1 million.
Would you?
I would. I'd have gone south.
But you like when you drive down that, like, imagine you're stuck in traffic jam on the motorway, and you got average 3 people in each car, and you got about 40 cars, and then you've got 120 people. There's probably about 480 sheep to the side of you in a field. There probably is. So it's about 1 to 4. When you look at all them sheep in the field, there are thousands.
If it was 1 to 4 in the UK, there'd be like 200 million sheep.
There would be. I can't imagine what it's like in New Zealand, because when you go on like a drive past a field, you just see.
So who's the winner? Who have we got?
I'm just going to hold on because Balsy here is all in with ace 9, and are we going to get our first bust out? Third all in. This is going to be. We've already had 2 double ups. Sorry, fourth all in. We've had 2 double ups and a chop. And Jamie with the 10s once again, losing to the queens last time. Is it going to be a hold on this occasion?
Well,
no, it's not.
That's a nice flop.
Balsy with top 2. Rough start to this FT for Jamie. Can still find a 10 or an 8.
You're going to be doubling him up if there's no 10 or an 8. And it's a king, so Bouncy doubles up to 550,000 at 30.
Yeah, tough one for Jamie. Get it in good, get unlucky, get cold decked against queens with 10s, few hands before. But still with this hefty chip lead, 2 to 1 on second.
Good luck, Bodwet. Final table of the free roll. Right, give us the answer. Who's the winner?
Give
us the name
of the giveaway.
Give us the name.
Who guessed 19.3 million.
19.3 million.
Was Archibald 0424.
Oh, there was an actual answer of 20 million, but that was on YouTube. So, 19.3 million. Well done, one and all. It has been confirmed by Lime. Archibald 0424. I don't think his birthday was in April 24. Makes him a couple of months old. Don't think.
Get him signed up at Spurs. I'm bored of seeing Ange Ball now. I want to see Archibald. Congratulations. Lime's going to be in touch. 109 ticket going your way.
Yep.
As Matt, Queen 9 off, just rattles it in for 12 from under the gun +1. It works. Is that a Matt kind of play, Tower? You obviously know him a lot more than me.
It is indeed from the old days. He's obviously still got it, obviously plays somewhere. I know he likes his 5Ks and his 10Ks now, does Matt.
Yeah, but Ian Edelman makes a good point. I bet it's a big profession over there, sheep shearer in New Zealand.
You've never been out of work.
They're all sheep shearers over there.
Job for life.
King Queen 4-0. Raises to 70. The man's got one here that should be defended. Suited king from the big. Definite defend.
King high flop. Neil and Man both flopping top pair. Jack of Hearts turn. Check call from Man.
Yeah, Neil going to want to just go for another barrel. No, he checks it back here. Maybe thinking that he's not going to be able to go for free streets here and going to go for value on river instead. But look at this run out Frost, how clean as can be. And if Man goes small here, I'd really like to see Neil raise this top pair for value. Yeah, Man does go small. So raising here is just, it's just one chip in. Like Man's just could block. Okay. I would have liked to see raise tower. Once we check back turn and we're under-repped and then we're met with less than a third on the river and we're never getting free bet because of the board, just make it 2.5x or 3x the bet on the river. Get some value, or try and get some value from our top pair, maybe thinking nothing worse calls, but against that size, difficult not to have the best hand in King Queen. Ace King never a thing. Expect 2 pair plus to potentially go bigger. Driest the boards. Perhaps some value left on the table there from Neil. King Queen of Spades for Icky in the hijack. This is a much better open than the 5s we had an orbit or so ago. One that does definitely want to get in the mix and just going to get the raise and take through. Crucial at these stage. The raise and takes.
So Matt on 13, Bowsy on 18, Icky on 25, after doubling up. Icky and John both doubling up. One more giveaway today and it'll be a keyword round about 9 o'clock. Stay with us.
Bowsy under the gun, Ace Jack of Spades. Should be opening. Jamie does get to defend wireless as the chip leader. Maybe wary about this bouncy gun opening range. It does want to see free.
In the middle, 9-6-4. Not a bad flop for John Bousfield.
Yeah, we call that above average where I'm from, Tower. The nuts. One big blind I'd like to see from Bousy. Goes slightly more, same thing. And Jamie just going to be check folded. Well, has Jamie got some ideas? What bad timing this would be. Oh my word. Bousy, music to his ears. And he's got the check mark on the flop.
Leaks it back to 140.
And Bousy obviously just calling Tower. This is kind of wild from Jamie Tower. Yes, we're the chip leader. We get to apply the pressure. But we need to select the right combos, and this is just trash. Like, not even a spade in hand, not even a gut shot. And we're also going into a range, like Bousy will open the suited ace-x of spades. Yes, from the big blind, we're going to defend any two suited cards. But Bousy still has all this ace-x suited, like king 10 suited, queen jack suited, jack 10 suited, kind of close whether it will open. But he's still got a fair amount of combos of flushes. Yes, we have more, but Bousy is going to have all this ace-x of spades still in range. And Jamie now just shutting it down on this 5 of diamonds turn. I'd love to see check back from Bousy Tower.
Me too.
Because if Jamie's got 2 pair plus, he sets us in. So Jamie is drawing dead. So now we check back and we just hope that we either get the bluff on the river or Jamie makes some sort of hand. And Jamie may think that we've just got a bare ace or king of spades here as Bousy and set us in Tower. And Bousy's just going to beat him into the pot. But credit where it's due.
He's put the handbrakes on.
Yeah, well-timed shutdown after Bousy called this check raise on the flop. Very well-timed white flag wave from Jamie Dale. Now Bousy just going to go for his value with the ace-jack of spades, but won't be getting any. Quick check, I got the nut flush, yep, they're suited.
All of it, and a snuffle. Bousy up to 790.
The Bousy. Comes up to me yesterday, Bousy goes, I watched the stream back from the eye roll, I heard what you said about me. I go, how do you get all them chips? He goes, not used to seeing in second in chips. He goes, yeah, a bit out of my comfort zone. When he's got 20 bigs, he's one of the best players around. But when he's got all these mounties in front of him, sometimes he don't know what to do with them all, Tower. A class act, this John Bousfield. The player that has cashed the most across the Grosvenor circuit since it began. Was he a season 1, Bousy?
Yep.
He was a season 1.
He cashed in season 1. Ladies and gentlemen, it's good to see Phil in the building again.
He is back in Leeds for some more announcements.
Absolutely, it's the last time you're going to hear it this year, mate.
It is. It is the last time we're going to hear it this year.
Well, I think you should take you round.
Yeah, just as the announcer.
Yeah, absolutely. Great idea. Well, back to this action here because we've got a raise to 75. Just a flat call with Chris with the queens.
Kind of nice, Tower. Like at final tables when we are covered by the opener and we're a middling stack and they open from under the gun. Like even kings do a lot of flatting. Like not just queens, but this is kind of a nice flat from Chris that I don't think a lot of people find. And we see 9-4 deuce, 2 hearts here. Nice flop for the Macca pack. Neil's got to be a bit wary about Chris's flat range here once we open under the gun. So he's going to check, and that will give Chris the green light to start putting some chips in with the ladies. Oh no, he's getting super trappy here. Really mixing it up as Chris, and now Jamie Dale may feel like sixes could be the best hand. Making assumption that Chris bets a 9 or an overpair. Shouldn't really have much 9x out though, as Chris facing this under the gun open. We shouldn't pill stuff like 10-9, Jack-9 suited. Ace-9 suited may even fold as well. So 120 from Jamie. Nil with the ace-queen. Still with Chris behind.
Yeah, you've got to be wary of Chris as well.
To worry about.
And decides to get out of the way.
Yeah, cool here always. Never raising tower. Chip leader is incentivized to be aggressive, and the times that they haven't got it, we can just pick off his bluffs on the river. And if he has out something like 9x suited, he may elect to value bet that anyway.
Oh, just get pinged. Jamie is going to get a lot of chips back now.
Yep. Chris can't fold tower once we play queens in this manner. Once we check back flop.
Wow.
There is no folding going on here. Queens with the queen of hearts.
Does the heart save him a little?
I don't think so. The queen of hearts is like, there will be some ace x of hearts in there for Jamie, but there's no king queen, queen jack, queen 10 of hearts. It's kind of a vital blocker we have tower. Obviously we prefer to have the ace of hearts, but it's not an ideal world, is it? I can't see how we fold this as Chris. Against chip leader specifically.
Yeah.
And we've already seen he's capable of bluffing. Chris hasn't seen it, but we've seen it on stream. Let's see what Jamie goes for here. I don't think Chris will snap. That's something that is the case. What's this? It's fairly meaty. It's near pot sized. 440. Yeah, Chris does pay it off. He's going to see he's got super unlucky, but just takes it on this chin as he always does. Just takes it in his stride, continues with his game. He'll try and spin that 10 big blinds up. What an unfortunate river for Chris Johnson.
Down to 325k with the blinds at 30.
Maverick, you're blindsided. You're blindsided by the fact that the sixes have rivered a 2 outer. Says if the queens just free bet, the sixes fold. Chris's flat will be in there. I can assure you of that. When we are covered and under the gun opens and we're a middling stack at the final table, we don't do much 3 betting. There are some spots where we just play pure call and we won't even 3 bet aces, kings, queens, ace, king. And like queens will definitely be in there in the form of a flat in that particular scenario. Second in chips open, we're third in chips, and they've opened from under the gun. I think queens is going to flat more than it 3 bets. It may not even do any 3 betting with ICM. I think you're just blindsided by the fact that Jamie Dow has rivered a 2 out of there. You imagine if Jamie doesn't hit that 6 on the river and check calls a bet from Chris and suddenly he's got 1.5 million out. Deja vu.
Queens for Chris, are you sure?
Oh no, not like this. Jamie can't bust them 2 hands in a row, can he?
Wow.
And I know this is a flip tower, but you never win these ones. I'm sorry, Macapac, but you just don't win these ones. You don't. This guy's just taken most of our stack.
Yep.
When we've had this hand, he's rivered a 2 outers, and now we've got a flip against him. We're 10% here, Tower. we are. We don't win these. As Chris, you do not win these scenarios. I know I'm talking nonsense because it's all down to the maths, but it just always seems like when someone takes most of your stack and you're all in next hand and that someone calls, they always take the rest of it. And is that going to be the case here for Jamie Dow, or is Chris Johnson going to snap double back up?
The best race there is.
Oh, wow. My word.
You see the ace, you think it's curtains, then see the queen.
I saw the ace first as well, with the queen next door, so Chris going to do well to lose this one. Jack or 10 of hearts would be sweaty. But the 7 of hearts just as sweaty. It's not over yet.
Oh, wow. Any hearts on the river? No.
What a caller anyway.
Wow.
Top 2 versus set. Chris gets some back straight off the bat. Back up to 7-2-5. Jamie loses that flip.
What a game this is.
I heard you, Georgia language, and very generous.
What a game we play.
Mo with knights. He will open. Makes it 80k. Matt with the ace-5 suited sends it into the middle. And we're going to have another all-in and call tower. I think this is number 6 of the final. I know 1 was a chop, but is this going to be the one that we finally lose a player? Shades of the bubble the other day on the high roller. We had 8 all-in and calls before a bust out. I believe this is number 6 all-in and call, and no one was chopped aces versus aces. Is this going to be the one that we lose our first player?
King, Queen, 7. Matt Tyler needing an ace, running spades. Down to an ace. Well, Matt Tyler is our first eliminated player.
Barry,
Well,
no.
it's not. It's a 2. So Matt Tyler, first time we've seen him for a long, long time. But it's great to see him back at the tables. Matt Tyler finishing in 9th for £2,800. Bit of more money to add to the pile. Well done, Matt. Lovely to see you. And hope to see you again soon. You never know, I might make a trip up to Blackpool for the next UKPT there.
The Zild says, wasn't it all over by now in Manchester? It was close to.
Different comp.
Yeah, different comp.
Different comp, different style. This one's played down to 15%.
This is the best structured £500 comp in the world by a country mile.
Yeah.
By an absolute country mile.
Yeah.
This has got a better structure than some 25Ks you see on EPTs and stuff.
Yeah.
It is the most insane structure you're ever going to see for a £500 pounder.
Yeah. And obviously in the Manchester main event you play a certain number of levels each day. Whereas this one played down to 15% of the field. End up with 46 and there's 1 day left and that's it.
Like average stack right now, Tal, nearly 40 big blinds. That just says it all. Average stack at a final table, nearly 40 big blinds.
Yeah.
Like you get to EPT final tables with around the same. It's just such a lengthy structure for the players, so much time. Don't rarely see it in a tournament at this buy-in level. I reckon about 11 Zild, but to be honest with you, maybe closer to 12 now. I thought we'd have about 6 left at this point in my head when I'm figuring out what time the day would finish. But we've had a nice few early nights so far this week, so it's been nice.
Where is the next UKPT? There it is. Luton. I know it's a little bit smaller than normal, but it's on 2 spreadsheets. Starts on Wednesday the 11th of September with the satellites, and then the opener has a 100k guarantee on it for a £200 buy-in. There's satellites going on And then we've got Mini Main's got 100k guarantee on it with £250 buy-in. And then Luton Day 2. And the main event has got a 250k guarantee on it. So plenty of money guaranteed in Luton. Check the app for details, Poker Live. You're over at Poker Live app, make sure you got it and all the details are on there. But 3 big guarantees in Luton.
Mo with the 9s. 3 betting to 160 from the big blind. Has he clicked this? He has. Clickety click. Clickety click. Gonna bring Neil in. Just clicks it back from the big with the 9s. Not sure if that was a misclick or not, but interesting. And we've got a bit of action between the two. Neil flops top pair, decent kick up. Mo flops the straight flush draw to go with his pair of 9s. We're going to continue small, 90k, quarter pot. Neil can't go anywhere with top pair, decent kick up. Does make the call. And a 9 on the turn, just drills off the set. But one that's probably going to be going check here, Tower. 10x is a thing, some flop flushes is a thing, especially, I'm not sure Mo's thinking like this, but once we free bet to 5 big blinds, when someone's open to 3 big blinds, they basically just continue their whole opening range because of the price they're getting in position. So there's going to be any suited hand Neil opens, he gets the pill. So Neil is going to have an advantage in terms of flushes here. So have to check turn as Mo does river the flush with the 9 of hearts and looks like going to go for some value. Alright then, Richie, back at home with a bang, guys, watching whilst doing the ironing.
Beautiful.
Neil thinking about paying here. We lose to a 10, although a 10 probably wouldn't value bet. He is going to pay a nice bit of value from the pocket 9s of Mo. Non-believer in Neil, thinking there's some ace high type stuff, no heart in there. That we beat, and to be fair, I'm guessing they would beat. Scott Berridge has just had a roast, waiting for my crumble. I do love crumble.
Apple.
Apple crumble, rhubarb crumble.
Oh, rhubarb crumble.
Like anything with crumble on it, Tower. I'll probably even have turnip crumble. I literally, anything with a crumble.
No, you wouldn't. You spat it out earlier.
Yeah, but I'd just eat the crumbly bit on top, that's it.
It is a good one, the old crumble. But I'm not too sure straight after a roast.
Yeah, it's It's the one after a rose crumble.
Right, can you eat it after a rose?
Yes, you can.
Really?
Yeah.
You leave space? You
Yeah.
leave your turnips, you can have a crumble?
Yeah, exactly. Leave the turnips, have the crumble. Do you remember, God, that must have been 10 plus years ago, on Britain's Got Talent, that woman that made the final singing the song, everyone's good at cooking something, I'm good at cooking crumble. You remember that?
No.
No.
No. That's not a thing.
It is, she made the final. Everyone's good at cooking something. I'm good at cooking crumble.
Oh dear. Is the mini main different from the opener? Yeah, different buying. The opener is 175 plus the juice, and the mini is 250 total. So one's 200, one's 250.
Jay, is the mini main different to the opener tourney? Just asking, it's the same buy-in price at Luton. I'm
Just said that. Just answered that, which is because he says, "Oh yeah, thank you, Tal."
Okay.
One's
I'm
200.
scrolling down.
No,
Hold
no.
on.
One's 200, one's 250.
It was David Williams' golden buzzer. That's the one. He golden buzzed her.
No way.
Yes, he did. Watch it on your next break. Everyone's good at cooking something. I'm good at cooking crumble.
She weren't as bad as that one that Louis sent through to the final of the X Factor. That was she like a Chinese woman? And she had to. She withdrew because she was that bad.
I can't remember.
Can you not? And she was like really, really bad singer.
I only remember the year Ridian Roberts was on it.
Oh, Ridian.
Oh, Ridian.
Like something out of Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
Good old Ridian.
Everybody's eating. Beef,
Why wouldn't you be?
Beef and rice stroganoff now.
Is it?
That sounds nice.
It does.
I do like the sound of that, to be fair.
So Jamie, after checking back flop, got a call once here with his second pair nut kick up. Icky now gets the fold, the ace 10. We've only got 15 bigs. Chips are valuable. Yes, we're getting 5 to 1 to hit a gut shot. But even if we just got these 4 outs going to equate to around 10% equity, not accounting for dead cards, meaning we need 9 to 1 on a call. We're nowhere near where we need to be in terms of prices, Icky, but he is going to have a little punt. Wants to see if he can find the king, and if the king does roll off, it will be a full double for Icky, but it does not. 6 of clubs on the end.
So 6 of clubs river. Action. On Moe, he makes it 130. Jamie Dale with all the chips makes the call. That's a great call. And Icky just get out of the way. And Jamie Dale over 3 million. As he sees Moe tabling King Jack. How many tickets does the mini main satellite give? However many runners there are. Show you the structure. There it is, right at the top. £50 satellite for the opener and the mini. So the opener is a tour. and the mini is 250. So that's 450. So one for every 10 players, I guess. Is that right?
Yeah, about that.
So one for every 10 players. So 150 runners. Could be pretty decent. They're always busy, I must admit.
Someone that's going to be getting busy this hand. It's Mr. John Bousfield with a couple of 10s here.
Bousy.
From Boss One. Makes it 80k. Arian Ace-9 of clubs here. Thinking about getting aggressive. I'm not going to take it. Not going to get to flat this one. So free bet or fold. Goes for fold.
No action. What is our streaming schedule for Luton? Our streaming schedule is week 2. 29,000 for the winner. There it is. That's when we're there on Wednesday the 18th. We've got the mini main day 3, the final day of that. We've got the final day of the high roller on Thursday, and then Friday, Saturday, and Sunday we concentrate on the main event. So that's Luton. So the final 5 days, 18th till the 22nd. Couple of days off in between, and then straight to Reading for the 888, which is there. So that'll start just as Luton finishes, but we're there on the Wednesday. Yeah. Yeah, the last 2 weeks. We get 2 weeks. 2 weeks off after this one. 2 weeks and 3 days after this one. So 7.
I'm just going to keep bringing this back up, Tower, because there's value. And when there's value, if people are from Manchester and they're tuned in, we might have different people tuning in every hour. But what still, we have got a couple of levels to go until late reg closes here in Manchester. End of level 8 plus break, late reg will be closing. So far, we have 99 in, 21 players it's overlaying by at the moment. So still some added value going on at Bury New Road, guys. 15k guarantee Super Sunday.
Late reg until the end of level 8. Get to be NR.
And let's have a look. Where should we go? Should we have a look here at Leeds? So, if you are in the Leeds area and you fancy some, well, I'm showing them what cash games are on. Someone might want to play cash. Go. Here are the cash games at Leeds. We got 4 1-2s running, a 2-5, an Omaha, and an Omaha 1-3. If anyone fancies some cash at Leeds, come down.
Love it. Loving it, loving it, loving it. Well done, one and all. The numbers in Blackpool this week for the 25-50. 22, 38, 43, 166.
This is what we do on the live stream, Tower.
Exactly
what we do.
right.
Something's overlaying, we'll get it over the guarantee.
Absolutely.
We'll plug it up on stream and see what's occurring.
Yep. We're on his way to Blackpool.
Nice looking flop for Balsi. Top pair, top kicker. At this stack depth, just going to get to check jam, ace-9. Icky only got 10 bigs. What's happened here, Tower? He said Icky bet 75. Oh, Balsi just called? I thought he might check jam this spot here, Tower. Just because Icky's only got 10 BBs now. Icky going to move all in. And Balsi, ace-9. Can definitely have an overpair here as Icky, Tower. 10s through aces. We've got an ace in our hand blocking some of the ace-X. It's a tough one for John Bousfield. We don't know what Icky has. But I think he's just going to have jacks, queens, kings, aces, tens a lot of the time here, Tower. Because on this 5 turn, it's a turn that the ace king, the ace queen, the ace jack, king queen stuff give up, because Bousey has this 7-8. It's a lot better card for him in the big. So a lot of this king high, ace high stuff would give up, unless it's specifically ace x of spades, king x of spades that just want to try and get Bousey off a 6 or a 9 and then run their equity of call. But against Icky, what I've seen so far, I think that might be a very good fold from John Bousfield, Tower. I think that might be a very good laydown. Top pair, top kicker. I agree. Once you really think about it, does he really have any bluffs? And if he does, like the king, queen, queen, jack of spades, we're still in front, but 65-70%. But I think that was a good fold from Bousey. We'll never know. We'll always try and take the whole cards out of account anyway.
Oh, Danny and Kashani. He's no stranger to a menu or two, let me tell you. He's definitely no stranger to a menu. Steak incoming. You're absolutely right. He has to be ordering a steak, does Arian? That's all. That's just him all over. Nice steak, nice bit of veg. Chris Johnson, John Marsfield, Neil Phillips and Arian Kashani. Icky with 20 bigs, all the others just under 19, 17, 16 and 16. Lee. I'd love one. Full one. Full cup of tea, please, be lovely. Thanks very much, Lee. They look after us here, they do. We sit in this corner and they look after us. Why is he looking? He's definitely getting the steak. You're not wrong, Stevie. Can't be anything else, can it? I tell you what, hats off to the F&B here in Leeds. So many people have said so many good things about it all week. And they even stuck on a Sunday roast as well today. Hats off to the F&B. So more razors. Chris Johnson out of the way, round to Bousey with tens. 15 big blinds, 16 bigs. 16 bigs. Bousey. They are the weird pair, aren't they? The tens. What does he do with 16 bigs with pocket tens? He says, I'm all in.
That's exactly what he should do, Tower.
He says, I am all in. And then the king, queen of Mo will call.
It shouldn't.
But he will.
It shouldn't.
I don't, I must admit. Behind to any ace, 10 ace, jack, ace, queen.
Yeah, I don't think it calls. Shouldn't call. It's a lot of bigs, Tower. 16 and a half at an FT. Oh, he has called.
Yeah, and the weird thing is that he tanked for so long with ace king and nearly snapped with king queen.
Fake flip for Bousey. The thing is, like, having 1.9 and 1.3 is kind of the same. I know we got a lot more chips, but it doesn't make a difference because of Jamie Dow's big chip lead. But losing this pot and bringing us back to 700k, it makes a big difference because suddenly we're in the danger zone with a few other players then, but he just gets rewarded. There's no justice in this game.
Nope. Bousey facing elimination. And it looks like that is it for Bousey. No 10 on the river, and John Bousfield out in 8th. The jacket is on. Another FT for John Bousfield. Well played, sir.
Well played, Bousey.
Fist pump from Jamie Dale. £3,300. Well done, Mr. John.
I don't think King Queen suited calls there, Tower. Like maybe if we're like monumental chip leader like Jamie, yes, but like I say, it doesn't really change much having 1.3 and 1.9 million the way the chips are situated at this table. But if we lose that one and Bousey has ace king, ace queen, we don't win our flip.
Nope.
Then suddenly we're right back in that pack. As we say, we've seen Mo play a lot on this feature table the last few days, and he has his own style, his own way of playing. If he fancies putting chips in the middle, he will.
That's exactly correct.
Chris Johnson been quiet for a few hands, just going to use this block up, try and attempt to steal. We'll be getting through the field to the blinds, over to Arian in the small.
Queen 8-4, rainbow.
Yeah, not much for either here. Probably just going to be check bet fold Tower onto the next hand. Chris finds half.
$29,000 up top. John Bousfield out, which means we're down to 7. Arian says I'm all in. Oh, now then Mo.
call.
We've called with King Queen, we've called with Ace King before, now we've got Ace Jack and a snap call and turns over Ace Jack Seward. Arian at risk. And Mo all of a sudden could have 2 million.
Literally gonna, well, more, yeah. Gonna be just over. Gonna be like 60% of the chips in play for Jamie and Mo combined. If the Ace Jack can hold here. Well, it's a bit of a sweat. Arian picks up some additional equity. 6 would now work, as well as the 9 ball. Oh, now.
The 6 or a Jack.
We can still find a 9. I don't know why it's saying offsuit 9.
Well, that's all the
3
nines
nines.
are out.
Yeah, maybe it was dead. Maybe it was dead, but could have still found an offsuit 9 from Arian's perspective.
Fist bump and a smile from Arian Kashani.
Another cash for him this week. Another max late reg cash as well, as Tower calls it the MLR.
Woohoo! Get me. DWK me, you know.
DW, down with the kids.
Down with kids.
Down with kids.
From Yorkshire, me and us. We miss letters, we miss words and all sorts. We're down with kids. Well done, Arian.
Yeah, we're on the case, James Cunningham.
Unlucky Mr. Arian, and well played. Deck Colohan guesses 22 million.
Would have been close to my
guess.
guess.
That deck. Trouble is you're about an hour behind. We're down to 6.
Yeah, was just letting the man know, Jackie Chan, about the card reader there, showing a different card. That's all that was. And he will be on the case in the midst, finding out what the problem was.
Absolutely.
So everything is nice. Moving forward with the stream for the rest of the evening.
3 stacks of 17 bigs.
If we didn't have a mute button on the mic, how many times do you reckon throughout the day you'd hear the words PK, PK? It would be over 50. It would be over 50, wouldn't it? Always sort stuff out if things are going wrong. Ace 3 suited for nil. Only working with 16 bigs. Is going to open from the looks of things, and Icky sends it in with the Ace Jack. Good little jam from Icky. Should be getting through as well, Tower. Be surprised if Neil called this one off, although we've already seen a couple of dubious calls, let's say, at this FT. But Ace 3 suited for 17 bigs nearly would be optimistic, to say the least, for Neil. He does choose to let it go.
Chris Johnson doesn't half look like Big Ange, the Tottenham manager. That's like me saying Michael Howard was Michael Day. a little bit closer, to be fair. Head on.
Ace-9 off, 17 big jam on the button there. Does it seem close, Jay says. Johnny, it's definitely in there. I know that for a fact that the Ace-9 off, the Ace-8 off, and the Ace-7 off do love open shove on the button between 15 and 20 when folded to. So it's definitely in there. I've actually seen that spot before. But they're like the prime candidates there, off of that stack depth that aren't pairs, and then the prime candidates that are pairs are obviously the deuces through sixes, and then the prime non-pairs are stuff like Ace-9, Ace-8, Ace-7, Ace-10's where we start going for raise call.
$29,000 up top. Allianz just paid out $3,850 for 7th. 6 players left.
Yes, what's going to happen, guys, we won't be going on break in 7 minutes time. We're going to play another level as we only come back with, I believe, about 7 minutes on the clock when we started the FT.
Yeah.
So going to have an additional level before we head out on break.
Gangman style. I'm always wearing dark glasses when playing online. Oh dear. Talking to Gangnam and all that, what about Fat Man Scoop?
Sorry?
You know Fat Man Scoop?
I know Fat Boy Finn.
You know the song? Fat Man Scoop? What was his...
Oh, you got $1 million bill, but that one. You got $1 million bill, put your hand up. You got a $10 bill, put your hand up. Yeah, that one,
yeah. Fat Man Scoop, Fat Man Scoop. He died on stage yesterday.
No, he didn't.
Passed away during a concert.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, 53.
What?
Yeah. 53. He actually collapsed on stage and passed away.
I've just realised as well that's what he's saying in the song. Does he say Fat Man Scoop in the song?
Yeah.
I never realised that.
Fat Man Scoop, put your hands up. If a fat man, passed away on stage. Unbelievable. You got a $20 bill. Put your
Yeah, that's the
hands
one.
up.
Yeah, I remember.
$10 bill. Put your hands up.
That was in clubs when I used to go clubbing, like 10 odd years ago.
Yeah. Icky with a flush draw. Neil, open ender. And Neil says I'm all in.
Yeah. Icky can't call with the 8 foot. Has he put it in with the flush draw?
Yes, he has.
Oh my word, Icky's going for the gamble. It's over a pot-sized bet from Neil when he's got an 8 high flush draw on a paired board. And Neil, once he gets called, he's like, oh my word, I need to find an 8 or a king. We just need to hold with Queen Eye. Icky.
Getting tricky.
Well, 9 does bring some chop outs.
4, a 8, a jack or a diamond.
Jack to chop, 4-8 diamond for the scoop, but it's a 6 of hearts and Icky down to 310k. Neil the beneficiary there with the Queen 10, but what was going on that hand tower? The shove from Neil, over pot shove with an up and down, and gets called by worse.
Wins with Queen Eye.
Welcome to Leeds.
Welcome to the final.
This has been fantastic. Always nice when you have a proper mixed bag on the final.
It certainly is. After this hand, we'll show you how Manchester's doing because he must be getting close to the end of level 8, I reckon.
I'll have a look.
Phil Dawson says, what was that? That was a weird hand when Queen Eye doubles up. So more. Oh, Romanovich. Chip leader.
So here we are. So Tower, we have 105 in. We need 11. It's 116, the exact number.
Easty, can you get to Manchester?
11 minutes. We got 21 plus break, so about half hour, a little bit more to get yourself to Manchester. Looking like an overlay now, guys, because it's difficult to get 11. It's possible. Oh, it's possible. 11 in half hour, possible. But either way, it had 45 in Tower about an hour ago when we brought it up on stream, and now we're close. We are close to getting over that guarantee, which is good. And if you've just tuned in again, if you're in Manchester area, some great value here for the 15k. Super Sunday, we're nearly there, guys. Can we hit that guarantee?
Yep. Everybody from Blackpool busting out of the 2550 straight down the M61.
King Queen suited for Icky. Gonna get to send this into the middle.
Which one's our clock?
It's top left, I believe.
Top left.
We're blinds going up in 2 minutes, I know that much. And Chris calls for 7, Queen 6 suited. Maybe expects this to be any 2 from Icky. Maybe a fair assumption to make after the last hand that just occurred.
So here we go. Do we get that double? Icky with the King, Queen of Hearts. 10-eye flop. King, yeah. So, slight overlay in Manchester on the 15k. Blinds up next hand.
Swap check to the seminary, please. Swap check to the seminary. Thank you.
That can only be no paper for your printout for your win in a slot. That's all it can ever be. I've got some winnings and it won't pay me out. Chris says I'm all in.
The 10-8 suited man not going to be able to call 9-4. Chris going to get that one through.
So we're down to 6. Chris Johnson on 10 bigs, Icky on 16 after the double. Lines should be up now to 25.50.
And Icky jamming again. This time working with 13. Blinds have just gone up. 50k big now. He's going to get that one through. So Icky chipping up nicely. Obviously losing that one with the 8 high flush draw. That gets the double straight away through Chris, and then just getting that shove through.
C4 says, if he's in Manchester, can you buy him in? We know you're in Manchester. You live in Manchester. Get yourself to Berryhill Road, the C4. Slight overlay. You love overlays. Get yourself in.
I would have brought you in a CFO if there weren't a samosa shortage last week.
Yes. Oh, he replied to that.
Did he?
He says he went in this week.
Oh, I remember, and he said he got them.
He got double. He got double amounts and ate them all to himself. All of them.
Yeah, so Icky just goes with the shove again, gets it through. Chris Johnson now, our short stack.
Thanks. You did bring cake in. Well, we must admit you did, and it was tasty. Very, very tasty. That was compensation. It was delightful, let me tell you.
Pushing the hijack. 2/3 of his stack into the middle. 75 of diamonds for Icky. Out the way.
Yeah, it's just a registration of deck. We've been on the case, Gilo. I know it's normally 100% correct.
The thing is, Gilo, what you got to understand, when we spot the problem, we are commentating over that 20-minute delay. So then it's 20 minutes until it's rectified, if that makes sense. So we're aware of the problem, that the cards may not have been registered to the right card, but we are getting it sorted and it will all be fixed, okay? Just need to recognise we're on that delay still. It's not an instant fix.
Yeah, we're not watching it live, or else we won't be able to chat to you. Cheers, Gilo. I'm glad you enjoyed the live stream. I know, obviously, in that 20 minutes, we might have a couple of cards that are registered wrong, but instantly on the case when we know something is wrong. You know when you pick up a hot cup of tea?
Yeah, I know, you pick it up
without
by
the angle.
The handle was facing that way. Am I meant to pick it up when the handle was facing that way? Tell me how.
Spin the cup.
Queen 8 for Icky, complete smoke, checks his option with King 5 suited. Would have liked to have seen jam now that we are the big stack and just get to leverage that, but gonna just bet the flop it seems and take it down.
I wanted to take the flip and I called, and he turns king 7.5. So well dominated. Flop 2 hearts with a 10. So the turn comes a heart.
So I believe a new deck's on live, guys. It will all be okay in due course. We'll make do with what we got at the moment.
It just spoiled the viewing, that is for sure.
It's 9 for Jamie in the hijack. He's going to open. Makes it 100k.
So Mo, really quiet for this orbit, as Mo.
I thought once Mo had this chip lead tower, he'd be going all guns blazing. I honestly thought that he would open up a lot more, but it seems to have, if anything, been tighter. Nice flop for Jamie, flop stop pair.
I like the old check from Mo. The old fingers straight into the table.
I bet in the olden days when you had them like plywood tables, someone's finger would go through it. Nice looking turn for Jamie. Just going to get to put another barrel in here now. And this deep may even size up as well. Ace high board with the opener. Going to want to see a bit more juice on this turn sizing tower. At least half. Either way, we can see it will be end of hand.
Indeed.
60% does the trick.
Says it on YouTube. My girlfriend who works at the zoo letting me watch this instead of the soaps on TV. She's a keeper.
You can't laugh at that. You just can't. I read that and I nearly blocked him. Honestly, I nearly barred him from the channel tower. I was that close, but I thought, you know what, Tower might like the joke. I'll let him watch.
Can't believe it. Yeah, I know, but my sister works for the gas board. Want a meter?
See, I know that one, so it's all right. Don't start with the jokes. We've done well all weekend to only drop a few in. Unfortunately, I can't block you, Tower. 30 minutes to go until the second break. No, it'll be the first break of the FT. It will be, it's just an extended session. And we're down to 6.
Yeah, 30 minutes left of this session. Yeah, well late for the $500 UKPL free roll that they put on, thanks to 888 again. We have one more token to give away. That'll be at 9 o'clock. Or in fact, that'll be 9 o'clock. We go on break. So we do it before or after?
Ooh.
After.
Get everyone to come back.
9:30. The final $109 token giveaway, which will be after the next break, which will mean coming back with 6 left at the minute, and last chance to get yourself in for free into the 888 closer tomorrow.
Any free bets here from Jamie, Tower? A7 off, maybe 2 middling. He's just going to defend. Difficult actually to free bet against 20 bigs. We'd have to literally make it like 300 here. 325 as Jamie, giving Neil a nice price. So just land on flat. He's still out in front with the A7, but if met with continue, may struggle to stick around for a street. Although ace of clubs, ace high seems like one that will. Could just go for one big here as Neil if we wanted to. 50k, but elects to check behind.
7 of clubs turn.
And Jamie, with the check mark in terms of winning, can't lose this pot. There are obviously chop outs, but impossible to lose this one. Can chop with an ace or a queen. Check, check.
Two of diamonds on the river. Check mark for Jamie with the 7.
May block. Tower may go 1 BB here as Jamie wants his check, 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 check. Looks a lot like ace high of nil. 50k, maybe a tidy little size of choice. Go slightly more, same thing. 60, 20%. And I doubt Neil will call ace 3. But we'll know that Jamie is going to defend wide this in the big blind. We'll know he can have all sorts, just like a 4-5 suited, a 9-4 suited, a Jack 3 suited, all this type of stuff we do actually beat. And it doesn't get sticky, lets it go. Ian Needleman, some kind words. Always look forward to the stream you provide. Not being able to play poker live the last few months due to health issues, I find it therapeutic. Hopefully we'll be back to play the seniors in Luton. Thank you both for being so entertaining and your team for such great service for the poker community. I just look forward to it.
Thanks, Ian. Very nice words, and hopefully we'll see you in Luton at the end of September, 18th till the 22nd. I think the seniors is on the 22nd of September. So 3 weeks today. Fingers crossed you've got your health back, and we'll see you there. Nice one, Carl. Carl Lanus is great. Watch the footage as always, Jake, with a little thing to say and spots on tape listenings every stream. He definitely helped me out and helped his game out a lot. So I'll say thank you on behalf of myself and everyone else. Nice one, Carl. He is a top-notch analyst, that is for sure.
That's the thing. It can be a learning tool. I'm not the best Hold'em MTT player, but I will be probably winning in the fields, and if you want to do the same, you can just try and take some stuff on board. Everything I say isn't going to be right, it's just an opinion. Sometimes someone will come in the chat and say, what about this, and I might backtrack, so I'm just giving my opinions on how I play hands. I don't really rate myself that highly in the midst of Hold'em multi-table tournaments, but I do think I'd be winning in these fields in the long run. And then hopefully some ideas you guys can apply them and understand why we're doing them at the table and improve your game. Can be a learning tool to stream, can just be a comedy program for some with a tower next to me. So I know people watch it for different reasons, but it all does come together as one beautifully.
It does indeed.
No, there's like chips in the cards. I think it's scanned. Yeah, just like 2 seconds.
King 5 suited for Jamie here. Love it. I was just about to say these are the ones that we like to use, folded to us on the button. Suited king, less than 20 effective in the blinds. Stick it into the middle here. And this is what, well, Neil might call tower here with the sixes. Like, we're going to be well ahead of the range that Jamie shoves here, because he will shove any suited ace, any offsuit ace, probably down to like ace deuce. He'll shove deuces, he'll shove fives, threes, fours, a lot that we dominate in there. But the power of this jam from Jamie is people at final tables are supposed to and will call off much tighter. So if this was just like 3-4 tables out, Neil would be fist pump getting this in for 15 against a button jam, that a range that contains pairs that we dominate. But at a final table, things are different, and there's some circumstances that make people want to fold. And even here with sixes tower, sixes probably goes into the muck. Although we're ahead against the range that Jamie shoves, with ICM at 6 left, it probably does just go into the muck. And that's why these jams are so powerful, because we get so many better hands to fold. And just getting a hand that has us crush there out, great result for Jamie, very nice pickup.
Still on 6 out of 289.
Zilge says, I love both parts of the show, but honestly can't keep up with the change in pace from banter to analysis. I know 1 minute you're talking about combos, next you're talking about Dandelion and B-Dot. Where's the cam? Bulldog. Dandelion. I've had a brain fart here. What is it? Burdock. Dandelion and Burdock.
Well, at least you've tried it.
I tried it. It weren't the nicest.
You tried it, and I finished it off.
It took me back to the days of pulling a sickie at primary school, but here we are.
Pulling the sickie at primary.
Yeah, it took me back to those days.
Oh dear. Cheers, Cole. Thanks very much. See you in Blackpool in a few weeks' time. And don't forget, 2nd of November, CAF Cup. I think it's number 8, isn't it?
Like here, Tower, I think theoretically 8s might do some folding. Man's going to take it and go for the half stack under the gun open. I guess we're 6 max. Like 6s would definitely fold. 7s, I think, may fold as well. But man is going to take it. Maybe against the Macca pack, who still will open loose, even at this stack depth from gun. Maybe it does make enough to get involved. It does get it through.
Yeah, well, that's where it came from as well, HBS. The actual Dandelion and Burdock Ben Shaw's came from a chippy today. Because the guy who fetched it in and says, this is from a chippy. The thing is now, Dandelion and Burdock with fish and chips used to be about £4. It's now about 14. That's the difference.
And I bet the bloke that walked into the chippy as well, you know they have all the cans at the front like the drinks you can buy. I bet that was the display can and that was the only can of it they have. And it had been sitting there for years. Because I've never heard of the drink in my life, Tower, and I had some earlier and it tastes horrible, I'll be honest. It honestly tastes like cough medicine. Do you not think it's very like cardamom pudding? I don't like it because you get the original taste like and then it hits you, and it's a bit like, you know, like when you're eating your pill of rice and sometimes there's a cardamom pod and you bite into it and it's like that proper not nice taste.
Me too, down. Never heard of it.
Maybe it's a northern drink. Right. I don't know.
Well, you know how you've never heard of Dandelion and Burdock and we got 2 cans coming?
Yeah.
I've never ever heard of a Lamborghini.
Yeah, what's that, Tower? That's quite good. Tower's never heard of a Lamborghini, guys. If someone could bring one in for him, show him what one's like, that would be great.
I won't be able to fit in one. Yeah.
So approaching break, guys, 20 minutes. We will be on a 15-minute break, still with 6 left. I reckon about 11 still for this one. Icky with ace-jack suited, Tower. This is one that will be a nice take. Like, much prefer this over 8s and 7s, stuff like that, just because of the removal, Tower. Blocking the calling range, very important at final tables. And does take the jam. Going to be back on Jamie. Is he working with anything? Man can't call king queen at diamonds. So you know what's going to happen? Haroon's called it here in the chat. Someone's going to turn up next stop for us in Luton with a lamb biryani.
To be fair, it's a nice dish.
Too spicy.
No, what?
I had.
So you're too spicy, a lamb biryani. I had no spicy.
I had a spicy korma the other day.
No, you didn't.
On my life, I went to my Lahore across the road.
And what did you ask for?
I asked for a korma, and she said, "Would you like that mild, medium, or hot?" And I said, "Extra mild," as you do. And it come out, and it still had a little kick to it. Honestly, it still had a tiny little kick. I was having, asked the people, I went with a few of the dealers. I was sweating. I was honestly having a little sweat. You know, like your nose, your nose starts running. You're having the sweats. You need to do a bit of this and that. Honestly, my taste buds are just sensitive, really sensitive.
Were you sat at the window? Were you sat at the table near the window?
Yeah, yeah.
Was that you in the coma?
What is that? No more, please. No more jokes today.
Is anything being streamed during the Walsall 25th anniversary tournaments? Nope. We have. I actually didn't even know it was on until a couple of days ago when somebody asked me, "Am I doing the Joker's Wild?" And I had to check the schedule. So I'm guessing the Joker's Wild is just going to be a Joker's Wild tournament without the music, because in Walsall, the Joker's Wild is on the same time as the main event day 2. Which you can't blurt music out when the main event day 2's on. So I'm guessing that the Walsall Joker's Wild is without music, not like the Joker's Wild at Goliath. But no, nothing will be streamed. The 25th anniversary.
Tezza. It's not my fault. I don't like my mouth on fire. There was a time years ago, the boys got me, this was pre-lockdown, and PK was just like we do, would you like some chocolate, you want one of these Maltesers? He's like, does anyone want a crisp? Oh yeah, I'll have a crisp. Bit into it, jalapeno crisps.
No, oh that's grim.
Straight to the kitchen.
They're not very nice to start with, and I like it, I like jalapenos.
Get the milk down me, but it don't go well with me, Spice. Really doesn't.
We went to a superb Indian in Manchester. Absolutely brilliant. Really, really good food. I really enjoyed that one. You would not have eaten anything. You would have eaten the poppadoms and the chutney.
Mango chutney, yeah.
That would have been you done.
Yeah. And onion bhaji goes very nice with mint sauce. The green mint sauce, very good.
Yeah, like the mint yogurt thing, yeah.
Dandelion and burdock was invented in 1285.
Wow. To be fair, it would have been a drink that you would have just found on the side of the road, because there were dandelions and there were the burdock purple roots. So,
Chris Johnson with a legitimate holding. Top end with kings, and king 9 suited here for Jamie Tower. Awkward against Chris's stack depth, but we could make this 200k if we wanted to. 200, 225. Something, as I say, that is a size that if Chris jams, we don't price ourselves in, and we choose this size with both our value and our bluffs. But it seems like a tidy one to use here as Jamie. I think 225 seems really nice, Tower, but is just going to play flat. Nil with the 7-3 suited out of the way in the small blind. Over to Icky. Jamie does want to C3. Won't want to catch a piece though, unless it's in the form of a flop flush. Wow.
Wow. Absolutely just wow.
So nut flush draw for Jamie, and ace high board to contend with for Chris. And I wonder what Chris thinks about Jamie's flat range here. 13 bigs we have, and Jamie's flatted on the button. Like, Chris may think there are some traps in there. Like ace king, ace queen, just free bet get in. Maybe thinking there's a lot of like this ace 8, ace 7 suited in there. Jamie now turning a pair. It looks like Chris going to go for the delay after flop goes check check. Jamie never going anywhere with pair and flush draw now. One thing I will say is, could we ever raise here and get aggro and turn our 9 into a bluff? Really put the pressure on some king jack, some queen jack, some jack 10, some kings, some queens. But it's just going to take his price and equity to the river with position as Jamie Dow does not find what he's looking for. So expect this to go check check, and Chris Johnson going to be taking the pot.
Kings win. Check, check. So still on 6, heading to the break. 13. No. Yeah, left we are.
13.
13. 13.
That will be just over 8 hours of play today. I thought it would be around 11 when I looked this morning, so I reckon a session and a half when we come back, but we will see. And can we make sure, when we are crowning the champion this time, that Keno gets to give the trophy over to the winner?
Yes. Yeah. Simon, like, give me that trophy, I'm doing it.
Too late. I'm joking. Ace 3 off for JB. Now these are the ones that we just like opening as the big stack. It's all about removal at these FTs. And Neil just shoves over the top with 8, as he should. Cut off versus button. Jamie just going to have an easy fold onto the next hand. Pocket tens for man under the gun. Going to be opening. Pocket hands, pocket tens. That's been like the hand of the day line. I've seen it a lot. This time it does get through from man. Raise and take.
Nicky moves all in. And a call. Oh, well, there was a call there. Ooh. Just flicked in all the chips. So 9 minutes left of this session. Looks like 6 heading to the break. So, still on 6, 7 minutes and count it.
5 off. 5 off. Not bad.
Not bad.
Gone from 70 off to 5 off in about 2 hours. So it bumped up all right, Tower.
Well done, everybody. Manchester, 15,000 guaranteed Super Sunday. You've got this level and the break to get to buy-in. And we are 5 players off it. Fantastic effort.
That's in. No worries. That's in.
That's a C4. We are buying in a re-entry already.
Exactly.
That's when he gets there.
More of a cert than Tower's treble last week. There we go.
Great effort from everybody at Berry New Road.
Yeah. Queen 9 suited for Mo, makes it 1-2-5. Jamie, ace deuce of hearts here. Very similar in stacks, these two. Jamie is going to get aggressive here. Nice big meaty sizing at this stack depth as well. Over 3.5x. Gets the fold from Mo, nice from Jamie.
Jamie with the Queen Deuce, raises to 100, with the blinds at 50.
As he should, raise and take, gets that through.
Yep. Down to the final 5 minutes of this session. 15-minute break on its way. Final 6 of the UKPL. Leeds.
Queen 8 of diamonds for Neil here on the button. Decides this is good enough to go with, but just south of 15. Icky can't call 9-6. See what Mo's working with in the big blind. Well, the whip.
The whip is no good. Not even for him.
Stephen Smith says Chris Johnson for the win.
There we go. Man with the 6-5 lets it go. Jamie will do the same. The button, Icky 9-4. Sometimes you can't even open the button. Well, completes. Chris says, let's see a flop. Smiter says, Jay, you got the last Sunday roast. He was gutted.
Oh, no.
I think it was on something like 2 till 6.
Hold on a minute, Smiter. Tower had his after me.
Did I?
Yeah. Because I was sat there.
Yeah.
Bob gave me mine first, and then he walked up here to give you yours.
Okay.
So technically, Tower had the last Sunday roast. Don't go blaming me. Eight on the river, so it gives Mo the check mark. May go for some value here after check, 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 check. Looks like he is going to go on the hunt for some value. Chris may hero here, king high with a 7. Or is he going to go for raise? He is going to go for raise. Chris bumping this up here with the 7 block up. Mo looks like he's capped at 1 pair. There isn't an ace, so just attacking this part of his range. But Mo with this 7 in hand, Tower, may catch with just 3rd pair. 7, good card to have. Depends what he thinks of Chris. So he is going to call. Well played, Mo. And we'll see. He's made a terrific call with just a 6. Nice hand.
Excellent, sir. Last hand of the session on its way. And let me tell you, by the way, Smiter, the Sunday roast was delicious. Even the fondant potatoes that were turnips.
Don't, Tower. Honestly, you know, like, I just thought they were fancy potatoes. I bit into one, and boy, did I get a surprise. It tasted nothing like a potato.
To be fair, they don't. That's why they're called turnips.
I tell you what, they wouldn't go. They'd go well with dandelion burdock. They would. Turnips and dandelion and burdock. Turnips. And
He's called it all sorts.
Don't. I bit into what I thought was a potato earlier in my roast dinner, and it was not.
It was
burdock. It used to be bulldog. Near Steve.
bulldog, baldrick. We've had all sorts. So we're on a break. Icky with the King Jack. Raises up.
Jamie's already raised. Icky's just flatted. And Chris can have an all-in. Find some kings here.
Yep.
And he's got less than 10. Man with ace-queen suited? Oh my word, what a spot for man. And I don't think we ever get to fold Tower. I think we're just supposed to ISO here as man. Jamie's supposed to be opening really wide. Icky never has a trap. Chris will take this spot with a fair amount of holding, so we just have to send ace-queen suited here as man, surely. He's going to use another bank tower. So we're into break now, so definitely the last hand. But he's going to ask for a count, but I think once he sees how much this is, that the ace-queen suited will be going into the middle. I'd be shocked if man folded here. It'd be a great fold, don't get me wrong, in the short term, but you think about Jamie's opening range, you know that Icky's never got a trap. You know that Chris Johnson will take this squeeze spot wide and out.
And he says, I'm all in.
Yeah, as he has to.
Yep. Off we go.
So we're into break, so we'll be the last hand of the session, and we will be back at 9:15. Just
will
before.
we be coming back with Chris Johnson?
That is a question, and we'll be coming back 30-minute clock or 40-minute clock. We'll find out after this hand. Well, it's a sweaty one. It's never easy.
Not ever.
Nut flush draw. Ace is still working.
Just dead on the flop. No.
Clean turn. So Macapac fading aces and hearts.
Woo!
And does exactly that. Big double for Chris Johnson, back to 1.2 million. We're back at 9:15, guys. See you in 15.
See you then.
At Phil Hellmuth and his bracelets.
Well, yeah.
But good chance he never catches you in the Player of the Year.
Or anybody, yeah. Though my goal was to get to 3 before anybody else got to 2. And, you know, it's a different award, right? Like, bracelets, they're great. I love them. I'm great. But there's something about the Player of the Year. that just is like so much more grueling and so much more of like a long-term task, you know, where you have to show excellence over like 80, 90 events or something like that. And I've always been a sucker for leaderboards and things like that.
There's been some criticism about the Player of the Year, and I'm curious, what's your take on the point system for it?
One of the things I don't like about it, or the way that it was kind of a test of just like volume, you know, where min caches were worth too much, you know, where it just like makes sense to do negative EV things like drop a stack in the PLO even though you're not going to play it to try to get a min cache for 50, 60 points. And that's not what the award should be about, I thought. So I do believe they are going to make some fixes. And one of the fixes that I recommended a while ago, which sounds like they might do, is just take your 10 best caches or your top 12 caches, right? So if you cache 25 times, congratulations, God bless. We're going to take the 10 best and compare those, which gives, you know, a wider group of people a chance if you have a really good run. And listen, what, 10 caches out of, you know, 90 events? That's not that big.
Right, but it avoids the system. It avoids the situation where Chris Ferguson can min cache whatever.
Well, what you don't want to have happen, right, is like what we had in Rosvedov when it was me, Robert Campbell, and Sean Deeb, where we were all incentivized to just go all in dark, you know, to try to build stacks because it was such a close race. You know, we were like 100 or 200 points, and just like I actually did this in the PLO right near late reg. I went all in blind. I doubled, so now I got a stack. I never played another hand in the tournament because I was in the 25K final table. And I came in like, I cashed in the tournament. I came like 25th, even though I wasn't there. So that gave me an extra 50, 60 points. So that's silly. I think to their credit, you know, the people at the World Series Poker said, you know, that's not the spirit of what we want the award to be. So number one, they no longer counted Europe. And number two, you know, I think they're moving towards capping the number of cash. Because think about it this way, right? If you already have your 10 caches, right? A min cache in that is not going to do you any good. So you know, you wouldn't have to do that.
Right.
Right?
I got you. Okay, so I know you're a fan of leaderboards, you know, accolades, legacy. When I think about you, I think about the Hall of Fame as well. And I know you've got to be 40 years old to go into the World Series Hall of Fame, and the Poker Hall of Fame, I should say. And you got in 2014. What are your thoughts on the Hall of Fame? Because right now, one player gets in a year. And it seems like we've got a backlog, and it's only going to get worse.
Well, here's the thing about the Hall of Fame. I got a couple ideas on this as well. Firstly,
that's what I love about you, by the way. You always have ideas.
Yeah,
I don't have to worry about this.
I think there's been a lot of mistakes with the Hall of Fame in terms of like who had a vote, and like when the media had a vote, all due respect to them, they have no idea in terms of what the actual criteria used to be about. It wasn't a tournament idea. It was about, you know, who plays in Bobby's room, who's the best, who do their peers respect? The David Oppenheims, the Ray Dick Ardanis, the names that the media don't even know, right? They're going to go, oh, Chris Moneymaker, I know him. But if you think of a Hall of Fame and what it represents in other sports, right? It's not about a nice guy. It's not about a good guy. It's not about a popular guy. It's about the numbers. Do they have the results to get in? Does he have the batting average? Has he hit enough home runs? Whatever the case may be, right? So the way the criteria is written, I would actually make some changes to it. The other thing I would do is I would put in 2 players a year, right, instead of 1. And then industry people, right, which is apples to oranges. You know, the Isai Scheinberg and Matt Savages and all these types of people. Separate category, 1 goes in every 3 years. That way you're not like, how do you like compare like Josh Arieh to Matt Savage? How do you compare that in terms of who's more worthy? As a player, well, it's Josh. You know, as an industry person.
How about as a golfer?
Josh. Yeah, it would definitely be Josh. But anyway, so that's what I would do to like sort of, because there's a little bit of a backlog on the industry side, and as you mentioned, there's a backlog on the player side. But I still think it's important that, you know, it's the players themselves that make the votes, because I thought like when and I love Moneymaker, but I thought him getting in was like sort of a sign of like, well, this isn't what the Hall of Fame was supposed to be about. It's changed. He doesn't meet the criteria as a player. He doesn't. So does he meet it as is he an industry person? If he's graded on that, you can make a case. But the two were supposed to be separate as written, and I'm a very literal guy, so I vote based on what the criteria says.
Right, and I know you've long been a supporter and advocate for Isai getting in, and for what he's done to poker.
Well, if you think about Isai Scheinberg, right, and you think about a builder category, I mean, what the hell? They should name the builder category after him, right? Not only did he create, largest online poker room, which brought thousands and thousands, millions really of players to poker and to the World Series of Poker itself, but in addition to that, when there was the big Black Friday event, he was the savior. Like, he came in and rescued the poker community from many people's entire bankrolls, were in there. And, he did, quote unquote, the right thing. So I think it's silly to think that anyone, and with all due respect to the others, to think that, like, if you're going to have a builder go in, that it's not him.
It's interesting. A lot of people will ask me, hey, who's the best player? And I always find it really interesting because I'm going, I don't play in Bobby's room. I don't know, which I think speaks volumes to the fact that, hey, why should media be voting for the players? Because you don't play in those games.
Yeah.
You don't know about.
David Oppenheim essentially got in because of me, because I made a case for David Oppenheim. The media doesn't know who's good in that game. You don't play in that game, right? The way that the Hall of Fame, it was a very small group of people back then. And as you said, it's expanded, so we have to make some changes. But it was really just if you were a high-stakes guy and you've been around a long time and everybody thinks you're good, you get in. That's the only way. It wasn't like, oh, he won World Series bracelet. That didn't matter back then, right? Obviously, things have changed. And that's why I think we need to update the criteria.
What do you think about Brian Rast's in the Hall of Fame list last year?
Well, Brian Rast is one I voted. I gave him all my votes. Because again, when you think about the criteria the way that I read it, right, he knocks everyone out of the park. Plays high stakes poker, mixed online, tournaments as well, plays against high stakes. They all respect his game. He's won over various different time periods, and I don't know. He was the perfect candidate. I think he was a home run pick there. Josh Arieh was someone who I think also deserves to get in, but considering the year that, Rast had with the 50K Players Championships and stuff, it just felt like it was his year.
It's only going to get more difficult now because you've got the online wizards coming up. You've got the Jason Koons of the world. You've got the Phil Galfons of the world, who are both going to turn 40 very soon.
Yeah, part of that is good though, right? Because I think what you want, if you want an actual Hall of Fame, is you want it to be difficult, right? Yeah. Not like everybody gets in. If everybody gets in, then it's not really that big of a deal, right? So that should be some very difficult decisions. Some players we go, oh my God, think about other sports. Like how many amazing, great hockey players who put up big numbers or whatever, they're not in the Hall of Fame, because they, the criteria is the bar is very, very high. So that, in that sense, the only thing I feel bad about is some of the older generation players that people don't know about today, the Miami John Cernudos, who was around during my time. A lot of these names are not, in the minds of the young people or the people who vote today.
When you look at Vegas and you look at the transformation of the city, and now that it's your home, and obviously it was your home for a while, and I know that you left after Black Friday, but then you came back. What do you make of the city and how it's evolved?
Well, Vegas has changed a lot. I'm a little bit of a romantic, and I reminisce, and that's why I love movies like Casino. Whenever that's on, I'm always watching it. There was something romantic about the Vegas in the 70s and 80s, and obviously I wasn't here then, but I can feel like I can smell it and I can taste it. And I was here in the 90s, so I saw the evolution and the changes to more clean, corporate, buttoned up kind of city, and it's fun. No, it's different. It's just different. But this facility has grown so much. It's just evolved, right? With all that corporate, now we have sports. Remember for years, for decades, well, you can't have sports in Las Vegas because it'll be fixed, and gambling and all that stuff. And it's there's gambling everywhere now. So, now that we have sports, we have family-friendly stuff. And I say the biggest thing I think that changed, Vegas used to be a place really for adults to come gamble, and now it's people come here for restaurants, for shows. Gambling is no longer the primary driver of the revenue. Right? It is this for sports now. It's like the Mecca too. Where would you want to hold the Super Bowl? Vegas. Where would you want to hold the NHL draft? Vegas. Everybody wants to do the All-Star game. Vegas.
No, when I come here with my wife now, we don't gamble.
Yeah.
If we hit the craps table for a couple of minutes because it's fun to roll the dice and go, oh, Mama needs a new pair of shoes. Yeah, but it's go see a show, go to a great restaurant.
That's why I always say to people, they're like, well, I wouldn't want to live in Vegas. There's nothing to do. I'm like, there's literally everything there is to do in the city that you live, plus we have all that, right? I live now in Lake Las Vegas. We got water sports. You can go hiking. You can go, you can do normal people stuff, and you can also have Vegas not too far away.
When I decided where I wanted to take you for a drive, my first thought was, do I take you to Fremont? Do I take you to the old Binions and where that is? But I'm kind of excited to check out old Vegas here on the Water Street District.
Yeah, like I said, we just moved here recently, and just driving down the street, it just feels a little bit like, what I remember downtown Vegas being in the 90s. Just very simple, old, and nostalgic. I think of the times of like Stu Unger and all those guys with smoking at the table, and obviously I didn't like that. But I don't know, there was just a vibe about it. It was very, like all these people back then when they came into poker, they had unique stories.
This is yourself? Yes. So there's stocks of 20, so there's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and
John get through? Let John get through last time for break. No, he's got balls. He's doubled them up. He did. No, he didn't. I thought he's ace, queen of heart. I left before showdown. So ace, queen of heart. Pocket king. Right. The flop comes to heart.
Two hearts. Yeah.
Jack in a heart. Also, the flop is Jack in a sweat.
Ten days I got it for this season. You raise, you flag, and then share 10 days.
You can't fold in this position from your perspective.
Yeah, I'm
I can. That's a bad play. I'm saying big guys are probably.
You full pocket sixes, I saw that.
Yeah.
You got king five too.
I know you guys would call it. I know you guys would call it.
Yeah, I would call it. Against it.
He's a covering stack and he's...
Yeah, exactly.
He does bluff a bit to be fair. He's a bit loose. I've never played with it. Yeah,
we're chipping up here, so these are stocks of 20, so this is half a mil,
I just got him, didn't I? The hand before that.
So,
he knows how to apply pressure chips up first.
Yeah, exactly.
The right pressure at the right time. Thank
Let's do it again. Here we go, final 6 here in Leeds. Marching on together, we're gonna sing. Leeds. How are we doing, Josh? Mr. Josh Manley, how are you? When are you streaming next, sir? When are you streaming next, Josh? Right, flicking a quick watch, see how you're doing. Oh, streaming tomorrow, love it. Loving it, loving it, loving it. Get yourself on the stream. So off we go. Jamie with the Jack Queen. Jay's on his way back with the tees. Probably the last tee for me, this one. We'll stick to the water. No, we'll stick to the water after that. That'll be it. First hand over with cup of tea in hand. Water at the side. Sat ready for a good session. Will this be the last session?
Impossible.
Probably not. This is going to be a midnight finish. Gone on a little bit longer than the lads thought. We had 9, 8 and 7-handed.
Well, the thing is, like, I always look when we get 5-handed, average chips in play, usually at 5-handed is about like 160 big. So I thought it'd be about 7:30 when that 30-minute clock comes. But sometimes people keep doubling up, and that's how it goes in this game. Sometimes they bust, sometimes they double.
And everybody with the shouting out about Manchester, it ended up with a £400 overlay. So well done, everybody shouting out through the rooftops about Manchester. Just an overlay of 400 quid. Everybody ended up turning up once they bust out of Blackpool.
table 4.
Thank you.
So Neil, this is it, King 3. Needing to hit.
This has just gone in blind on blinds. Neil's had enough of Jamie.
Yep, but I've generally got a hand this time, he says. So now we've got extra outs with 4s. A 3, a 4 or a king to survive. Boom! The 3.
3 on the river, and that has just been the theme of this final table.
Yeah, it has indeed.
The worst hand from the short stack keeps getting there, and does that there for Neil. And we go on 6-handed.
So we're still on 6, and now Neil doubles. One ticket left, 9:30. We're going to be doing the old keyword.
The keyword.
Raise 130.
So, Mo Romanovic, 2.5 mil chip leader. Jamie Dale, 30 bigs, second in chips.
Pocket 5's for Mo. Just moving all in, applying maximum pressure to Chris here. Chris not going to be able to call off with the A7 off. Mo just sending the 5s. Got to love watching this man play. And this should be getting through. Doubt the Macca Pack's going to be doing anything. But he is using a bank here. Interesting. Surely not, Chris. A7 off here, really? For 20? Gun versus big blind? Are we... Am I missing something here, guys? Is there something I'm not seeing? It does eventually fold.
See what it says.
King Queen.
No
raise and take.
Romanovic. Still chip leader, 45 bigs. Icky down to 7.5. And we've got another keyword at 9:30, 10 minutes time. The final giveaway of the week, thanks to 888. And don't forget, you need to be on 888 Poker TV Twitch.
Here we go. Someone with a bit of sense and not biased. 4 bacon ruffles. Jay, you's battered us today, like. Of course we did.
What does that even mean?
It means we're all over them.
You's battered us like.
The first Newcastle fan I spoke to that actually watched the game.
To be fair, that's the only one.
No, Lee.
Oh, Lee?
Yeah.
Oh, red and white, oh, black and white eyeballs. Chris. The line's at 30-60.
All in. A6 off, prime candidate tower from the small at this stack depth.
Indigo, says Jay. Yes. Love it.
King 8 off a man. It's only 11. Chris will shove worse kings, or at least he should. He will shove stuff like 7-8 suited. King 8 off for man. Not going to be calling.
Can't wait till Ahmed's up in my next competition and I'm bombing King 3 and A6 and all that. Can't wait.
Let me know how it goes, Tal.
I'm going to Facebook Live it to you.
It depends what competition you're playing, because if you're playing your £20 nightly at Blackpool...
Will it not work?
Probably not recommended.
Some proper mushrooms in Blackpool, to be fair. I must admit.
It was a robbery, Josh. Absolute robbery today. Yeah, Sean. Me and Eastie said this earlier. I was saying about tactics with a high line. With Van der Ven, we get to play the high line. We've got the fastest player in the Premier League, so we can play the high line. He's quicker than everyone else and can give people a yard or two. But when Van der Ven's not fit, maybe we do need to sit in a bit more. I agree with that, to be fair. I just think when LVDV is out injured, that high line tactic not going to be as... Like, Romero's still quick, but nowhere near as quick as LVDV.
Is that the old Van der Ven when he's fit? Come on, Van der Ven, Van der Ven. That one.
Nicky Van der Ven.
Love it. £29,000 up top. It's £4,800 next out.
To be fair, Dan, as well, Byrne plays well for you at the back. He looks like you could just walk past him. He's that big, but he does well. He's very. I know he scored an own goal, but he's very good at the back for you guys, I think. Needs to get him one-on-one or something, and just didn't have that opportunity today. Now Icky going to be getting called. Ace Jack for nil. We've had us say 6, maybe 7 all in and calls when the worst hand has come from behind, and Icky's going to need to do it here with the Queen Jack.
Off we go. Just like that.
It's incredible.
Ping the Queen.
It is incredible.
I think Icky's been all in 10 times this tournament.
Can he fade the ace still? No, Icky looking like doubling. And it's a 7. Jackie Chan, it's incredible. I reckon at least six all-in and calls on the final table where the short stack has had the worst hand and doubled up. And I'm not trying to save myself because I predicted 10:30 now that it's going to go on a lot longer, but that is why.
Absolutely. Yep.
You get these 1 and 3 shots hitting consistently. 6 all-ins, 3 outer every time. 3 to the power of 6. You do the maths.
Can't. You're going to have to tell me.
729 to 1.
729 to 1. Okay.
This is probably about our 700th string.
Oh yeah.
So we're due one. 10-7 for Jamie. Just going to fold on the button, not got the chip lead anymore. Been unlucky in all-in situations. Icky gets a walk there. Pocket 10s for Man.
C10s. 11 bigs. Amazing, not all in.
Yeah, Man's actually the only one doing this tower at the table. Just the old half stack, and as we know what this is, if there was the 1 in 10,000 shot that everyone wakes up with a monster behind, say for example Jamie ISO, Neil went all in, we can then potentially fold. But I think I've only seen that scenario occur once since streaming. I've been doing this many a year now. A 7-8 suited for Mo is going to defend. Not going to defend, it's an all-in, sorry. It is not an open. And on that note,
what is it?
We're going to get Easty in for an hour. He's happy. Liverpool won 3-0 somehow, so he's a bit chirpy. He wants to do some comms. We're just going to get him in for an hour. We reckon we're going to be done about 12, so
yeah.
Me and Tao are going to have half hour each. Tao's going to have the first half hour. I'm going to be in with Easty first. Go and have half hour,
I'll
Tao.
see you at 10. Just a reminder.
Keyword, I know. Good lad. We will do it when Easty is in the booth. Keyword coming up, guys.
If there is a feature to see the flop, then I'm happy to pay for it. That would be great, wouldn't it?
There he is. Chirpy Nick.
Good evening,
Might
everybody.
not have seen that smile if the result was different today.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You wouldn't even see me. Not only smile. How are we doing, guys?
All good. We have had, I believe, 6 all-in and calls.
Okay.
Where the short stack has had 3 outs or less. And every time, whoop, 3 outer, whoop, 3 outer,
How do they do
3
it?
outer. This is how it goes sometimes.
No one wants you to go to bed, Jay.
Yes, I'm happy. Well, to be fair, we have had some earlier finishes this week. High Roller finished at 9, Voyager finished at 9, so we are due a late day, and this is going to be that. But it's been some fun action. There's been this man in seat 5, Mo.
Mm-hmm.
He's
involved.
He's a guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Earlier on, open gun, Bousey shove 10s. For like 16, 17, just calls the king queen as you do. Just calls it. See you later, Bousey. Can't win a
All
flip.
the best.
But he's a customer. All right, Mo. And then obviously you know Chris Johnson, very good. Man's been playing well. Icky won a high roller earlier this year. Jamie Dow won earlier this year. Don't know too much about Neil, but he's been getting in the mix.
I did some battling with Jamie in Manchester actually. He was on my left. It was enjoyable. I liked it. As soon as I had to, like, as soon as the non-skill came into play, it was over. But we had some battles. But everyone seems to be like, you know, we've got like 3 or 4 stacks that it looked like that could 3-bet shove at any time. So you'd have thought that things could happen fairly swiftly.
Like, to be fair, Jamie had well over like 3.2 million, but he's literally got it in good, I think, 3 or 4 times and just got unlucky, like doubling up 300k, 400k stacks, and then had a cooler 10 versus Queen to Chris Johnson.
Sometimes it really do be like that.
Yep.
But he's still got some spare ammunition.
Yes, he has. Plenty.
And he has opened it up under the gun and Queen Jack off on the hijack.
Don't, Nick. Just don't. We've been covering his final table a few hours now. It's the norm. Just go with it.
Is it the norm?
Well, it's not the norm theoretical wise, but like Neil's been playing fairly loose.
Well, I think if Neil's going to call here, he should always bet this flop when it's checked to him. You've got the 2 overcards. You don't care at all if you get check raised because you just snap fold, and you know you may just pick up pots.
Yeah.
At some point, he's going to have to start. He just keeps checking back. Why would you flat the cut-off with Queen Jack offsuit and volunteer no chips on a board that favours you?
He might like the hand. He's just been getting involved. He actually doubled up first hand back off the break, folds to Jamie in the small blind, shoves 16 bigs with ace queen, and Neil called off king 3 and pinged a 3 on the river. Like, this is like people want to put their chips in and feel like it's the time. Nick, they're just doing it.
Yeah, fair enough. It's not the most ridiculous thing I've seen today. It was the table before I left when I was with Tower. Someone flatted Arian opened. Someone flatted +1 with king 8 off of 17 bigs, and then the flop came 9-5 deuce, and Arian checked, and they just shoved. They didn't have a backdoor flush draw. They just shoved.
Well, this is live poker. There's always a few that make it this far.
They all make it. Doubling off me. That's what they do.
You know how you perceive to. You say you run.
Perceive?
Well, okay. I've seen it. I have watched a bit of your content, so I know you do run pretty bad. But how you run, some people are going to be on the other end of that spectrum, Nick. You got to understand that.
Every dog has its day.
Exactly.
Maybe I could be that dog one day.
Maybe.
You don't believe?
I believe. You just never seem to have a stack, mate. I'll be honest with you.
Never seem to have a hand.
Yeah, but you just never have a stack to do anything. You've always got like sub 20 bigs somehow.
That's not the truth though, because I had chip lead on day 1B with 4 levels to go to day 2. And I lost it all in 5 minutes.
Well, exactly. Like, I've never known you to have chips. You might have times where you've got chips, but I've actually never. Even the WSOP main event this year, I remember walking out on first break and you going, "Oh, I've done 2/3 of my stack already. I've got this many big blinds. I would have asked you for a swap, but you've obviously still got starting stack." I remember. You've just never got chips, mate. And I don't know how, you just never seem to have any chips.
Mate, the third hand of the main event, I had ace king suited.
God, third hand. Can we just leave it?
No. Third hand of the main event, I got ace king suited, I squeeze on the button, and someone makes it 10k out of the big blind.
Yeah. Fold, probably, yeah.
What do you mean fold, probably?
Yeah, fold, probably. What, first hand?
Third hand.
Third hand.
Ace king suited.
I had kings into aces first orbit in the main.
You don't get bust there.
I done 4,000 chips.
Yeah, easy.
On a jack high board. Matey checks flop, I check back. Turn goes check. River, he checks again. I bet kings for value. He calls me and he turns over aces.
It's the main, isn't it?
This is the main event, but this is how it goes.
Anyway.
It happens. You just get on with it. You move on.
Folded to one of the primo small blind shoving hands, and we are primo shoving it. And we're getting snap-o'd.
Well, Neil's got a fold, but after seeing the king freeze call, I'm not sure. But it does let the ducks go.
Oh, I thought he'd called there. I thought Neil was never folding.
Yeah.
After what we've seen so far. Yeah, you want to be shoving the deuce, it's not calling off.
Del Boy says Eastie's even moaning it in on here. Have you not watched the stream when Eastie comes and joins us?
I've never moaned anything in my life.
40% poker, 60% Eastie moaning about past hands and not winning flips.
I'll tell you what I won't moan about. Another masterclass, that old toilet.
It made me laugh actually, because we're up here in the booth and you're obviously watching it downstairs, and we know every time Liverpool score because you're just being loud.
Yeah, that was muted. I'll tell you that was muted. Well, we dominated them, man. We dominated them. Terrible.
I bet you didn't dominate them more than we dominated Newcastle.
I mean, maybe not, but I didn't get to see the whole game, to be fair, so I won't categorically say that we did, but we could have won 5 or 6 easily.
If you go watch Match of the Day 2 tonight...
Mate, don't worry, I'll be watching Match of the Day 2 tonight.
The only Newcastle highlight in the second half will be the goal.
Okay. I'll watch it. I'm going to watch... I'll probably rewind a few times on the United game first.
Jack 10 for Mo opens from under the gun. Chris going to flat King Queen in the hijack. And this has been going on a lot. Chris has been making a lot of light calls against Mo's opens, just wanting to go in position against him. I think that's the case. Because I like fold here, but I understand what Chris is doing. He's just thinking that with position against this customer, there's potential to get some easy chips.
Is he a customer then? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, he's Mo. What we've seen Mo over the last 3 days, he's been
You don't know him before this week?
entertaining. I haven't seen Mo ever before, but I've loved watching him this week. I just love people who don't really care about what people think and play their own game. And
well, we know that Neil's folded, but we don't know what Icky has in the big. He's got deuces, and he's going to go for the set mine. So 3 fair fights here, and taking the lead with no clubs out there is Mo. No one's going to be happy.
No. One that I think Mo could be doing some checking theoretically. Chris on direct left, but the way he's been playing, I do expect him to just come out and bet his top pair.
Yeah, certainly should be somewhat concerned about this board, but obviously not bothered.
Not just the board. Chris's range, once he flats off a 20, when we open from gun, should be super strong. Like you wouldn't assign him King Queen off. It goes for 116 to 465, so around 35%.
It's quite big for mono.
It's even three-way, we could just still go for like 100k here, little 20%. Chris out the way with King Queen. Icky should be doing the same with the deuces.
Absolutely. Picking some. We're Mo at the end of the day. It's the day for Mo.
It is Mo's day. I think it could be Mo's day.
I was talking Salah, but do you have Salah in FPL?
I'm talking about this Mo.
Oh,
I don't have Salah, which is kind of tilting because a lot of people do have Salah.
I literally never don't have Salah.
But I had Alisson, who got a star player and made over
What's
3.
Hang on, star player?
Yeah, you get extra points if you're one of the top 3 players from the game.
Bonus points.
Yeah, bonus points.
Well, you mean from FPL?
Yeah, from FPL.
Because what's his name from the video team uses some other rubbish app.
Oh, PK. Yeah, he does draft.
Yeah,
so you can't have the same player.
Yeah, not having that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got 1 bonus, didn't he? Salah with 3.
And then no other keeper has got more points than that over the weekend, so that's good.
Yeah, no other clean sheets in the league. Only 1 clean sheet. That's the way it's been going recently.
440 to 1, both teams to score 10-fold. You would have been sweating a Man U goal.
I mean, they didn't even look like sniffing near it. Maybe he actually could have scored, but.
So round 2, Icky with the King 9. King 9 for 13 into the chip lead. I'm not sure how the rest of the stacks are, but I think this is going to be fine from Icky.
Pop. Oh dear.
Oh my word. Mo with the ladies.
How long do you want? Yep, cool.
Now there is the call from Mo, and Icky going to stand up. And Icky's hit 3. He's got it in 3 times with a 3 outer, and it's just always there for him. So he's going to need to do it again. But eventually, his luck just has to run out, Nick. It has to run out eventually.
Is it now? Nope. How does he do it?
I don't know. I honestly do not know. Once again, the 3 outer spikes. Surprise, surprise, guys.
It's not over yet. It's pretty over, though.
So, 1 queen left in the deck. Case queen needed to fade for Icky.
Look, some people, Jay.
Yeah.
Some people are playing a different game. Icky's one of them, and he's just here for it. And now he is pretty comfortably in the mix, with a chance here at winning this tournament after having won 4 3 outers in a row. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
I might go back to bed.
It's definitely been 3. And then there was another one. It might not have been. It might have been like a 60-40 or something, but definitely 3 outers from him. You missed a great hand earlier. You missed an absolute golden hand earlier. So there's 600k in the pot. No, it weren't 600k. It was about 400k in the pot. It's Queen 10 versus 8-4 of diamonds. The board is Jack 9-9, 2 diamonds. Queen 10 shoves for 120%. 8-4 diamonds calls it off with a flush draw.
You got a flush draw, mate. What can you do?
And there we go. This is what we're expecting.
What was the
here.
result?
It was Icky's 8-4 lost and the Queen 10 high won. So Icky was then short, but then span it back up. But we've seen some carnage hands, Nick. I'll be honest with you. There's been some eyebrow raises coming from the booth in some scenarios. But it's great.
We are all
because there's action.
We are opening to an amount that tells everybody that we're all in, but just in case all sorts of nonsense goes on and we might fold, that is the product of this half stack raise.
And Man's the only one that's been doing this all FT. He's the only player that has been doing this on the FT. So obviously clued up.
I'm sure Jamie, if he needed to, would have done it, but he's never been short enough.
Yeah, he hasn't, yeah.
Because he's probably favourite with man on his right, you'd think.
Yeah, he's got really nice heat.
Yeah. So would you say some good standard then?
It's been a mixture. It's been a real mixed bag. We've seen some like unorthodox stuff, but fun. And we've seen some really nice stuff. Like when Jamie started the final, he was free betting ace deuce off. He was free betting suited kings. He was doing good stuff with the chip lead. But then we've seen some antics from the three on the left side of the table. Let's say they've been getting a bit more after it and not really fussed about ICM and whatnot.
ICM.
But it's been good for the viewers. It's been a great watch for the viewers. We've had probably already over 10 all-in and calls on this final table.
Well, we're going to have another one here. I can't see any way out of this one. So we'll flip again. Good luck to you.
Well, this is. I don't think we've had a flip yet. It's either been a pair over pair, drawing to 2 outs, like a 60-40 or a 3 outer. But here we are. 8s versus ace-9 suited. Sorry, we did have a flip. King, Queen versus 10s. I remember that. Bousey busted.
This is a big moment. You can see the reaction of the players. They're just like, someone please lose. Come on, lose. And Neil, I mean, 2 overs and the suited hand. We can see that Jamie is a tad of a favourite. And he's a huge favourite now. No spades out there. Backdoors covered by his own hand. Has to be an ace or a 9 or a 7 would help a little bit. That's not helpful at all. Ace or 9 only, Jay.
Can he find it? No, he cannot. We lose one. After hours 6-handed, we lose one, guys. Neil was gone. Finally, a bust out. And we're down to 5-handed poker. Maybe all we needed was Easty in the booth for people to start busting tournaments, because that's what you do, Nick.
That is what I do, but usually I do it a lot sooner than this.
Yeah, I guess.
Pocket 8s, though, it's a good hand, I have to say.
It is a good hand.
Best hand of the game.
So we lose Neil. Nice. Little payday for him, £4,800 for a 500 buy-in. And that is going to leave us with 5 players, guys.
Got some jumps here.
I'll throw them up, let you have a little look.
Oh, that is some jumps. I mean, look, considering Neil could double up there and very well be in the mix for first, you know, with 2 million chips, it's huge. That is so much money, that flip. I might think about that for a while if I was him.
We'd still be hearing about that flip in years to come if that was you. I know that for a fact.
Yep.
Over to Chris here, ace-7 suited. This one that wants to jam. We love the ace-9, ace-8, ace-7 around this stack depth. On the button specifically, and it does get through.
Yep, absolutely. And now Manly is our at-risk party. At the most immediate risk, anyway.
Yeah.
With 13 blinds. The blinds have just passed through him, though, but 500, they'll soon be back.
Carl Smith says Chris has got the tools to take this down. If he gets a stack, he can be a monster. He will just take every given spot. So if he gets a double, wouldn't put it past him.
Absolutely not. Mo has limped under the gun with 9-6 suited.
Welcome to Mo World.
Has he limped under the gun, or is he in the big blind?
He has... No, he has limped under the gun. Yeah, Jamie's in the small.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah, Mo has limped under the gun with 9-6 suited. Chris, tempted to limp behind, but not really that appealing at the stack depths.
Not with 4s.
So we've got the 6-9 suited, and Icky has option in the big blind, and he will check.
Yes, he will.
So, 2 powerhouse hands. Off to flop. And, I mean, as flops go, that's about as action as we could have really hoped.
Yeah, and with these 2 firecrackers blind on blind, Nick, it's not a case that we're sitting second, third in chips and we want to keep the pot small like these 2 might. But whoa, did Icky just check fold a 5? This man just keeps me guessing. He just check folds, top pair, blind on blind. I didn't catch.
It wasn't blind on blind, it was limp under the gun.
Oh, limp under the gun.
It doesn't matter, though.
Of course. Yeah, I know, still, obviously, we want to call with a 5 there, but just check folding, top pair. Scared of that limp under the gun from Mo. Surprised to see that from Icky.
He didn't even think about it.
He didn't, just snap folded. He was like, I'm off, get me out of here.
He only bet 1.5 bigs. Yes. I don't know what's going on here, man.
Chris should have called, he would have flopped the set. I know, John, but one of them things, if 4's there, not a good hand to have in that scenario. This is a much better open.
Ace 4 off?
Yep.
I guess
we got the removal.
It's hijack, I guess.
The way this FT's playing, like, I don't think Mo's gonna like send a like king, queen jack suited, ace 5 suited against us here, Nick, or an ace 7, something like that. So I think Chris maybe does have the green light to open a bit more. Like, as we know with his stack, this would probably not be in there. But Mo is just going to send in the ace 10 here.
Snap fold. What is going on?
And Icky out the way with the ace. Icky could have jammed himself, Nick.
I mean, Icky probably should jam himself.
5-handed here. Could have definitely just gone for the jam with the 8s, and then the ace 10 would have folded, and the ace 4 would have folded.
I mean, very, very strange happenings.
I've been a bit lost on this one.
You say Icky won a high roller?
Yes, he won a high roller earlier on this year in Manchester, I believe it was.
I might kick it in, you know.
You can't say that. You just got to wait until you're on that upside, Nick. It will come. The upside will come.
Okay.
I remember watching one of your videos the other night. You flopped a set. You lost the hand, but you did flop a set.
Does that say shit? That must be someone else. But no.
I don't often flop sets, but when I do,
I lose.
I lose.
Man, it's close, man. Man is all in, and he's not even doing the little half.
Yeah.
He's just all in.
Well, here we go. And Jamie Dale here. I think as man we want to open off a 13 from gun specifically. The way the stacks are, because we got all 4 to get through, but it's kind of close. It's probably still winning, but maybe the 2BB ekes out a bit more EV. And Jamie now going to make the call, but the King Queen with the live cards will like what he sees once he's called.
Yeah, I mean, this is a spot when you're Jamie that you hope to all hell that you don't get any more action behind and you get to see whatever man's got. Ideal situation. Now Jamie's got a chance to take a huge lead. He needs to win a 67-33. Man needs a king or a queen. Is there any there for him? Are we going to lose another after you've mown it in? Have you mowned it in? Oh, there's a little bit going on here. Jack now working for man. 2 kings are dead, though.
Yeah, just any paint card needed.
No backdoor clubs for man, but Jamie does have that club, so club would be great for him. It isn't.
Same.
Queen no good anymore.
Yeah, queen no good. So king or jack now needed. Good, actually, good turn to see for Jamie.
Very good turn. Only 4 outs.
It's a 7. What is happening? We've lost 2 in 10 minutes, guys.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Easty.
Yeah, it's okay, mate. Look, pain follows me.
We sit here for hours. We commentate on double up after double up after double up. You come here, 10 minutes later, we lose 2. What's that about?
I mean, look, we can get into the specifics of...
Is it because you just run bad and it's just rubbing off on the table, you think, or...
Pain follows me.
Okay, pain follows you.
Wherever I go, people are upset, unhappy, and whoppers are winning high rollers and main events. That's what they want me to see.
It's poker. It's the reason we get to play this game. So if people that were losing long term couldn't win in the short term, we'd all be playing against each other and there'd be no money in the game.
I'd like Jamie to win. He said I bluffed him, and he said I like the way you played that, and I was like, thanks, man. And then I dusted it off on the next table. But you know, that carried my confidence a little bit. You know. So I'd like to see him win. And he is in a great spot to do so, by the way. He's got the lot.
I've loved the fact that he's kept his head as well. Like after losing like 3 all-ins and going from 3 million to 1.8, like some people might feel like they need to get the chips back straight away, but he's just then played his stack in terms of BBs and.
But he's such a huge favourite now. You have to say.
Yeah, he is.
Given the what you've seen.
Yep.
He's got to be a massive favourite. I mean, he can just shove here though, can't he?
Yeah, for sure.
Because Mo can't do anything.
Yeah, but the thing is, one thing I will say, Nick, is it's all good taking this shove, but if Mo is unaware that he can't call Ace Queen here, what's the point? What is the point? Because Mo's not gonna. If Mo's got Ace Queen, do you really think he folds?
I don't know enough about Mo.
Yeah, but I don't think Mo's folding Ace Queen there.
I still think that people do understand that at least not directly, then subconsciously they get it.
I think it's very important to assess the table and be aware if they understand the situation.
Okay. I mean, it's fair enough. He's taking a lower variance route and he believes he's going to win naturally without having to do things like that, just in case Mo is not.
Yeah.
You know. Going to see bet here. Do we think we're going to stick around with Jamie here?
I think we will.
Ace high still possibility of being good, little gut shot, over card, all that stuff going on.
And Jamie's seen some of the stuff Mo's been getting to showdown with as well, which is important. Aware of customer. Is going to check call.
Now, will Mo bluff a non-spad is the question. There is the non-spad. Does he bluff?
Well, he's got this queen in here. If we're going to bluff some missed spades, the best ones are going to be the Jack X and Queen X of spades. Obviously, we need to assign Jamie hands and what we think he's got. I don't think we're going to get him off a 10 once flop goes check, unless we have some extortion on the sizing. So, let's see what Mo does. He is reaching for chips.
I think I'd like to see at least 2/3 pot here.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to go big as Mo.
Doesn't look that big to me. Less than half, it looks maybe.
And now, back over to Jamie, and on first glance you think, oh, Ace Jack snap fold, we got Ace high. But the way Mo's been playing, he hasn't really been checking back top pairs or getting trappy. If he's hit a hand, he's bet it on the flop when check to. So after flop goes check here, and now he wants to go barrel, like basically saying that he has checked back something super nutty, like pocket 10s, king 10. Because I expect this man to bet a 10 on the flop, but Jamie uses his full 30 seconds before folding, but maybe one that could have deserved the bank. Did Mo just give him the nod there, like good fold as well?
Yeah.
Good fold, mate, good fold, I quite know.
I mean, I think maybe more importantly than the very accurate technical analysis you gave is we're getting an insane price. If we think someone is a little bit too out and about and they're doing a little bit too much, maybe bluffing after checking back, then we win. If we win maybe 1 in 5 times, that's going to be enough when he bets 260 into that pot.
Yeah.
Maybe that's just enough reason to call in and of itself.
Like against most, just check fold, but just because of the tendencies.
Exactly.
I've had the privilege of being able to see most whole cards and how he's been playing the last 4 or 5 hours. So it's a bit different. Jamie may not be getting fed information.
Yeah.
But just because of how Mo's been playing and the times he's flopped a good hand, he's just bet it.
Speaking of good hands.
Yeah, Ace Queen, very good. 10 big blinds for the Macca pack. And we're going to go to the giveaway after this hand because Icky not going to be folding Ace 10 suited.
Oh, I don't know about that. We've seen some ridiculous stuff. He has called it off though. I mean, I think this is not as close as the other ones that he's had that he's folded. I think this is obviously a call, but like the pocket 8 seems pretty reasonable to shove as well. Icky decides to take this spot. He's going to need Another 3 outs.
Yeah, if I'm Chris Johnson, I'm quaking in my boots here when I see that Icky has 3 outs because he is hitting these for fun.
What's it going to be, Sam? Show us the flop.
He can't hit another one, surely not.
I believe that he can. Oh my god.
Oh my word, forget the 3 out. How about flopping the stones?
What on earth is going on here?
And that leaves Chris Johnson with just the chop outs running boat there, but that leaves him drawing to a chop, needing a 10. And Icky does it again, gets it in with 3 outs and wins the pot. We're going to lose Chris Johnson. Chris eliminated. £9,900 for 4th place for Chris. There's the update. And Icky does it again. Does this man ever get it in good? Or does it just get it in bad and get there every time?
I believe I've been sent here to watch this happen. I thought you knew what was going to happen.
We purposely got you in the booth to see someone on the opposite spectrum of you. Is that what you're saying?
I think that you knew what was coming.
I did
and
not.
You went, oh, it's a good time for you to come in the booth, Easty.
I was pulling my hair out.
I've got 3
about an hour ago because I was like, is this ever going to end?
Well, thanks a lot for this, mate.
Well, now you can see that it does happen and it will happen to you eventually, Nick.
That is not how it works, my friend. Certainly not for me. Anyway, we're 3-handed in the main.
We are. And Nick come in 30 minutes ago, and just like that, we lose 3. We were struggling to lose one after getting 6-handed. But finally, 2 hours after we saw Arian bust in 7th, we lost Neil Phillips, Manley gone shortly after, and the Macapac Chris Johnson just exiting. Down to 3.
I mean, say it quietly, but this is a dream spot, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
When you're the man in the hat.
It is dreamy for Jamie. I think he will fancy himself in this 3-handed scenario.
I think he'll be absolutely devastated not to win from here. And I think the only thing that can really stop him is Icky's sun run. Because it's gross, let's be honest.
Yeah, it is. So, we have a giveaway, guys. I need a keyword from Lime. I'm assuming she's already sent it to me. And I'm going to let Easty read it out because I can't read that from here.
The keyword, guys, if you'd like to win a 109 ticket, is pocket 10s.
Pocket 10s.
Pocket 10s.
Hand of the day, pocket 10s.
There you go, guys. Fancy a ticket? Pop it in the chat. Do your worst.
King 10 for Mo, just getting aggressive. Good luck in the keyword. And Jamie, look at this, applying maximum. 3 bets the big blind with the 5 high, gets it done. Do you know what, Paul Trotter? I've just remembered that hand. Jay, can't you remember the hand? Icky had 2-2 against Ace 10 on the 3 club flop. He called an all in and had the Ace 10, had 26 outs and missed them all. I do. Queen Jack 9-7, 2 clubs. Icky called an all in on the turn on the final table with pocket deuces. Queen Jack 9-7, 2 clubs. Mate, he's got Ace 10 of clubs and bricks. And that was the high rollery one. That was the big pot that sent him on the way to winning the high roller a few months back in Manchester.
Yeah, you can't tell me that people aren't playing different games. I'm sorry.
You're in the wrong game. In the wrong game, Nick.
I'm definitely in the wrong game. Look, I got dusted left, right and centre everywhere I sat down this week, but we won 3-0 at Old Trafford. Do you think I care?
No, of course you don't.
I do not care a jot.
Hang on a minute. When did you start playing poker properly? About 4 years ago?
3 years ago.
When did Liverpool start getting good under Klopp? About 3-4 years
About
ago, right?
5 years ago.
Yeah, well, maybe that's the variance. You're having it in that walk of life and you're getting all the bad one in poker.
If you think I've had enough football success to offset my misery in this game, you are far from the mark,
Champions
my friend.
League, Liverpool's first Premier League.
Yeah, but we beat a really terrible team in the final.
We were robbed then as well, by the way.
We've lost many a final as well. We've also been pipped with record points tallies in the league.
I know.
I think that my run bad is...
Okay.
And when we did win the league,
I
wasn't even allowed to celebrate.
I was trying to come up with some sort
Well, don't.
All right. I need a hypothesis sometimes to try and think what's going on because
If Icky wins this, I'll retire. Because he's clearly, look, he clearly's got something going on. He's just, there's got to be something to it, hasn't there?
Maybe he's just on a purple patch when he's at this feature table.
I don't want to believe in purple patches. Anyway, we're ready for the giveaway.
We are ready for the giveaway, guys. Few seconds to get your guesses in. Countdown is starting from Lime. When that countdown finishes, I'm going to pull Tower in for 30 minutes. And the winner is J0113LDS.
Well
that
played.
was quick. Well played.
Yep.
109 ticket going to you. We've given away 5 today. Thank you to all you guys
Excuse me?
that participated. Did he just check race? The
Yeah,
6 high?
he did.
And this is the other thing. He runs good, but he's also got some plays in the locker, Nick.
But what I don't understand is why that hand and not like the pocket 8s, for example.
I don't know. Some people just feel it. They're like at the table.
He's a feel player.
And this is a thing. Some
He's
people
also
will be
just a
like,
god.
this is my hand. This is the hand I'm going to go with. Some people have that at the table. They're
feel
like,
like-
this is my hand. This is my time. I'm going to try and win this pot, regardless of holding.
I feel like Icky's going to win. I just feel like it's just that kind of day.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel like he is as well.
And
Jamie out the way on the button, as it should be with 7 deuce, and Icky here. Pocket 3s. Maybe limp jam could be the way to proceed here at this stack depth.
I'll be shocked.
But he's just gone for raise here. Oh!
Mate, everything's happening very quick. It's hard to even keep up with what's going on.
Did that just go raise, 3-bet, fold, a
Yeah.
pair, blind on blind?
It did, yes.
I'm confused.
Do you want to go and have half
Do you
an
know
hour?
what? I think, Tower, this is more your level, mate. You come in here. I don't know what's going on. You come in here with Eastie. I'm going to grab 30.
Off he goes. He's had enough. He's absolutely had enough. Jay's brain is exploding. He's going to go and sort it out, and we're going to get a proper professional in.
What's his problem? Sometimes Icky's, what? I reckon Icky's 11 of 11 all-ins.
He's won like 4 more since you left. Not even, and he's behind in all of them.
I do think he's about 11 of 11 this week.
Just what he does, isn't it? Mo on the small blind with Queen Deuce of Hearts.
He does indeed. He loves it, mate.
There it is. To 160. Oh, Jamie with the jacks.
Yeah, the hooks, baby.
And I think after Jamie does what needs to be done here, Mo will be no longer interested, I would assume. But I have heard things have been going on.
Things?
And some stuff.
Oh, there's been all sorts going on. This is not your normal standard solver poker.
We are going to get a raise. And the fold has not yet happened. I believe it should and will, but you never know. Oh no, he's reseating his cards into the reader. Is he really going to... Okay, good. Good. That would have been pretty insane. He's now third in chips. Icky second. Jamie with the chip lead. And he won a couple of all-ins to get himself back there. And he is a big favourite here, chip-wise, and probably fancies himself as well in terms of edge. Doesn't always count for everything. I know I'd rather be lucky. Or Ricky.
Getting tricky with Icky.
And it's probably going to be one of those hands that you just have to fold. You really don't want to. But 7 deuce, bottom 10, 5%, probably folding there. 4 deuce for Icky. And Icky's been way over folding in some spots as well, so you know, if Jamie had any idea of that what was going on, he would definitely be as aggressive as he could be. Icky's avoiding all the spots until he can't avoid them anymore, and then he wins his all-in. I think it's a pretty solid strategy, winning all-ins. I should try it.
You should try it. You should try it. When are you streaming next?
I'll probably stream on Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Probably get my house in order tomorrow and Tuesday. And then, yeah, get back to it on Wednesday.
Josh is streaming tomorrow.
Yeah.
He's already been in the chat.
I think he streamed today as well.
Really? Awesome.
Icky. Queen Jack suited after a button open from Jamie. Very, very strong hand, three-handed.
Very.
And he is going to, I think that's a call. Oh my goodness. Right, okay, Tower, I don't know what's going on here. I don't know if you saw that, but it went open from button, call in the small blind, and then Mo snap jammed 9-8 offsuit. Snap jammed it.
He's got the feeling.
He couldn't have shoved any faster.
He's been on the stream 4 or 5 times, apart from obviously the full day of the final table this week, and he has been unorthodox.
I mean,
so
that is the definition of.
Yep.
Extremely strange. Does get it through, but very odd. Mo's not the kind to just lie down and die.
Yep.
And he's going to limp the small blind here with 8-7 off. Jamie with Jack 4 offsuit. A couple of options for him. Check or raise. Both are pretty reasonable. These junky hands can operate as very good raises, because they really don't care if they get shoved on. They just fold very, very quickly. And they get to knock out equity like 8-7 off. Will they do it this time though? No. So we've got 2 rather average to poor hands going to a flop. Jamie has got position, which he'll be happy about. Mo with the 8-7 off. We'll go to a flop.
King flop, king 3 deuce.
And it's a very, very good flop for Jamie. Not for his particular hand, but this is going to go check, bet, fold. And Jamie is going to establish even more of a chip lead here.
Perfect. Perfect. Final 3. 15,000, 21.2 and 29.
Yeah, and I would be shocked to see any deals here.
Yes.
Because I think that Jamie is after not just trophies, but 29k to boot. I can't see him doing anything else, given what he would have seen so far.
So blinds 40-80. We're going on to the 50-100 next level. 30-minute clock now until the end.
Icky with 7s. Jamie opened the small blind. Icky's got a pretty reasonable hand to just go ahead and shove.
2.2 mil, 28.
He's just going to go ahead and call. Probably fine as well. So we will see a flop. Jamie, we don't know what he has. We know Icky's got 7s. And we know there's 560,000 in the middle. Flop Jack, deuce 5. Icky's going to be in the lead here pretty often, even though we don't know exactly what Jamie has. Expect to see a lot of bets here from whatever Jamie's got, and only call is acceptable here in Icky's shoes. No other decision. And call it is. Not a lot of amazing turn cards for Ricky, but not anything else that we can do other than see them. Turn card now, 10 of clubs. A pretty, I would say, over-barreled turn for small blind, and if Jamie does find a barrel, which I expect him to do with a lot of his range, and those barrels will be fairly large, I think Icky now definitely has to fold if it does come. There will be some hands that Jamie will want to check though. Potentially something like 5-6 or King 10. But yeah, it is a large barrel, as I thought.
450 by the looks of that.
And there's no way we can hang on here with pocket sevens.
550.
Both of our outs are dirty. We may just have the worst hand anyway. I wouldn't be surprised if Jamie had a significant overbluffing tendency here. I don't think it matters whatsoever. I think that's good. But I wouldn't be surprised to see him take the King 6s of this world, the Queen 7s, you know, the Ace 3s. Every single one of these I would expect him, like Queen 3, I'd expect every single one of these to barrel twice here. I did hear that, Leroy, but it's not what from what I've seen so far from Icky, he has been avoiding these spots like the plague. He is going to call the turn. Now, I have absolutely no idea what plan is on river here, but this is one of those hands that just...
There might not be one yet.
Can't improve and may be behind. It's just something you have to fold, even if you think you're getting pushed around, which might not even be the case anyway, as we do go to a river, which is the 5 of diamonds. Now, if Jamie was bluffing, I would expect him to slow down here. I don't think this is very folded by a big blind, especially by Icky. Once you barrel twice here and you see this much of a brick, I think they're already in fight or flight mode. So I think give up is going to be what we see. And Icky should obviously check.
Do the same, turn over his 7s, and probably take the pot.
Yeah, I think he will take the pot here a lot of the time.
Oh, he's only going to bet.
No, there's no way. There's no way.
He can.
Oh, he absolutely can't. I mean, it's just the easiest check of your life. You just check back and win. If you bet, you get called by only better hands. Yep. It does check. I think it's going to be Queen High or something that we see from Jamie. Yep. Yeah. So, I was about bang on there, Tower.
Absolutely. That's what you're here for.
I know. Tell me about it. But yeah, I think Jamie, very, very handy board to bluff on. Should get a lot of folds from what Icky has. Didn't get them. I think he'll be pretty disgusted not to see 7s fold the turn when he bets 550. I think it's a really good play. Icky's got chip lead for sticking around there on the turn. And I think there are a lot of rivers there that Jamie would have been smashing on the river for all in. And I think that line's very credible. But on that particular river versus this opponent, I just don't think you get enough folds. So he just has to give up. I think on this occasion he would have got a fold, but the problem for Jamie is that he doesn't expect Icky to have pocket 7s for him to then fold it on the river. He expects it to be much more stuff like Queen Jack that he won't expect it to fold for hard pot on the river, and that's fair enough.
Romanovich got a walk.
So it's a very evenly poised.
It is.
Final 3 here.
But Icky now has a chip lead.
He does have a chip lead for that very sticky call on the turn. So, still going here in this UKPL Leeds main event. Jamie Dale was our chip leader, no longer. Our chip leader is the button, Icky. He's been here for it. He's won every all-in imaginable, and that is not an exaggeration.
That is true. I reckon it's about 11.
Yeah, honestly, the ones I saw him, he won every one. He won King 9 against Queens, all in pre for his tournament life. He won Ace 10 against Ace Queen for his tournament life.
Yep, I reckon it's about 11 in total.
Fair fight here, Ace 8, Ace 6. Jamie defends the big. That's going to go C-bet. It's a really rough spot for Jamie because no backdoors here. only the ace high. Nothing really gets any better for you on any card here. 6 you don't love, ace you don't love. You'd take an ace, but you wouldn't know where you were. And he's just going to avoid it altogether and just get out of the way. Icky now, motoring towards 4 million chips.
He is taking command for the first time.
Super interesting dynamic here. Mo's going to fold the button. And we're blind on blind again. Lots of fun blind on blind hands, Tower. Icky is going to take one.
So 47 bigs, 35 bigs and 26 bigs. Anybody's at all.
Absolutely anyone's.
At this moment, blinds will be going up in 7 to 100k big blinds.
Jamie now on the button. We do not know what Jamie has, but he is going to open it up.
King 10 for Icky. Just calls after initial raise from Jamie.
Yeah, so small blind call.
Stop putting his cards in the box. Get him in the box, you man. Move to seat 7 and then put them in the box, please.
Well, in a truly shocking turn of events,
yes,
Icky's got top pair. And Jamie does decide to check back on this occasion, indicating some sort of medium strength, some showdown.
So we'll check the flop jack of hearts turn.
Yeah, Ricky picking up a straight draw now, and he's going to start betting. Now, Jamie could certainly check back something like ace-10. He could certainly check back a 10-9 type. He could certainly have checked back queen-jack. So it's not like he's struggling for good hands here, but he will also have some ace-8 that just has to fold and stuff like that.
Yep, flicks them in the muck. 29k up top. 21.2, and next out we'll get £15,000.
Indeed they will.
Next events on the calendar, if you want to play a bit of poker, Stockton, Sheffield and Cardiff next weekend. And then the weekend of the 29th, Leeds, Blackpool and Birmingham. Blackpool just struggled in the early stages of the 25-50 this week, but smashed it in the end.
Indeed they did. UK poker's alive and well. Icky assembling his castle. It's getting bigger. Inexplicably.
Yep.
He just can't lose an all-in. Which is very, I've heard through the grapevine that's helpful when you want to win tournaments. Personally not tried it myself. Icky's button. 4 million chips crested. And Mo is going to open up the small. Jamie's got ace-3 off in the big. Looking for exact counts, which will help him quite a bit. He has in the region of 30 bigs. So it's a little bit too much to be shoving, even though it would work. Oh, he is going to shove. So it's about... Oh my God, he snapped call.
Snap call with King 9. He snapped call with King 9. He likes it.
I mean, how many big blinds is it? Am I losing my mind? Is this...
No, that's 25.
Okay, so yeah. This is a very interesting call.
He just likes king 9 suited.
Yeah, I mean, this feeds into what Jay was saying earlier when he didn't shove that ace jack before, because he just doesn't know if Mo's just going to snap off anything, not worry about ICM whatsoever. Let's have a look. Ace on the flop, and that is going to put Mo at risk.
It is.
Only 7%.
This could be heads up.
7%.
But as we know,
all
the calls today have just been ridiculous. Oh, there's a 9. If this comes 9-9 or 9 king, this is just no justice whatsoever.
It can't happen again, Tower.
Mo needs to hit a king or a 9.
Oh, God!
Nobody ever wants to go home. Don't ever, in this tournament, get all in front.
I mean, that is absolutely savage.
9-9. Oh, man.
He has to go. He has to go runner there. It has to be Jack 10, spade, 9-9, king 9, king. Yep. It's nothing else. It has to go runners. How much was the percent on? 7% on flop. And for Jamie to go into heads up with chip lead, instead he's got 600k and he's crippled.
And in about 2 minutes' time, it's going up to 100k.
This game's a joke, Tower. I'm not going to lie.
You'll be playing it tomorrow and Tuesday and Wednesday, streaming for all the world to see.
Yeah, it's a joke.
Great.
I mean, let's not. You know, the runner is gross as it is, but the snap call, the king 9 absolute fist pump. Yep, love it. King 9, get me in. I'm blown away. That's incredible. That is incredible. So Jamie is now on life support. He should be heads up with chip lead, by all accounts.
We should be heads up with the big chip lead, but no, we're not. We're 3-handed and we've got 7 bigs left in 30 seconds time.
That one is going to take some time, I imagine, if Jamie doesn't turn this round to get over, because Jamie's got queens.
Nice.
Good start.
I'll put them in the box, he says. So basically, when he doesn't put his card cards in the box, he's got napkins.
Yeah. We're going to go for limp, I think, which makes a lot of sense. We're just trying to get Icky to shove with something like this.
Not with the whip. Don't shove the whip.
If he shoves this and gets called and wins, I'm going to go home. Not just to my hotel, home. All the way down south. And there's no trains, I'll walk. And this has to be one of the most ridiculous final tables you've ever commentated on.
We probably had, what, 10 doubles? This could have been done at 7. It's just one of those days. You get them.
I mean, it's just utterly obscene. The absolute fist pump snap with the king 9. I mean, it was 30 bigs. 30 big blinds.
Yeah.
30 big blinds. I mean, why?
When you see king 9 on Wednesday,
play it.
And there's been a click and then a raise and then a 4-bet. Just send it.
Tower, who do you think you're talking to right now?
You'll do it in the cash game.
Look, it's not in my range. It's not in my ability.
Try it once. If it wins, just send me a message.
All right, okay. I'll do it for you, Tower. Maybe not 100L though. That's kind of fruity. So we may not be far away from heads up here, Tower, which I will leave in the capable hands of you and Jay, if it does occur.
Yep, whenever it is, Jay will be on his way back very shortly, about 5 or 6 minutes' time.
Because I don't know much about this game, but I'll tell you something, I don't know anything about heads up. Luckily, I don't need to know anything about heads up, because I never get there. I think I've ever been heads up in my life.
Yeah, way.
Actually, I was one time heads up, and someone went all in out of turn or out of flush, so that one was easy. Icky now, small blind, opening things up. Now, it's interesting, obviously, now, because Mo should be incredibly disincentivized, not just with 8-4 offsuit, but with a lot of things to tangle, because you've got Jamie sitting there on only 800k. That's only 8 big blinds. It's not 30 big blinds, it's 8 big blinds.
Yeah,
so
blinds are 100k now.
There is going to be a pretty strong chance that Jamie is sending those chips in shortly, because he knows his ranges pretty well. and he won't be shying away from any spots. He knows he's got 15k locked up. He needs to spin it up if he wants to make it. He's not going to be shrinking from it. These will be going in, and it's just a matter of if he gets snapped off by King 9 or not. We'll have to see.
We will have to see. And Magical Jarrett, who's just got to the final table of the 25.50 in Blackpool, says that Arthur Harvey's there. So too is Nick Slade. Can't believe it. And Pete Mason.
So
Rick Gilby's on the final table as well. What's happening? How many big blinds has Rick Gilby got? He can only have 10.
So Mo makes it 350 with King 7. Now, probably just want to go ahead and pop this in for the 8 bigs. He doesn't, and now Jamie's got a choice with King 6. Does he want to send the king? It's really, really close. It's right on the borderline. And he just doesn't know right now. You couldn't blame him for sticking this in, Tower.
Nope.
But he will need help if he does. And he is going to let it go. Timely fold. Keeps himself in the game. He might be thinking, well, why on earth has he made it half my stack and not all of it?
That's true.
And there was actually no rhyme or reason. He just picked a number, I think. Wasn't because his hand was strong, just 350 it was. So,
Magical Jarrett's not in Blackpool. Arthur Harvey is the old Colonel. Nice one. Well done to everybody turning out in Blackpool today. The runners in Blackpool were just crazy this week. 25, 35, 45, 170.
And they needed every one of them as well.
They did.
Jamie 8-7 off. Not thrilling. Not thrilling at all, but while he still has some fold equity, he might be tempted. Because his fold equity is rapidly diminishing. And when he hits that big blind next, he's going to have to put an ante in as well. And he knows it. And that is why he's decided to send the 8-7 off. And he's going to get snapped. Now, Icky wins every single time he's on the other side. Can he win when he's ahead? Tower, I've got to say, I think he probably will.
Really?
From what I've seen, doesn't appear to be in his arsenal losing all in. But it's a fair fight.
I'm going for the reverse.
Well, I'm taking
all in front, you lose.
I'm not betting
it's happened all day.
I'm not betting against Icky. Oh, look at those outs. 12 for Jamie now. 7, 8.
It's going to happen.
6, Jack. All good.
It's going to happen. Boom.
7 good, and now it has to be an ace or an 8, and we could see a double for Jamie here.
Just don't go all in front. Just don't do it.
Don't count your chickens just yet, Tower, because we know who we're dealing with. Does double up though, and up to 1.3 million. I mean, Mo and Icky will be sick to see that. I mean, they've had their fair share. Let's not beat around the bush, but they will have wanted to get rid of Jamie sooner rather than later. They're both
absolutely, yeah.
They're on the same side with that. And now he's back in the game.
James had some good TV time the last 2 8-8 events. I think he's been on the feature table 12 hours, 14 hours maybe.
Doing better than me. Well, that's not hard. So we're still three-handed. 1.2 million for Jamie now to work with, which is significantly better than where he was. And Icky lost it all in. One for the books.
But he was in front.
He's not lost when he's been behind, and he's not won when he's been ahead.
Well, obviously he's not lost when he's been at risk.
Absolutely.
Or else he'll be at home watching the live stream.
All in for Jamie. Pretty clear and obvious. 12 big blinds, 13 big blinds just about. Mo's option now in the big with 8-7 off. He's not going to take that, is he? Fold quicker, Mo. Mo, not like this. I can't handle another one.
7-8 off.
I mean, there's absolutely no possible reason to call off there. And now 1.5 for Jamie. And I think the tank is a product of, I really wish this guy was gone.
Yep.
And here's another chance to do it, even though it's a pretty mediocre chance to do it. They really don't want Jamie lingering around anymore. It's like a bad smell. At least for Icky and Mo, that is. And now Jamie will be finding his confidence again. He'll be feeling pretty good about his chances of getting back into this one. So heads up might not be as close as we thought, Tower. Icky's going to open the button here with 6-3 suited. Certainly not unreasonable. It's about the bottom though. He finds a 7 deuce and Jamie's got ace-4 suited. This is going in as well.
Here we go.
Absolutely has to go in, and he's going to win another pot. Unless...
Yeah, we can't go with 6-3.
Well, we are Ricky. We can do what we like. And it doesn't seem to matter what we do.
Nope. No deals, Kevin Nicola, who's just joined on YouTube. No deals at all. This should be in the muck. Also nuts in the muck.
And now 1.9, and look at that. Just like that, he's found a way back into the game. 1.9 million.
Yep.
And he's a serious threat to this title once more. I think, Tower, something like the King 9 is going to happen again. I think one of them is going to take their chance to take Jamie.
Yep.
And that's my thought. Obviously, it could be something coolery, but I think there will be some light call-offs trying to get him off the table. Ace-10 for Mo. On the button. And it's clearly going to be an open. Jamie's got pocket 9s in the small blind tower, and this could be it.
This could be it. Well, this is just general raise, I'm all in call kind of hands.
Well, we know that Mo's not going to fold, and we know Jamie's not going to do anything but shove.
Absolutely.
Because Mo didn't fold King 9 for more
go.
bigs.
And this should be a snap call once Icky gets out of the way.
Call.
Call, he says, I've got ace-10, flips them over like he normally does. Ace-10 for Mo Romanovic. And Jamie Dale has got pocket 9s, near on a flip.
Well, listen, Chow, 3 hands ago, Jamie Dale had 6 big blinds and 8-7 offsuit all in.
Yeah.
He's now got a flip for the chip lead, and he's 54% favourite.
The problem is in front.
That is a huge problem, as we've seen.
He's probably...
Oh.
That's it, there you go. There you go. As it's happened all day long. 10 queen. Don't be all in front. Jamie Dale is heading to the cash desk.
And it has to be a 9.
Yep.
Or Jamie's gone.
Yep.
And we're heads up in the Leeds main event. And we are.
And we are. Jamie Dale can't do anything about that. £15,000 for third. Well played, sir. These two guys are going to take a break of about 10 minutes, I do believe. A 10-minute break. So what we'll do is we'll say thank you to Easty. 15-minute break. 15? We've only just come back. What are they doing in 15 minutes? Anyway, 15-minute break. We'll say thank you to this lad for his efforts all week. We let Jay and me have breaks all day long. It's been so much fun. Luton?
No.
Reading?
Just the UKPLs and the
Are you going to Ding?
I will be in the Ding. I'll be in the Ding once more. Back home, home from home.
Purple Turtle in the Ding?
Purple Turtle it is.
Oh, it's been great having you in the comms box. Thanks ever so much.
Thanks for having me,
We'll
man.
tune in while you're streaming as well over the course of the next few weeks, and we'll see you at the next 8-8 in the Ding.
See you in the Ding.
Thank you very much, and we'll take 15 minutes back with Heads Up.
And you know, today it's a little different. It's like, well, the guy went to MIT, you know, he studied solvers and now he's an online poker player, and then he, you know, it's like boring, but you know, it's just different. Like I kind of love.
It is boring. We can say that.
It is. Comparatively
okay.
speaking, it's a little more boring like than Eskimo Clark.
Yeah, Puggy Pearson, those guys.
Yeah, like just Puggy Pearson, who, you know, didn't have like a first grade education. Like this is a true story about Puggy. I just found this out, but like he couldn't count the pot. Like he couldn't count it. Like you'd have to ask people, like, you know, how many chips this is or whatever like that. And meanwhile, he was, you know, he was a winning poker player, but like just a different vibe. But again, I like both. I just always will have nostalgia for the romanticism of like degen gambling. You know, there's something about it that's romantic.
When was the first time that you gambled? Do you remember?
First time I gambled, probably with my dad, playing Scene Todd. Yeah, $2 a game. Like after a while, you know.
Would he take your money?
Yeah. Oh, 100% he would take my money. Yeah, he would take it. I mean, not like it mattered, right? Because if I ever needed money, they would give it to me. But yeah, we played $2 a game, and I remember when I beat him, framed the $2 basically. Yeah.
Do you remember, you brought up the big score, you know, 300,000, but do you remember your first big score? Because I mean, I remember playing a poker tournament at Hollywood Park in LA, and I came in second place. And I was playing Nooners at the time. I had just gotten really into poker, and I won $1,900. And I thought it was more money than I had. It was so much money to me.
Yeah.
I came home and I was dating a girl, and I'm making it rain with singles, and
Yeah.
I was so excited. Do you have a moment like that?
I have one for poker and I have one for pool, actually. I was never a great pool player, but you know, there's handicaps, and we had like the classic, which was there was like 2 a year, and you know, you play to the classic, and it was a double elimination, and I coasted through, like this first round I played this guy Paul Chan, I beat him 3-0, best of 5, and then I coasted through to the finals, right? Now this guy Paul Chan, he goes in the loser's bracket. He's playing all day, and I'm sitting there for 7-8 hours. Now, you know, I got to play him in the finals. He wins the first 2 games really quickly. I'm like, damn. I win the next 2. So we're tied. He ends up beating me, but I won $500, and I remember like having the check and bringing it home. That was a big deal in poker. In pool. But with poker, I remember it was like the Canadian National Exhibition had like the first like sanctioned tournaments there, and I was heads up with a local ticket scalper named JC. And we went way back. We played in the private clubs and all this kind of stuff. And I remember winning like 13,000 in that one. And that was a big deal because that sort of prompted me to feel like, all right, you know, next stop, Las Vegas.
Okay, so let's take your journey to Las Vegas. And I've heard you talk about the walk to the Mirage, right? Was the Mirage the first place you played, right?
There was 2. So it was like when I first came to Vegas, the Mirage was where it was at. Binion's Horseshoe was where the tournaments were at. So we played a little bit of both.
So talk about the early days of playing there and the relationships that you started to form with people that we think of as like the legends of the game now.
Yeah, I mean, that was the cool time, right? Like, I remember Huckseed looking at him like, wow, this guy's, you know, he's a legend, right? And becoming friendly with him, you know, in the late 90s and stuff, and just sitting on the curb at the Horseshoe where there's like chewing gum and the smell of urine. And I don't know, it was super cool. And I remember way back when Geraldo Rivera came to the World Series of Poker and he wanted to do like a little bit. You know, he was interviewing players, and I thought, well, this is a good opportunity. Let's do this. Huck was not about it. He's like, nah, let's not do that.
Right.
I remember like even before meeting Huckseed and stuff, there was just like a group of guys, you could tell we were all struggling. You know, we're all playing 10-20, 20-40, like in and out of money, and there's like sort of a bond that's brewed between these people that I just met, you know, that I like, they were semi-pros or whatever, and you know, I don't know, and then like when I started to make a little bit of money, some of those same guys, now they sort of, you know, depended upon, took advantage of me, if you will, you know, wanted a little bit of help and stuff. And I remember learning pretty early on, like, that I need to take care of, it's like the, you know, the airplane, I got to put my own mask on first. Because I remember going to Commerce on one trip, and I went to Commerce with like 40,000, and I won like 200,000, and I left with 35 because I was helping people.
Were you staking and backing?
Staking and helping everybody, loaning, all this kind of stuff, and realized like.
Did you feel a responsibility because you had kind of come up with them?
A little bit I would say a little bit about how I was raised, right? To be generous, to help people out. Also to know what it feels like. I remember, you know, there's a guy I'll never forget named Zvi Groisman. I just saw him when I went to Toronto recently, and I remember being in the Mirage, and I was broke, I just lost my money in 2040, and I asked him for $400, and he gave it to me. And you know, that $400, by the end of the night, I was playing 400, 800, and I, you know, really made a comeback. But if he hadn't given me that, like, who knows where, you know, where I would have been in terms of like my poker career and stuff like that.
Is this when you met Phil Ivey?
Phil, first I met Alan Cunningham and John Jawanda in LA. Remember, we were playing the LA Poker Classic, and I was looking up at the leaderboard, you know, to see like where I was at, because I was always a leaderboard guy. And I see this other guy standing next to me looking too. I was like, is that you? He's like, yeah, that's me. It was John Jawanda. And then Alan Cunningham. And through that, you know, we went to Atlantic City, and Alan introduced me to Phil. He's like, yeah, this guy's good. I'm like, okay, whatever. Nice to meet you, whatever. And yeah, then we sort of, the four of us kind of became like friends who would travel the circuit. And it was kind of great because it was like a brain trust. You know, there was no solvers. So
Right.
the four of us were sort of sharing information in terms of how to approach poker. And I remember, like, you know, Jawanda would argue one side, Phil Ivey would argue the other. I'd usually be on Phil Ivey's side. And then Alan would give us the right answer, because he would just like, he knew the right answers, right? And but it was always great, because like just hearing how John would approach things. And John Jawanda would always be like the guy though who was like, did you lose? Then you must have played bad. Like, this guy was blessed. I don't know. He was very, very good, but he's also blessed. Like, the idea of losing 2-3 sessions in a row was impossible to him. Couldn't imagine you played well and lost 3 in a row. But yeah, it was a cool
so
dynamic.
John was
with
more
those
results oriented.
He was that, and you know, he was more like a disciplinary father. Very
Okay.
judgy, very judgmental. You lose, you must have played bad. I'm like, the fuck, bro? You know, listen to the hand. What did I do wrong here? Well, you know, you should have folded. I'm like, yeah, you say that because you know his cards. Like,
are you still close with these guys?
Go left here. I'm still very close with Phil Ivey. I talk to Jawanda once in a while. Alan I haven't really seen. You know, I still like him, but we don't really run in the same circles anymore. He's sort of like, he's not out of poker, but he's not, you know, in poker like he once was.
Right. Alan's surprisingly like funny.
Oh yeah, no, he's super funny.
Like, but you'd see him on the surface, and I see Alan, and I'm just, you know, I think to myself, you know, straight laced. Yeah, he's the guy with the answer. You know, for lack of a better word, just a nerd, right? And I hung out with him once, and I was like, "You're hysterical."
Oh no, he's super funny. He's witty, very like you know.
super
Sometimes like, you know, the quiet ones, when they do tell a joke. Oh, right here. When they do tell a joke, you know, it can blow you away. You like Eric Seidel's a little bit like that too sometimes.
Yeah.
Doesn't say much, but when he does, sometimes it's pretty profound and funny.
You brought up, you know, just for a hot second, you brought up Geraldo coming to, you know, Vegas,
yeah,
and doing a piece, and you thinking, okay, well, maybe this is an opportunity for me. Was that something that you always thought about? I know I read somewhere you were an actor when you were a kid, or you thought about possibly being an actor, and then you kind of went more of the snooker route, and then poker, obviously. So, different road. But you know, when we get to know you and the personality that is Daniel Negreanu, I don't think it's far fetched to think that you could have been, you know, could have been Michael J. Fox, right?
Yeah.
A bad hockey player who turned into an actor, Canadian,
yeah, for sure.
right?
No, I loved, like, I was very comfortable on camera from a very young age, and I wanted to be an actor. That's correct. And I did extra work. You know, I was on a few things here and there, like in the background, and, you know, would have loved it. My parents didn't really know a lot about how to get me into that. And I remember even, I would write as well. Like, in the 3rd grade, I wrote a story called The Lost Army, which won, like, an award in our school network.
That's so cool.
You know, it was basically like a ripoff of a Rambo movie. But, you know, I was always very film.
Hey, the world needs more Rambo stories. Okay?
Yeah, exactly. Well, back then, you know, that's
it does. It still needs them.
Yeah. But you know, I was always into that. It was always very comfortable, very easy for me. And I knew, like, and Mike Sexton was actually a visionary with this. He saw well before it actually happened that poker, you know, I remember reading the Poker magazine, which was like in the late 90s. It was a very plush magazine scene. Mike Sexton was like, you know, sponsorships right around the corner, corporate sponsorship and all that. And most people thought, you know, he was nutty and, you know, he was with his vision, but I sort of believed it. I believed that it was going to be big, you know, and I thought, like, I could play a role in that. But I remember Card Player magazine asked me to write for them originally, and I was like, I don't think I'm authority on that. Like, I don't want to come from a place without credibility yet. Then I was in poker for a couple of years, and then I started to write for them, you know, and sort of create a voice, you know, in poker, and, you know, through these like poker forums like RGP, which was rec gambling poker. I would get involved in beefs. I'm like 23-year-old, so I'm an asshole, right? Just a jerk. I'd say stupid shit, get in fights with people. Like that's what the internet was, you know. And then
territory.
Yeah, and then I started to like, you know, grow into the role, if you will. But it was like it comes very natural for me, like public speaking, talking about the game, especially to like people who don't, you know, like understand it at a high level. Like, you know, with the master class that I did, that one was like, I remember when they first came to me and I was like, well, do you guys want high end or do you want like more beginner stuff? And they said, no, we like high end. And I was like, all right. So I did some high end. They're like, maybe not that high end. I was like, okay, I got you, right? Because I think it's like, I think I'm uniquely qualified actually to be able to explain really nerdy, high end poker concepts to the average Joe in a way that they'll understand it. Because a lot of kids, when they
I
talk
agree
about,
with that, by the way.
When a lot of kids talk about poker, they're like, well, the SPR is 3.6. What the fuck's an SPR, bro? You know?
I remember doing commentary, and I've been lucky enough to commentate with you a couple of times. And I remember doing commentary one night with Ryan LaPlante. My apologies, Ryan, if you're watching this. And I'm doing World Series, and this is when the black booth was there, and you know, I would just get randoms in there every night, and I'd have to find 5-6 people every night. Yeah. So it was on me to find people who weren't playing, by the way.
Yeah, that's
and
tough.
also wanted to be at the Rio at the time.
Yeah.
It wasn't easy. But anyway, I remember you text me afterwards, and you're like, okay, Tuckman, I've been in poker forever. What the fuck was Ryan even talking about? Like, you didn't even know.
Well, that's a problem, right?
Right, and I'm going, and I'm like,
if I don't understand it, like, who is the audience?
Yeah.
Right? So if your audience, listen, if your audience is professional poker players who all know what they're doing and stuff, sure, go there, right?
Right, but if that's your audience, though, your audience is too small.
It's limiting, right? So if you want to expand the audience, you need to speak to them in a language they understand, which, you know, I think the World Series of Poker has always done a pretty good job of. And I think, you know, even a guy like Nick Schulman too has sort of mastered the art of combining solver-ish knowledge with also, you know, simplifying it to a certain degree.
Okay, so you've been under the bright lights for quite a while. Obviously, you relish it. You're good there. You're comfortable there, and many people are not. But with that comes haters, and come distractors and everything. What do you? Okay, I'm trying to think the best way to say it. Because on the outside looking in, sometimes it appears that you're looking for it, and I don't think that's true. But it appears that way sometimes. And I look at your fights, whether it be with, you know, Norman Chad, or whether it be with Chip Race, not Chip Race, sorry, the Chip Race guys, podcast guys, Darrow Carney and David Lappin.
Yeah.
And I can go on. There's many people
Those
out there.
two that you bring up are so perfect. First of all, first and foremost, I love my haters, like the doubters, people that have said, you know, those two in particular, I never came at them at all. Under any circumstances, right? Norm would always pick at me for, you know, using the F word and this and that, and, you know, sort of schooling me on how I needed to be. I'm like, you know, I'm just me, right? I never picked on this guy. He just kept coming at me. I never noticed it. Other people around me said, you know, he's like coming at you, right? And I'm like, I don't know. I always thought it was good-natured until I realized that it wasn't. Like he was actually like trying to insult me, right? Whatever. So, you know, I snapped back a couple times in response, right? It was never initiated. I never came at him. Those two weird dudes, like, he wrote, it's so funny, like that, those guys, like, because people send them to me sometimes, they could be talking about anything. They could be talking about whatever. They'll find a way to make it a dig about me. You know what I mean? And they literally, imagine trying to paint a picture of somebody in the worst possible light with no redeeming qualities whatsoever. That's where they go for, right? And it's not even like honest. I think most people who see it go, wow, that seems like extreme, unfair, and unnecessary. But you know what?
You're basically the husband in Titanic. The Zane characters.
Yeah, something like that. Or like, and it's outrageous. Like, and the thing that, I guess the only thing that annoys me is when people actually flat out lie. You know, and just make stuff up. Or just like say things that are actually not true. Or quote me as saying things that I didn't actually say. So those beefs, those ones specifically, those were nothing I initiated. No, the question is, you have two choices, right? People start throwing shit out there about you. Ignore it. Let it become fact. Or you know, argue for yourself, you know, defend yourself to a certain degree, and then people say, oh, why you even bother with that, right? So it's a lose-lose either way. But here's the thing. When you have haters and you accumulate them, you have to look at the benefit of you have to look at the other side of that coin. It's like, that's because you've become something, right? If you were an insignificant pawn in the game and you didn't matter, nobody would care.
No, of course.
But when
Listen,
you are in the limelight, like, and here's the thing, I love this one quote. It's something that I've learned to realize more recently is, you either die a hero or you live long enough to become a villain in people's eyes, right? When people start to put you up on a pedestal, like you look at the Michael Jordans of the world, right? He was around before social media existed, you know? Oh, but if he wasn't, you know, they would have found ways to rip him apart.
I mean, they did anyway.
They did anyway.
They
Yeah,
did
it would have
anyway.
been a
The
lot
gambling.
worse. We live in that society now.
The
where
controversy of why did he leave? Why did he go to baseball?
You have so many people that don't understand that, like, humans are complex. There's good and bad to everybody. I know my negative traits. I can be arrogant. I can be condescending. I can be an asshole. I'm aware of that. I see it sometimes. I laugh at myself. I give myself that because I know that's not all of
For
who
what
I
it's
am.
worth, I remember doing World Series of Poker commentary, and I remember you making the comment, "Hey, sometimes there are some commentators I just prefer to I just watch the show on mute."
It wasn't you, by the way.
You told me that, by the way. That's the fact. But I'm listening to that going,
oh.
What a
I know that was a
bitch.
real dick. That was a dick dig. Yeah, listen, I've learned to like not do that as much anymore. But yeah, you know, I can go there, and then when I do, I'm like, yeah, I shouldn't have done that. Whatever, because I'm human, right?
I get it.
Blinds are 50 and 100, no big blind ante because we're heads up. You want to post the big blind, then you have the small blind boss. I'm small blind, right? You're small, yeah. And you act first, profile.
Do we still have time?
Yeah, time banks are still in play. Still 30 seconds pre and post.
Good luck, mate.
She's on you. 50 to call. Raise to 200.
Nines against ace 10. 10-10. Don't go all in front in this one. How are we doing, Mr. Technician? We are back.
We are back, guys.
We is back. Final two. Thanks to Easty for his time. How long does the heads up battle go on? How long do we play heads up? 56 bigs, 31 bigs. Mo Romanovic, chip leader at the minute against Hickey.
Five loose of clubs for Mo on the button. We'll raise it up, make it 250k. Icky ace 7 of clubs here. A nice little move, just sends for 30, seems good.
Correct, Technician. Icky just can't seem to lose. Well done to everybody as well in Blackpool making the final table of the 25-50 that eventually got there. Nick Slade's on the final table again. What? Oh, again?
No.
He's had 5 final tables in 2 weeks. He's had 5 final tables in 2 weeks here.
Has he been in the lab?
Must have been. He's been somewhere.
Sladed?
Yeah.
The same Nick Slade I'm thinking about.
Not Slater.
No.
Nick Slade?
Yeah, won the one Joker's Wild.
Yeah, same age as us. Nick Slade was on the first season of UKPT final tables. Was he? 2007. If you click right down to date and see at the bottom, he was scrolling a long way.
Well, I had no idea, Tower.
There you go.
I thought he was just a local lad that played the local comps in the 25-50s.
He does now. He's a good player. He is a good player, Nick. He's on the final table and he's chip leader. So good luck to him in Blackpool. Manchester, £400 short of the 15k guarantee, which I think is a massive success after when we heard the news that they was doing 10k. So well done one and all for turning out in Manchester.
Ace 10-9 the board. Four diamonds on the turn. So Mo now with the flush draw. Icky's going to check. Mo with the stab. Icky just lets the sixes go. Some names left in the big shot I saw as well.
Go on then. Give it to us.
Rob the Russ.
Nice.
Matt Davenport.
Wow.
Marius Czech. Steve Cherry. Cal Morial.
Yeah.
Abdul Ahmed.
Wow.
There's a few names left in that one.
It's UKPT.
It is.
How did the seniors do?
The seniors, let's have a look. The seniors got a total of 59 entries.
Very good.
They are on the final table now. There are 3 left. Norman Reynolds, Stephen Kirtland.
Stormy Norman.
And Paul Garg.
Not seen Norm for ages.
Richie Pearson comes 6th.
What?
Richard Pearson, 6th in the seniors.
Well, that were Richie Pearson that we know.
Okay. Back to the heads up, Icky. With the open on the button, with the 10-8. Flops middle.
$350 and a king high flop, king 10-6. Nothing for Mo.
Expect it to be handover. But this is Mo we're talking about, and he's got some other ideas here. Going to check raise the Jack 8 here. No, he's going to call. Okay, he's going to float 3 to a straight.
Flow.
Like we can float with the 3 to the straight stuff tower, but we prefer to have the overs as well. However, look at this for a turn card. Mo now turns an up and down with the Jack 8. Iggy turning a straight draw of his own in the form of a gut shot. Iggy fires for 450. Mo now with the Jack 8. We're not calling this hand on the flop to fold after picking up and down. Imagine a 7. A 7 and it's over, Tower.
A 7 and it is over. And it's not a 7. It's king of spades. So a king on the river after the check call from Mo again. And Icky now, look at this with Icky.
Yeah, fair play to Icky, Tower. Finds the hero with the 10, to be fair.
Up and down on the turn.
What is Mo supposed to have? Doubt he'd play a king in that manner. So Icky makes a nice hero call with a 10, picks off the bluff. Mo went after it.
Nice call. And look at them stacks right now. So there's half a big blind in difference. Half a big. No deal talking, not yet, but they are half a big blind different. Oh. Icky's just said, do you want to do 24 each and play for a couple of grand?
I'm going to have to play this hand out first, Tower. Cards are in the air, unfortunately. We've got to play this hand out, guys. Can't discuss a deal mid-hand.
It'll have to be after the hand. Icky's got ace, queen, deuce. And a fold.
So now they can discuss.
Now they can talk. So 29 and 21 2. Icky says you want to do 24 each and a couple of grand. I don't know if that's exactly right. What's that? 30, 40, 50,200 to play for?
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see. We'll get the numbers.
So we're just proposing at the minute, by the looks of it.
Carl Lake.
Yeah, 23, 3, 4, 5 each and play for the remaining.
Carl Lakeland, who's he?
Before it ends, lads, another thanks for yourselves and the team for the coverage this week. Always a great watch. Hopefully get my first stream appearance in Blackers.
Nice one, Carl. Thank you very much indeed. Much appreciated for your kind words. So I don't know what they've agreed to.
So Keno's there with the calculator.
Oh, he's there. Look at this. Look, Keno.
He's told them they can't do 24k each if they want to play for 2.5k. So they have taken slightly less, £23,845 each. And we are playing for 2.5k. I will put it in the chat box, guys. 23,845 each.
So what was it? £23,845 each. Playing on for 2.5. 2.5 to make you laugh. Two and a half to make you off.
Nice spot for Icky. Goes for the old check raise here. If this was 8 of diamonds or on board, maybe we'd float as moat. But no backdoor flush draw. Just going to get out of the way. Let's see how these two battle it out. It's still deep. 40 bigs in heads up.
Yeah. So 23,845, 12 all-ins at least, 12 survivals.
There's been a few. There has
and
been
Icky
a few.
has got himself £23,845. 12 all-ins and he won them all. That is mental. You don't get that very often, let me tell you. Anybody wants a sun run, do it in a big comp.
Yeah, Icky here. On the button. Call in the raise from Mo. bet. Icky with the call with middle pair. Jack of hearts on the turn. So Icky picks up a gut shot to go with his pair of eights. And he's firing again. It's around 40%, just north of. And Mo out of there. Icky, after getting that double, chipping away slightly at Mo, puts a bit of leeway between the two.
Blinds 50, 100,000. They've chopped the money slightly. 2.5 to play for. It's most of the festival in Reading. 2.5 grand buy-ins. What? I mean, that's the 2,500 extra.
Yeah.
It means you'll be free roll in Reading.
Oh, okay. That's a good shout.
Because if I cash for 23.5 or 23.8 or whatever it is, about 2.5.
Hold on a second.
I've been making plans.
You just said if I cashed.
No, the 2,500 extra.
Yeah.
Would be like free roll in Reading.
Yeah, I guess that.
£23,850 in your pocket, and you free roll in Reading if you win it. That's what I'd be doing. I'd be booking. I don't even know the name of a hotel in Reading where would even be thinking.
Hold on a minute, that's what you'd be doing. When have you ever stumped up £500 outside of Vegas for a poker tournament? Could you give me one example, please, Tower?
UKIPT Isle of Man.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, there we go. I wasn't expecting an answer.
Made day 2.
Did you?
Yes.
Did you cash?
No.
Ah.
Did not cash.
I used to hate the UKIPTs back, well, I say back in the day, like 8 years ago. 10 a.m. starts, day 2s. You remember the 10 a.m. starts?
Well, no, this was 12.
10 a.m.?
That UKIPT Isle of Man was the playing story with Richie Pearson and Dom Mahoney.
Oh, okay, that is funny. That is a cracker, that story. So as this is coming to a close, been a great festival here in Leeds.
Steady start, picked up every single day, and today has been, every table's been in use. It's been brilliant. Well done to all the seniors. A bit late for them now, we've just gone 11. All licks and bed, isn't it?
We spoke about the big shot on the seniors. A shout out to Mr. Phil Walker. Final table bubbled the main, but he is currently heads up in the side event.
Is he?
The closer.
Go on, Phil.
FT bubble.
Local legend Phil Walker.
Max Lake Reg the closer, and he's heads up.
Wow.
Wow, look at this here. This could cause some carnage. We got Mo in middle, Icky with top and bottom. With Mo calling the raise from Icky. 8 on the turn, and it could be over. And it's a good turn for Mo in the form that we're probably not going to do too many chips now. Like if Icky did have a bluff here, Tower, like Queen 10 is the obvious one, but maybe some Ace 10, Ace Queen gonna raise pre, so we can't even give them. So it's literally Queen 10, 10 9 for the bluffs. Not much we really still in front of here as Mo. Maybe some 4x of clubs. That could be a tidy one to check raise with the backdoor flush draw. But the Jack 8 for Mo going to have a difficult time for continuing.
Nice
It does
fold.
let it go correctly.
Nice fold. So heads up, 50,000, 100,000. 10 minutes to go, then blinds go up. Will we get there? Icky 5 million, Mo on 3.3. The battle is on. Are the 888 festivals again next year, lads, or have they not been confirmed yet? BK? 888 festivals next year, or have they not been confirmed yet? Nothing's been confirmed for next year, but it is hopeful.
This is strange. Haven't had any of this all weekend,
No,
really.
we have not had it all week.
And 2 unknown holdings, but the pot is going to go to Mo.
Yeah, that's weird. So £28,385, both players, and we're playing for 2,500 and the trophy.
And will end up being Icky's second title of the year, winning the high roller in Manchester start of this year. So already one trophy in the cabinet, looking for a second, and is in pole position with the chip lead here. King Queen for Mo, big hand in a heads-up situation. Does make it 250. Over to Icky, King 8 of diamonds. He's going to have a look. Ace, deuce, deuce, 2 spades. Go 1 BB if we wanted to here as Mo for protection and value. Heads up. I'd like to see Icky call once here, tower. We got king high, we're heads up. Ace, deuce, deuce can definitely be the best hand. Is just going to let it go, and was second best. General in heads up, king high would be sticking around for at least one street there.
So 4.7 is 3.8. Money 23,845 each, playing for 2,500 and the trophy. Icky on the left, Mo on the right, and stuck in the middle with you is Sam.
7-4 for Icky on the button. Seems like both have gone with the strat. They're going to 100% raise first in. Just opening button any two. Mo out the way with 8 deuce. Couple of 4s. Open him. Makes it 250 to go. Icky with the queen 9. Shouldn't be going anywhere heads up. And Icky goes for the free bet. And Mo says, I'm all in. Have some of that, sir. And it's a really good jam here, Tao. Mo, credit where it's due. That's a fantastic shot from him. Recognising here, heads up, how strong a pair can be. I always say to look at it just from a mathematical standpoint. Chance of getting dealt a pair, 17 to 1. Chance of you both getting dealt a pair, 17 squared. It's like 290 to 1 shot, just shy of. Doesn't happen very often. So very nice candidates. 2 4-bet send over the free bet for around 30. Live at the Shed says, thanks for the comms, gents. When are you back? We are back in a couple of weeks. 2 weeks Wednesday. We will be in Luton for the mini-main final table of the GUKPT.
We'll show you at the end.
Another 5 days of coverage.
Yep.
Mo going to bump it up here with the ace-8 offsuit. Icky with the call with the jack-2 of diamonds.
And then straight after Reading. Straight after Luton, it's Reading. The ding, apparently. I'm never calling it that, ever. 757.
So not much occurring here. Probably just going to be a small pot. I don't mind the stab here from Icky. Dislodge some queen high, king high stuff. Ace high should be sticking around for one as Mo.
Yep.
Need looking for like a diamond. Something. There we go. Oh, spicy one.
Yeah, flush draw.
Up and down for Mo. Flush draw for Icky. And maybe a card we are going to be sending the double barrel in and as Icky here. Like this. Nice from Icky.
Yep.
And Mo.
Look at that. What's that? He didn't even wait.
What?
Did he just stuck in 2 mil? He did not even wait to see what the size of the bet was.
And he's actually got the best hand tower. What is going on here? So Mo's just raised to 2k. And now Icky with a flush draw getting 3 to 1 with position here. But there are some scenarios that we could be drawing dead. Maybe he thinks Mo just flats a boat. But there's not value for Mo when he raises. It's going to be a 7. Going to be some straights, pocket 5s, pocket 6s perhaps, but looks like Icky wants to see a river. He's been renowned for finding rivers this final table. Is he going to do it in the form of a diamond? Jack or deuce would work as well though.
Imagine the 4 diamonds.
Of course he backdoors a flush.
Backdoors it.
Why wouldn't he, Tao? What?
It's the ace as well. I'm all in with the ace and the snap call.
Why wouldn't he backdoor a flush? Why wouldn't he? Of course he's going to backdoor a flush. He's got 4% to make a flush on the flop. Of course he's going to make it by the river. What is this guy? Get the lottery numbers off that man. Icky.
I've never known anybody run like this.
It's just the most insane sum run you're ever going to see at a final table tower.
When I play poker, I'm normally like running through treacle. This guy's like, he's got roller skates on top of ice. He's like,
I hope Easty isn't watching this. He'll be pulling his hair out.
Why do I never run like this? Why does this never happen to me? Oh, man.
So we're just getting a chip count, guys, but we'll quickly show you where we're off to next. This is the Luton schedule. Best thing to do is screenshot quickly, and then you can look back at it as you please. There's the first week of Luton. Here is the second. And quickly show you our next 888 stop.
And it's the same schedule as Leeds, 25th till the 29th of September. 2 days after Luton finishes. We've got Monday, Tuesday off, and then Reading starts on the Wednesday.
So it seems like Mo is left with a big blind, guys. How long is this going to take?
Hey, well, he's already all in.
How's he just backdoor the flush? I'm bewildered. You'll struggle to find a stream where someone has run this pure in this space of time. King Jack for Mo. He's all in. Icky's got any 2 to call. 5-3 off. Is Mo going to start the spin?
Is Mo going to start? Here we go. Well, to be fair, the 5-3
is the worst hand.
It is the worst of it. And that's not happened. Well, that's happened every time. But he's not all in. All in front, this should be the end of it.
Here comes the running deuce 6 tower. You heard it here first. 8 of hearts on the turn, so Mo can start the spin, fading 5s and 3s, and we will continue.
Yes, baby.
Does fade. So still Icky with a ridiculous chip lead. If you want it in numbers, it's about 45-1 chip lead, so that should give you an idea how this is unlikely to go wrong.
85 bigs versus 2. That's it, bringing Rachel for one hand.
Here you come, Rachel, one hand. Let's do the job. Is she going to kill it, or is she going to spin Mo up?
Mo's not even sorting his chips out, there's no need.
Don't need to look out. We're in the big, we're invested for 100, we have 90, any 2.
Yeah. Well, that's true, Zild. We've had one already. Could this be 2? And up to 400k. Yeah, in they go. Here's a call. Don't fold. Ever. In they go. On the backs, please.
Right, now
yeah.
Icky,
yeah.
He's got a 3-outer. This is his sweet spot tower. This is Icky's sweet spot. He don't lose these with the 3-outers.
3 outs. So on the flop when he misses, he'll be about 10%.
Well,
wow.
Forget the 3-outer. We said it with the ace-10 versus ace-queen of Chris Johnson, where he flopped the straight. Could he turn one here? Also got the 6 working.
Yes.
What is the point?
Absolutely.
Honestly, what's the point, Tao? What's the point in playing against this guy? We got chop out, 7, a deuce, or a king to double for Mo, and it's the what is this? This is just extraordinary. What's that? 6 or 7 all-ins on the final table, drawing to 3 outs.
We're rating it's about 14 in the last 2 days.
It's just crazy. It's absolutely crazy. I've never seen anything like it in my life. Icky is our champion, but how?
Unfortunately for us, Icky was GDPR red. We didn't interview him in Manchester, and we didn't interview him today either, unfortunately for us. That's just the way it goes. But on the left-hand side, he is the champion of the 888.
I'm still baffled,
live
Tower.
here in Leeds. Well done, Icky. Fantastic.
Great to watch,
do you want to try and solve the last 7 hours?
Great entertainment. It's really fun. Like, sometimes we have a final table, 9 players, just crushers, and it's fundamental, good poker, can be quite monotonous. But when we have a mixed bag, we have a few good players, few firecrackers, few unknowns. I love them FTs now, because you don't know what you're going to see. And
Absolutely.
today, we just saw a masterclass of getting it in bad. And getting there. And it was great to watch.
Not just getting it bad, just getting it bad and winning the
Was it not great to watch? It was fantastic to watch.
It
and
was.
Thoroughly enjoyed by both of us.
It was. The next event on 888 is there. It's the end of September. Reading South. That's the schedule if you want to get involved. It's exactly the same as what has happened in Leeds because it's one of the smaller events. That's the next 888. But the next venture for the team, Cardroom Direct, we're off to Luton the week before. That's the first week when it starts with a big satellite. That'll get about 20 seats for the big satellites. Check it, and don't forget, big guarantees on there as well. 100,000 guarantee for the opener, 100,000 guarantee for the mini, a 250,000 guarantee for the main event. We'll be there on the Wednesday doing the final of the high roller and then the main event. So that's next for us. But a couple of weeks off for the team before we next stream in Luton. Thanks to everybody from top to bottom. Well done, Lime Ricky. Again,
Well done, Lime. Thank you very much.
What a shift for Lime. She jumped in, she gave us tokens to give away. We'll give you another 5 tickets to the 109. We've had a free roll as well. Another $1,000 giveaway. It's been unbelievable. Thanks to this lad. Thanks to the team. It has been great, and unfortunately it ends with no interview with the winner, but that's just the way it is. Icky wins another one. But we'll see you in 17 days' time in Luton, and then the next 888 is the week after in Reading. From the team and the tower, see you in Luton. Ta-ta.
Good night.